If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description. Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
CH61. Verb. The dragon Ursa opened her mouth and let out a loud belch. A bit tough to chew, she muttered in a deep voice. With a sharp plop, she spat out a crushed lump of metal, a mangled mess of armor and shield that her dragon teeth had ground down. Eberhard, you actually teamed up with the dragon Ursa. Vanessa finally grasped the situation and muttered in disbelief, you betrayed Mondstadt. No, you betrayed humanity. So what? Lucas sneered, his body turning into a blur. With a swift motion, he spun his spear behind his back and struck with lightning speed. Vanessa couldn't even see the attack clearly before feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder. The razor-sharp spearhead had already pierced through her left shoulder. As a seasoned gladiator who had endured many wounds, a stab like this shouldn't have posed much of a threat. But unexpectedly, after being stabbed, Vanessa's arm went completely numb, as if she had lost all sensation. This was the product of Eberhard's years of research into the line of death technique used by spear, which a derived ability called the line of injury. Unlike the line of death, which delivered deadly strikes, the line of injury acted like a pressure point technique that caused the targeted body part to lose sensation upon impact. Of course, this technique had its limitations. It could only be used effectively with needle-like weapons, such as the flowing moon needle spear of Spear Witch. What have you done to me? Vanessa looked at her now useless arm with fear for the first time. It was a natural human reaction. She might not have feared death, but this strange ability left her unsettled. I thought about it, killing you outright would be too merciful, Lucas said with a crazed grin. Since you love freedom so much, I'll punish you by making you live, in the most unfree way possible. Before Vanessa could react, Lucas struck again, this time targeting her knee. Pain shot through her leg, and soon after, her knee also went numb. With her leg disabled, Vanessa stumbled and fell, kneeling before Lucas. The citizens of Mondstadt, who were fleeing in panic, witnessed this scene. Lady Vanessa, why is she kneeling before Eberhard? She must be begging for mercy, damn it, wasn't she supposed to be strong? We're doomed, we're really doomed. No, if we beg for mercy now, maybe Lord Eberhard will spare us. One of the Mondstadt citizens, now completely broken by fear, fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly as he pleaded, Lord Eberhard, we were wrong. Please stop your punishment. Ironically, the first to kneel was the very person who had been shouting the loudest against Lawrence's rule just moments before. Above, the dragon raged in the sky. Below, their former ruler stood strong. Around them, bodies lay in ruin. And in the distance, Vanessa knelt. Compared to this nightmare, their previous lives had been paradise. Then, like a wave of contagion, one person after another began to kneel, 2, 3, then hundreds, all begging for Eberhard's forgiveness. Do you see? Lucas shook his head in mock regret. These are the people you liberated. Do you still believe they wanted true freedom? Vanessa stared in confusion at the masses kneeling before her. Then what do they really want? She murmured. Power, Lucas sneered. They just couldn't stand that the nobles had more power than them. If given the chance to become nobles themselves, they'd take it faster than anyone. That's not true, they are my followers. Vanessa, still unable to accept this truth, protested weakly. We swore an oath before the Anmo Archon together. Unfortunately, they don't follow you. They follow strength, Lucas said as he turned to face the groveling citizens of Mondstadt. Vanessa has fallen at my feet. Are you now begging for my mercy? The people, sensing a sliver of hope, hurriedly responded. Yes, yes. Please forgive our foolishness. It was her, that woman who bewitched us into rebellion. Lord Eberhard. I swear eternal loyalty to you. Do you see? Lucas turned his face slightly, a mocking smile on his lips. This is the limit of their character. You've won. Finally defeated in spirit, Vanessa let out a bitter laugh. I should have accepted your deal. What was I even fighting for? Lucas knew that Vanessa was now dead inside. This fate, where her spirit was crushed, was far crueler than physical destruction. History often has turning points. In the real world, Vanessa had the help of the Anmo Archon Barbatos to defeat the dragon Ursa and overthrow Mondstadt's old aristocracy. But in this simulation, Barbatos never appeared, and the ruling nobles weren't entirely useless. Naturally, the outcome was different. As for your apology, I'm very moved. Unfortunately. Flames began to flicker on Lucas's body, almost as if they were part of him. I do not accept. Before anyone could react to what he meant, Lucas raised his hand. With a loud boom, a massive column of flame, nearly 2 meters wide, shot from his palm and slammed into the densest part of the crowd. After absorbing the powers of both Vanessa and the dragon Ursa, Lucas's strength had reached a whole new level. The flames, burning at temperatures of over 10,000 degrees Celsius, didn't even give the victims a chance to scream. They were incinerated instantly, leaving only human-shaped scorch marks on the ground. A few unlucky ones who were not fully engulfed screamed in agony as parts of their bodies were burned away. Some had entire limbs melted off, while others saw their charred internal organs spill out. Those around them stood frozen in shock. Several collapsed, their legs giving way beneath them. What are you standing there for? Lucas calmly blew out the fire on his fingertips and smiled. Aren't you going to run? Lucas wasn't particularly interested in slaughter, but this was a perfect opportunity to cleanse Mondstadt. The rotten nobility, the ignorant masses, the reckless rebels. None of them were worth saving. Better to burn it all to the ground. After all, if things had gone according to his original plan, he might have already defeated Ursa and returned to Mondstadt, ready to abolish the first glass of red wine decree. If only. But there are no if-onlys. Since they wanted destruction, he might as well help them along. Those citizens of Mondstadt, frozen in terror, finally realized what was happening and began to flee in all directions, their wails filling the air. Meanwhile, the towering statue of the Enmo Archon continued to gaze ahead, showing no sign of concern for the worshippers who had so long revered him. Having just enjoyed a hearty meal, the dragon Ursa landed beside Lucas in her human form, her previously flat belly now slightly bulging from overeating. Hey, don't burn everything to ash, Ursa said, lazily cleaning her teeth with a claw. It's a waste. In her eyes, the fleeing humans were no different from pigs headed for the butcher. You're one to talk, Lucas shrugged. Didn't you turn them to ash with your fire? Can't help it, Ursa replied, frowning slightly. I can't control the strength of my dragon fire. Can you control how bad your farts smell? Hearing such crude words come from her otherwise regal face was oddly amusing. And what about them? Ursa gestured toward the people fleeing toward the city gates. Are you just going to let them escape? It's fine, Lucas said with a smile as he watched their retreating figures. Let the bullets fly for a while. Mondstadt, a typical medieval city, was built on an island in Wine Lake with only a single bridge connecting it to the mainland. This layout was meant to protect the city from monsters and invaders. Now, that same bridge had become the only escape route for the citizens, who rushed to cross it only to find that the bridge had been destroyed. Their only way out was to cross the moat, a wide stretch of water over 30 meters across. In desperation, many of the fleeing citizens jumped into the moat, trying to swim to safety. But to their horror, the temperature of the once cool water began to rise rapidly. Soon, the surface of the moat started to bubble and boil, and the people who had jumped in screamed in agony before their cries were abruptly cut off. I see now. Ursa muttered. Your power is so great that it can even boil the water. They're probably cooked by now, Lucas remarked indifferently. Why don't you go try a taste? I hear Liu has a similar dish called hot pot. I'd love to. With that, Ursa transformed back into her dragon form and flew over to the riverbank. She scooped up the now boiled people in her jaws and swallowed them whole. For Ursa, this was a lavish all-you-can-eat buffet. For the remaining citizens of Mondstadt, it was nothing short of hell on earth. The dragon loomed above, casting her shadow over the city as her evil flames consumed it. The one-sided massacre lasted from day into night, and by the time it was over, Mondstadt had been reduced to a smoldering ruin. Even Ursa, who had gorged herself on the citizens, was now so full that her belly bulged, and she lazily sprawled in the middle of the town square, occasionally letting out a satisfied belch. The city had been nearly wiped out, with fewer than 1% of its population surviving. Those who were still alive had been forced into the vast halls of the cathedral by Lucas's guidance. Standing before the cathedral, flames flickered in Lucas's palm. One snap of his fingers, and the last remnants of Mondstadt's people would be completely wiped out. Go ahead and do it. Ursa the dragon seemed impatient, saying, if you're hesitant, I can help speed things up. I just wanted to take one last look at this city, Lucas said calmly. I hate it, but I also love it. But at that moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of Lucas. When he saw who it was, a complicated expression crossed his face. The person blocking his way wasn't a stranger, it was his own son, Cruz lied. Well, isn't this Mondstadt's great hero? Lucas sneered. How does it feel, playing a game where you overthrew your father's reign? Is it fun? I was wrong. Cruz lied shook his head, replying, I was too naive. But these people, they are the last spark of Mondstadt. If you kill them all, Mondstadt will be finished for good. I beg you. Cruz lied, have you forgotten all the noble manners I taught you? Lucas said coldly. You don't even want to call me father. For the first time, Cruz lied lowered his stubborn head in front of his father. Father, please, spare them. When you were studying abroad, you should have learned some basic economics, Lucas said, smiling as if having a casual conversation with his son. I'm willing to spare them, but what will you offer in exchange? I. Cruz lied found himself at a loss for words. Cruz lied, before your mother passed away, she asked me to take good care of you. That's why I spoiled you all these years, Lucas said with a cold snort. You have nothing to offer in exchange because everything you have comes from me. Without me, you're nothing. Then how about I take his place in this deal? Just then, a gust of wind suddenly swirled in front of Lucas. When the wind dissipated, standing there was a youthful figure in green clothes and a green hat, holding a lyre. Seeing the ruins, the scattered corpses, and the burning buildings, including the Enmo god statue that had been partially destroyed, the youth's face showed a fleeting expression of regret. However, he soon returned to a calm smile. Mr. Eberhardt, this isn't our first meeting, is it? Indeed, the young man dressed like a wandering bard was the same figure who had once left Lucas with 3 prophecies inside the simulator. I should have guessed, Lucas showed no fear. Enmo Archon. Lord Barbatos, as a former Mondstadter, I should bow to you. Unfortunately, I no longer am. Even the previously lazy Ursa the dragon stood up, her mouth emitting black flames as she watched the youth warily. Is this a new enemy? It was clear that Ursa sensed this person's extraordinary power. No need to be so tense. Barbatos quickly waved his hands, trying to defuse the situation. I don't have the confidence to beat both of you. Really? Ursa immediately turned to Lucas and said, in that case, let's just eliminate this threat. Hold on. Barbatos said, both laughing and crying. I told you, I'm only here to make a deal. Calm down, Ursa, Lucas shook his head. He is, after all, one of the 7 Archons. He's not weak by any means. So, what do you want? Strictly speaking, I shouldn't interfere in this matter, but these people are still the citizens of Mondstadt. Barbatos' usually playful face turned uncharacteristically serious. So, I'm willing to offer something in exchange for their lives. To be honest, Lucas had some reservations about Barbatos' strength. However, since Barbatos hadn't directly attacked and was instead proposing a trade, it seemed he wasn't planning to use force. Ch62. Oh. Lucas sized Barbatos up and down, somewhat disappointed. Too bad you're a guy. If Barbatos had been a girl, maybe he could have triggered the effect of the first cup of red wine. Wait, maybe boys could work too? Barbatos didn't know what was going through the man's mind, but the look in his eyes made the god feel a bit uneasy. Please, don't get any strange ideas, Barbatos said awkwardly. This is just a straightforward deal. That lyre of yours looks pretty good, Lucas stroked his chin. How about you trade it for their lives? No can do, that's something very important to me. Barbatos raised his hand, and a small object shaped like a chess piece appeared in his palm. But I am willing to offer this gnosis in exchange. Apparently, Barbatos valued his lyre more than the gnosis. No wonder when the fatui's harbinger, La Signora, stole his gnosis, Barbatos didn't seem too upset about it. If I'm not mistaken, this is the symbol of a god, Lucas sneered. You're really fine giving something like this to a villain like me. If Mondstadt's people are wiped out, then who would be left to worship me? Barbatos shook his head. A king isn't a king because he wears a crown, but because he has subjects, right? Honestly, I'm not too interested in the gnosis, but I'll do you this favor. Lucas extended his hand, and the gnosis slowly floated into his palm, dissolving into a radiant light that was absorbed into his body. At that moment, a system message unexpectedly appeared in Lucas's mind. Detected acquisition of a Gnosis. Hidden mission activated. Hidden mission objective, collect all 7 Gnosis. Reward, the host may make any one wish. A hidden mission? Lucas was momentarily stunned. But the reward was indeed tempting. This wasn't just about collecting 7 Gnosis, this was practically collecting Dragon Balls. It seems you've accepted the terms, Barbatos sighed in relief. I hope you'll keep your word. If that's all, I should be going now. Wait a minute. Lucas seemed to recall something. He spoke calmly, you once gave me 3 prophecies. 2 have already come true, but the third, will it really happen? It wasn't surprising that Lucas had his doubts. Not to mention whether his 2 children would ever attempt to assassinate him again given the current power gap between them, even if they hacked at him for 3 days and nights while he stood still, they probably couldn't harm him. Prophecies never fail, Barbatos shook his head. As I said, fate is unchangeable. Even gods are but a part of it. You will inevitably follow your father's path. But... Lucas wanted to ask more, but before he could, Barbatos had already dissipated into the wind, vanishing before his eyes. Cruz lied, who had been in shock, finally snapped out of it. After all, he had just seen the Unmo god in person. Cruz lied, you saw what happened just now, Lucas said calmly. It seems I have no choice but to spare them. However, you must agree to one condition. Please tell me, father. Kreutzlied's attitude toward his father had taken a complete 180-degree turn. After all, his father was a man who could negotiate with the Unmo god. Carry on the Lawrence family name, Lucas said as he patted Kreutzlied's shoulder. Since you dislike noble rule so much, why not try it yourself? Naturally, Lucas couldn't kill Cruz lied. The reason was simple, if he killed him, the Lawrence bloodline would end. The eternal bloodline ability could only reincarnate him into one of his descendants. If there were no descendants, what would be the point of reincarnating? I fear I'm not capable, Cruz lied replied, his face filled with frustration. I can't make them believe in me. I'm not a great teacher, but there's one thing I can teach you. Lucas smiled. Do you know what the most important thing a ruler needs from their people is? Respect. Cruz lied guessed hesitantly. Wrong. It's fear. Lucas walked past Cruz lied to the doors of the Favonius Cathedral. With a wave of his hand, the heavy doors turned to ashes. The fierce night wind rushed in, and inside the cathedral, Mondstadt's last remaining citizens huddled together in fear. Their eyes were wide with terror as they stared at the shadow looming at the entrance. Don't hurt them. At that moment, a slender figure emerged from the crowd, gripping a massive greatsword. Though her body trembled, her expression was firm as she stood between Lucas and the people. I will, hey? Uncle, why is it you? Indeed, the red-haired girl standing in front of him was none other than Eberhardt's daughter. She seemed utterly shocked that the man who had destroyed Mondstadt was the same friendly uncle she had shared drinks with in the tavern. There are always surprises in this world, Lucas was taken aback for a moment, but then he smiled. Tell me, why are you protecting them? Because my grandpa told me that protecting the weak is a knight's duty. The girl answered seriously. Even though I'm not an official knight yet. No, you are now, Lucas replied with a solemn expression. As the head of the Lawrence family, I officially knight you as the Dawn Knight. I've been knighted. The red-haired girl was momentarily stunned, then muttered, but how do you know my surname? Lucas didn't answer her question. Instead, he scanned the remaining survivors of Mondstadt and said loudly, by rights, I should burn every one of you traitors. However, my kind-hearted son Cruz lied has pleaded for your lives. Hearing this, the surviving citizens' eyes lit up with hope. From this day forth, Cruz lied will inherit the title of head of the Lawrence family, and you must all pledge allegiance to him as your new ruler. Lucas's face turned cruel as he added, each year on this day, I will return on the back of the dragon. If I do not see the Lawrence banner flying high, well, you can imagine the consequences. Even without him explaining, they understood the grim implications. Lucas wouldn't hesitate to roast the city again if they defied him. With that, Lucas left the cathedral, leaping onto Ursa's back. Is everything done? Ursa asked lazily. It's done. Now I'll fulfill my promise to you, Lucas said as he patted Ursa's massive head. Where would you like to eat? Just somewhere that's not people, I'm sick of eating them. Ursa stuck out her purple tongue in distaste. Let's go to Liu. I want to try that hot pot thing. Father. Cruz lied suddenly called out. Where are you going? To a new life, Lucas waved goodbye, smiling. Goodbye, my son. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon rose into the night sky, gradually becoming a mere speck in the distance. Goodbye. Cruz lied whispered, watching the sky. My beloved and hated father. Dash. Entering text mode. Age 43, the burning of Mondstadt in one night attracted widespread attention. Many nations provided aid for its reconstruction. Age 44, you left Mondstadt and travelled across Tibet with Ursa. To avoid drawing attention, you often asked her to remain in human form. Age 45, Mondstadt's reconstruction was nearly complete. As promised, you rode Ursa over the city and saw the Lawrence family banner proudly waving. Age 46, you visited Fontaine and tried the local delicacy, escargot. At first, Ursa disliked it, but after a few bites, she became addicted. Age 47, you learned that after you severely injured Vanessa, she became paralyzed and was cared for by the Church of Favonius. She passed away recently, but her body mysteriously disappeared. Age 48, you and Ursa went to Inajima to eat sushi. Age 49, in Snezhnaya, Ursa won the local drinking contest and earned a lifetime supply of free alcohol. Age 50, Ursa started feeling homesick, so you returned to her lair. You discovered she loved roasted chicken, so you raised livestock for her. Age 51, Ursa ate chicken. Age 52, Ursa ate chicken. Age 53, Ursa ate many chickens. Age 54, you noticed that your body was starting to feel weak. Age 55, the dragon Ursa ate more chicken. Age 56, Ursa complained that your roast chicken wasn't as good anymore. Well, you were getting older, and sometimes it was hard to keep up. Age 57, you suggested that you and Ursa go on another trip. You arrived at Liu Harbor, where you noticed an old man pouring wine into the sea. Curious, you approached and realized that the old man looked somewhat familiar. Upon seeing this line, Lucas seemed to realize something and softly said, "Activate immersive mode." Immersive mode activated successfully. The sea breeze carried a faint salty scent, and near the harbor, an elderly man stood. He appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, his face deeply wrinkled, and his back slightly hunched. In his hand was a half-full bottle of wine, which he was pouring into the sea as if in mourning for someone. "Sir." Lucas calmly stood beside the old man and asked politely, "May I ask what you are doing?" As he got closer, Lucas noticed that the man's eyes were clouded and blind. "Can't you tell?" the old man said, his eyes vacant. "I'm mourning my son. He was a first mate, like many, lost to the sea." "Oh." Lucas frowned slightly. "How did he die?" "Who knows? A storm, sea beasts, a massive wave. Every time he sailed, it was as if he was courting death," the old man chuckled slightly. "Perhaps, for him, death was a kind of release. May I ask?" Lucas hesitated before continuing, "How many sons do you have?" "Two," the old man replied, lowering his head. "But I don't remember the other one anymore." "I see." Lucas paused for a moment. "Sir, may I offer a drink in honor of your son?" "Of course." He loved to drink. Every day he was drunk, the old man said as he pulled out a cup from his coat. It was finely crafted, though it had faded with time. You know, his greatest wish was to have one last drink with his brother. But he missed out on so much in his life. Lucas looked closely at the cup. Along its rim were signs of wear, but faintly, he could still see the crest of the Lawrence family. This was his favorite cup, the old man said, despite his blindness. He poured wine for Lucas and then raised his bottle, downing the last of the wine in one go. "To my son." Lucas also drank his cup of wine in one gulp. He was used to fine noble wines, but this strong liquor burned his throat. In a voice only he could hear, he murmured, "To my brother." Then, Lucas pulled out a blue crystal from his pocket, the same one that Parsifal had given to the spear witch long ago. Even after all these years, traces of blood could still be seen on it. "For your son, so that he may rest without regrets." Lucas gently tossed the valuable blue crystal into the sea, where its brilliance was quickly swallowed by the depths. It felt somewhat like the scene in Titanic where Rose throws the heart of the ocean into the water. "Though I don't know what you just gave, I'm sure he would have liked it," the old man smiled faintly. In return, take this cup as a gift. Item received, Golden Goblet of the Pristine Sea. Golden Goblet of the Pristine Sea. Category, Set Item. Effect, 1/4 increases water elemental damage by 7%. Lucas seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent, only whispering, "Goodbye, sir." "Wait a moment. You seem like a traveler who's seen many lands," the old man said, slightly turning his face and offering Lucas a weathered smile. "If by chance, you meet my other son, tell him this: his father and brother have forgiven him." "He may not need forgiveness," Lucas nodded. "But I will tell him." Lucas turned and walked away. After a few hundred meters, he ran into Ursa, who was carrying a large bundle of food. "Sniff, sniff." Ursa sniffed at Lucas and asked with a puzzled expression, "Strange, why do you smell like Ingobert?" Lucas realized something and quickly asked, "How do you know his scent?" "It must have been about 30 years ago. I got to know there was something delicious in dragon spine," Ursa began to recall. "When I got there, I didn't find anything tasty, but I did smell humans. I found a lot of corpses and followed the scent to a crumbling ruin. Inside, I found him. He was barely alive. Since he was a Lawrence, I saved him. But his injuries were too severe. Though I managed to keep him alive, both his eyes were already gone." At that moment, everything clicked for Lucas. So that's what the third prophecy meant. His father had been betrayed by his children, but he hadn't died, he had simply left Mondstadt forever. And now, just like him, Lucas had been betrayed by his own children and left Mondstadt behind. Ch 63. Over the years, Eberhard had been deeply troubled by the prophecy. Now that the truth was revealed, he finally felt at peace. He looked back toward the pier, but the old man had already disappeared, leaving only an empty wine bottle standing there, deserted. Entering text mode. Age 58, you and Ursa temporarily settled in Liu. Age 59, Ingobert passed away of old age. You secretly arranged a modest funeral for him, concealing your identity. Age 60, you fell gravely ill. Age 61, your vision began to deteriorate. Age 62, you went blind due to your illness. Fortunately, Ursa stayed by your side to care for you. She often said the same thing: "Hurry up and die already, so I can eat you." Age 63, after a lifetime of toil, it felt like all your burdens caught up with you in your old age. Your health rapidly declined, and Ursa no longer made her usual dark jokes. Age 64, despite your blindness, your hearing became sharper. However, what you heard most often was Ursa sniffing around. That creature must have been sneaking food again. Age 65, you sensed your life nearing its end. Ursa held your hand tightly by your bedside, for the first time in her life feeling anxious about a human's death. And you made one last request: to be eaten by her after you died. You died from illness. Throughout your life, you committed countless atrocities. Many young girls suffered at your hands, and tens of thousands were burned to ashes by your flames. You betrayed your brother, teacher, and father to seize power. Your sins were innumerable. Yet, your death was so peaceful. The dragon Ursa didn't eat you. That night, a black dragon was seen soaring over Liu's sky, seemingly carrying something. Some recognized it as the legendary dragon. Soon after, it vanished into the night. You have died, but the talent Eternal Bloodline has activated, and you are about to be revived. Eternal Bloodline, Blue. After your death, you will be reborn as an infant with your bloodline and retain your memories. This talent activates only once. That's right. Perhaps due to his immersion in the narrative, Lucas almost forgot that he possessed this talent. Although he would lose his previous power upon rebirth, he would retain his memories and the talents gained from this simulation. Even without the talents, simply retaining his memories was enough to give his reborn self a head start. Who will I be reborn as? He wondered. The simulator will continue to generate the story until a suitable newborn is found. Year 1 after death, no newborns in the Lawrence family. Year 2 after death, no newborns in the Lawrence family. Year 3 after death, no newborns in the Lawrence family. Year 4 after death, a newborn has appeared in the Lawrence family. Father, Cruz lied too. Would you like to reincarnate? Cruz lied too? Isn't that Kreutzlied's son? Good grief, am I going to be reborn as my son's grandson? No, no. That's too confusing. Lucas shook his head hastily. How long will it take to find the right newborn? Unknown. This system cannot control the simulator's story progression. Then, just keep running it in the background and notify me when you find one, Lucas said reluctantly. Understood, switching to background mode. As the system's voice faded, Lucas opened his eyes once again. Before him, the stars twinkled faintly. Although he had just lived an entire life in the simulator, in reality, only a moment had passed. At that moment, he was sitting on a soft patch of grass. After a brief pause, he remembered that he was standing watch over a convoy headed to Mondstadt. The endless stars, one day, I, too, shall become their ruler. Suddenly, a voice, deliberately lofty in tone, spoke behind him. Lucas didn't bother to get up. Instead, he leaned his head back, just enough to see the sharp, petite chin of the girl standing there. It was none other than Fiscal. Thanks to her rather flat stature, her chin was easy to spot from below. Had Shenhe been the one standing behind him, Lucas's view might have been completely obstructed. Hey! What's with that look in your eyes? Fiscal frowned slightly. I feel like you're thinking something very rude. Not at all, Lucas chuckled awkwardly. Miss, why aren't you asleep yet? Foolish mortal. Only weak humans need to sleep to recover their energy, Fiscal declared proudly. As for me, I am in peak condition. So, you're here to keep me company while I stand watch. Lucas bluntly exposed her intentions. I only came because you're my servant. Fiscal blushed, sitting beside Lucas. If we encounter danger, I'll protect you. Well, thank you very much, Lucas said gently. The stars sure are beautiful tonight. You couldn't see such a magnificent sky back in the real world. Before being transported to this world, Lucas had been a novice astronomy enthusiast, casually observing stars and constellations. However, the stars in Tivat were entirely different from the ones in reality. He didn't recognize any of the constellations here. Yes, this is the first time I've watched the stars with someone other than my father. Fiscal murmured. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she whispered, wait, watching the stars together, isn't that something only couples do? Hey! Lucas was startled and quickly added, I didn't mean anything like that. Humph! And what if we were? Fiscal tilted her head, locking eyes with Lucas and smiling. The bond we share far surpasses any that mere couples could have. A gust of wind blew, knocking Fiscal's eye patch from her face. As it floated away on the breeze, Lucas quickly reached out to grab it. He caught the eye patch but lost his balance, causing him to accidentally fall on top of Fiscal. Though he quickly braced himself with his arms to avoid crushing her, their faces ended up almost touching. The air between them grew still, with only the rhythmic chirping of insects breaking the silence. Just as Lucas was about to say something, Fiscal slowly closed her eyes, her lips slightly puckering. Wait, what's going on here? Sure, in such a romantic situation, it's easy for a girl to feel a spark. Simply put, the mood was right. But what was he supposed to do now? Kissing her seemed too forward. But not kissing her, might be even more rude. In the midst of Lucas's hesitation, Fiscal's soft hands suddenly grasped the back of his neck. Idiot! She whispered before gently pulling his head down for the kiss. Their lips met, a soft, fleeting touch. It was gentle at first, a hesitant, awkward meeting of lips. But then, something shifted. Fiscal's hand, small and trembling, reached up to cup the back of his neck, pulling him just a little closer. The kiss deepened, still innocent, yet filled with an emotion neither of them had expected. For a brief moment, it felt as though the world around them had disappeared. There were no stars, no sky, no camp. Just the two of them. When they finally pulled apart, the silence that followed was deafening. A minute later, Lucas sat up slowly, his mind still replaying the sensation of that kiss. Although Fiscal had acted boldly, she was clearly flustered afterward. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Didn't get the wrong idea? Fiscal said, her voice defensive. That was just a ritual to cement our bond. You know, like an exchange of saliva. Got it. Is that so? Lucas touched his lips, smiling. It was a pretty sweet ritual. You. Fiscal's face grew even redder. She was about to retort when she noticed that Lucas had suddenly covered her mouth. Wait, what was happening? The usually confident, dramatic girl felt her heart race. Could it be that this guy wanted to take things even further? What should I do? After all, it was my own impulsive action that started this. Technically, if he's getting carried away, I'm partly responsible too. But it was just a moment of impulse. I'm not mentally prepared for this at all. Besides, the bond between master and servant, it's basically the ultimate taboo. Then again, as the princess under Verartialung, haven't I always sought out forbidden powers? Lucas had no idea what sort of wild thoughts the girl he had his hand over was having. He had covered her mouth because he sensed something unusual in their surroundings. SHH. Lucas whispered. Something's not right. Just as he spoke, a faint purple light flickered from the nearby bushes, and several glowing purple orbs emerged. Seriously, you're getting all worked up over that? Fiscal raised an eyebrow. They're just a few electro-chichins. These bugs might release electro-energy, but they don't actively attack humans. However, before Fiscal could finish speaking, she was immediately proven wrong. The dozen or so electro-chichins suddenly shot out crackling orbs of electricity, aiming straight at the two of them. Lucas quickly pushed Fiscal behind him, drew the sword at his waist, and with a swift movement, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed as he sliced through the incoming orbs of electricity, reducing them to harmless sparks. Not bad at all. A feminine voice came from the shadows, and a figure clad in purple, with a hood over her head, emerged. Surrounding her were several more electro-chichins. Though her eyes were covered by a black blindfold, the half of her face that was visible hinted at a certain beauty. The most striking feature, however, was the gem embedded in her chest, glowing with an ominous purple light. This wasn't a vision, but rather a delusion, an artificial power created by the fatui. Lucas, having once played the role of the doctor in the simulator, was quite familiar with it. This woman was a special unit of the fatui sorcerer corps, a chichin mage, skilled in controlling electro-chichins to assist in battle. Ordinary chichin mages could control around 5 or 6 electro-chichins at most. But the fact that this one controlled dozens indicated she was no ordinary foe. Fatui again. Fiscal scowled. These people just won't leave us alone. Little girl, did you just say again? The chichin mage laughed seductively. So it was you who dealt with the previous group of fatui trying to collect materials, wasn't it? Lucas couldn't help but sigh. Fiscal's quick mouth had given them away in more ways than one. It was clear that this chichin mage was allied with the fatui group they had already encountered. Now that their cover was blown, it was obvious that this woman could not be allowed to leave alive. Lucas hadn't even realized it himself, but his thought process had subtly shifted. In the past, he might not have decided to kill so quickly. Fiscal, go wake the others, Lucas said, not turning to look at her. I'll handle this. But Fiscal didn't respond. Instead, there was a soft thud, and she collapsed onto the soft grass, unconscious. Fiscal. Lucas was momentarily surprised but quickly noticed something else. A faint pink mist was wafting through the air, carrying a sweet, intoxicating scent. This is... With his medical sage talent, Lucas immediately recognized the smell. Digo fragrance. My, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? The chichin mage giggled. That's right. I'm here to take you alive. Maybe I can get some useful information out of you. This Digo fragrance isn't cheap, you know. The Digo fragrance was an extract from flowers that, when inhaled, made one feel as though they'd drunk too much strong liquor. It didn't take long for Fiscal, still a young girl, to succumb. Lucas, with his unusually strong constitution, had managed to resist so far. Since the fragrance wasn't technically a poison, his regenerative factor wasn't counteracting it, but even Lucas was starting to feel lightheaded. You're holding up well. Impressive, the chichin mage said as she confidently approached him. I wonder, are you just as good at lasting in other situations? He. But at that moment, Lucas suddenly opened his palm and tossed a handful of seeds onto the ground. In an instant, the seeds seemed to come alive, burrowing into the soil. Soon, the ground bulged, and a large vine burst forth, quickly growing into a massive flower with a trumpet-shaped bloom. The flower began to suck in the pink mist, rapidly clearing the air of the Digo fragrance. A dust-eater flower. How did it grow so fast? The chichin mage looked shocked. Are you a vision holder, attuned to the dendro element? Close, but not entirely right. Before setting off, Lucas had bought some special seeds from a flower shop in Lihu to prepare for unexpected situations. Using his Dendro Archon gene, he had the ability to make them grow instantly. It seemed his plan had worked. With the Daigo fragrance gone, his vision cleared. CH-64. It seems that your tricks are nothing special, Lucas sneered as he steadily advanced toward the Electro-Chichin mage. No worries, I can take my time playing with you. Humph. How dare you look down on me? The Electro-Chichin mage snorted. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, Go, my children. Following her command, a dozen or so Electro-Chichins, as if receiving orders, swarmed toward Lucas. Don't kill him, my darlings, the Electro-Chichin mage crossed her arms and said smugly. I want to have some fun with him. Unexpectedly, the Electro-Chichins flew right past Lucas, heading behind him. About 10 meters away, an eerie-looking tree had somehow already grown without anyone noticing. The tree's leaves hung down like willow branches, and its shape was quite peculiar. Not only did it emit a purple glow, but the leaves also pulsated rhythmically, resembling the flight of Electro-Chichins. The Electro-Chichins released by the mage were instantly drawn to the mimic leaves, flying around them as if performing some sort of mating dance. This is a alluring cicada tree. Your mist grass only attracts male Electro-Chichins, but this tree can disguise itself as a female Chichin and release pheromones. Then, Lucas snapped his fingers, and suddenly, one of the vines from the luring cicada tree extended, wrapping around one of the Electro-Chichins. Despite being captured, the Electro-Chichin seemed unaware and made no effort to leave. It appeared that, for these insects, reproduction was more appealing than food. No. Stop. Seeing her Electro-Chichins being devoured by the tree, the Electro-Chichin mage's face immediately showed deep distress. She had raised and trained these Electro-Chichins with care, like her own children. Seeing them consumed, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. How does it feel, watching the Electro-Chichins you worked so hard to raise get eaten alive? Lucas grinned wickedly. Keep eating. As if following his command, the luring cicada tree extended 2 more vines, instantly engulfing 2 more Electro-Chichins. I'll kill you. The Electro-Chichin mage, now blinded by rage, seemed to lose all sense of reason. She raised her arms, summoning several bolts of lightning that shot toward Lucas. You've made me angry. Naturally, Lucas wasn't going to sit idly by. Moving like a spectre, he effortlessly dodged the lightning strikes and appeared behind her in an instant. What made the Electro-Chichin mage dangerous was her ability to control the Chichins in coordinated attacks. But without them, her combat skills were fairly weak. Before she could react, Lucas grabbed her by the back of the head and slammed her to the ground with great force. The immense strength rendered her unable to struggle. It felt like she was being crushed by a mountain rather than a man. Now, speak, Lucas said coldly, lifting her head by her hair. What's the doctor's goal? Does he know about me? I won't say anything. The Electro-Chichin mage gritted her teeth. Don't underestimate the resolve of the fatui. Such principles. Lucas sneered, forcing her to look at the luring cicada tree. Then watch closely as your beloved children get eaten one by one. The tree extended more vines, wrapping around several more Chichins. They struggled briefly before going still. No please, no. The Electro-Chichin mage felt as if her heart was being torn apart. These Chichins were more than just battle tools, they were her cherished partners and children. Watching them get consumed, even a member of the cold-hearted fatui couldn't help but feel intense pain. Still not willing to talk. Lucas seemed to enjoy this form of torment. For every minute you refuse, I'll command the tree to eat another one. At this rate, you won't have many left. The Electro-Chichin mage hesitated for a moment before finally giving in. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, stop. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Lucas released his grip. Speak. What do you know? The doctor's plans are typically highly classified, and as a mid-ranking officer, I lack access to the full details. All I know is that there are some biological experiments being conducted on the hilly churls. She bit her lip and continued, Second, because the team sent to retrieve materials suddenly went missing, the doctor dispatched several officers to search for clues. I suspect you know something, which is why you were being tested. Upon hearing this, Lucas finally relaxed a little. At least, the doctor likely hadn't yet learned about his actions. Though Lucas was strong, facing off against a fatui harbinger was still a bit out of his league. Opposing the doctor would be the same as declaring war on the entire fatui, something he wanted to avoid. That's all I know, the Electro-Chichin mage sighed. Now, do what you will, but please, spare the children. She knew all too well that a ruthless man like Lucas wouldn't let her live. If I were to kill you, not only would you die, Lucas said indifferently, but I would erase all traces of everything connected to you. You're heartless. She spat, glaring at him. Opposing the fatui won't end well for you. Haven't you figured it out? Lucas smiled faintly. I said if. I'm not going to kill you because I also work for the Tsaritsa. What? The Electro-Chichin mage was shocked. How is that possible? It's no surprise that you don't know. My identity is highly confidential, Lucas said coolly. I'm a dual-rank senior agent, serving both the Tsaritsa and the Lyo Keqing, secretly acting as the 12th Harbinger, codenamed Villain. Of course, all this information was fabricated by Lucas. He had indeed considered killing the Electro-Chichin mage, but even if he did, the doctor wouldn't let the matter rest. The best course of action now was to place a spy within the fatui to provide him with intelligence. I've never heard of a 12th Harbinger, the Electro-Chichin mage scoffed. Kill me if you want, but you won't fool me. I only serve the Tsaritsa, Lucas said with a straight face. My primary mission is to monitor the Harbingers. Recently, the doctor's actions have been suspicious, which is why the Tsaritsa sent me to investigate. I hold information on many of the Harbingers. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask. If you really are an agent of the Tsaritsa. The Electro-Chichin mage's eyes gleamed with suspicion. Then you should know what Her Majesty looks like, right? Though the Tsaritsa was the ruler of a nation, she rarely appeared in public. Only the Harbingers were privy to her true appearance. However, due to an accident, this Electro-Chichin mage had once seen the Tsaritsa's true face, which is why she asked the question. Of course, I've seen her, Lucas responded casually. Her Majesty has the appearance of a girl around 12 or 13 years old, with silver hair and snow-white skin. She's incredibly adorable. How could this be? The Electro-Chichin mage was utterly shocked. The man before her had actually answered correctly. Honestly, it was undoubtedly a trick question. After all, in the minds of most people, the Tsaritsa's image was surely tall, elegant, regal, and coldly beautiful. Some who had seen the Harbinger, La Signora, would even subconsciously associate the Tsaritsa's appearance with hers. Who would have imagined that the real Tsaritsa would have the form of a young girl? Judging by that expression, it seems you know I got it right, Lucas said with a smile. I didn't expect a mid-ranking officer like you to have had the fortune of seeing Her Majesty's true form. That might have just been a lucky guess, the Electro-Chichin mage retorted. Then, do you know the true name of the Harbinger Tartaglia? Ajax, Lucas replied without hesitation. That shouldn't be considered a secret, right? In the simulator, the doctor was truly a veteran of the fatui, thoroughly familiar with many of its secrets. Forget these simple questions. Lucas even knew what time the Tsaritsa took her bath and what positions La Signora preferred. The Electro-Chichin mage proceeded to ask several more questions, all of which Lucas answered fluently, seeming to know even more than she did. The effect of the liar's bane has activated, the target believes your lie. You really are a special agent of Her Majesty. The Electro-Chichin mage was finally starting to waver, muttering, then why haven't you killed me? If I remain alive, won't your identity be exposed? I told you, I'm investigating the doctor's activities and need an undercover agent. Lucas reached into the back of the Electro-Chichin mage's collar, smiling. And I think you might be the perfect candidate. The sudden gesture sent a shiver through the Electro-Chichin mage's entire body. After all, the implication behind the action was far too obvious. Especially since his hand was moving up and down her spine, as if playing some kind of instrument. You. The Electro-Chichin mage's voice dropped slightly. What are you trying to do to me? Of course. Lucas whispered into her ear, I'm about to do something bad. What to do? What can I do? I can't beat him in a fight, and there's no point in running. Might as well surrender. Besides, this guy is pretty handsome, and he's an important subordinate of Her Majesty. Submitting to him might not be such a bad thing. However, just as the Electro-Chichin mage's thoughts began to wander, Lucas withdrew his hand from her collar. All done. Wait, it's already over? The Electro-Chichin mage turned her head, her face slightly flushed. What did you do? I planted a horsehair worm flower seed in your body, Lucas said with a sinister grin. If you ever intend to reveal my identity, I'll activate it immediately. The horsehair worm flower will rapidly grow inside your intestines, slowly tormenting you, and eventually, boom, your stomach will swell and burst, sprouting a flower. The electro-chichin mage broke into a cold sweat, especially after Lucas made the boom sound, which startled her into crying out. Given his control over the dendro element, it wouldn't be hard for him to do such a thing. So, are you willing to be my spy? I promise, your future within the fatui will be bright. Lucas clapped his hands. If you refuse, you might just split open right now. Split open, not leave. I'm willing. The electro-chichin mage nodded, saying, after all, I'm already serving Her Majesty. Though the statement was true, it sounded more like self-consolation at this moment. Stand up. Lucas's icy demeanor shifted to a warm smile as he extended a hand toward the electro-chichin mage. From now on, we're allies. The electro-chichin mage hesitated for a moment but eventually took his hand. It was warm, yet a bit rough. Strangely, the gentle smile on his face didn't seem fake at all. It was hard to believe that this was the same evil man from moments before. The codename villain truly suited him well. Oh, by the way, Lucas suddenly remembered something. What's your name? You electro-chichin mages all look pretty similar, I don't want to mistake you for someone else. The electro-chichin mage removed her hood and mask, revealing her true face, and softly said, my name is Ludmila. Upon seeing Ludmila's face, Lucas couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. What's so funny? Ludmila blushed. My mother gave me this name. It's not your name, it's your appearance, Lucas said, finally stopping his laughter. I thought you'd look more mature, but you're just a little girl. You. Ludmila's face turned bright red with anger as she quickly pulled her hood back up. I need to go. If I'm late in reporting, the doctor might get suspicious. Wait, you forgot something. With a wave of Lucas's hand, the leaves of the luring cicada tree instantly withered, and to Ludmila's surprise, the electro-chichins that had been wrapped in the vines were completely unharmed, flying back to her side. They're all safe. Ludmila smiled with relief, but quickly became puzzled. Why did you do this? You're my person now, and your electro-chichins are part of my power, Lucas said with a smile. Hurry and go. And remember, if a third person finds out about today, you know the consequences. Ludmila felt a chill down her spine. To say such chilling words with such a warm smile, this man was truly a senior double agent of the Tsaritsa and the Lio Keqing. It wasn't clear how much time had passed before Fiscal slowly woke up. She quickly sat up, startled. An enemy attack. Hey. Everything around her seemed normal. The chirping of insects and the moonlight were as if nothing had happened at all. You're awake. Lucas, sitting beside her, smiled. What's the matter? Did you have a bad dream? Strange. Fiscal furrowed her brows. I could have sworn I saw a fatui invader. That must have been a dream, Lucas said with a straight face. Nothing happened while you were asleep. Was it really just a dream? As Fiscal remained puzzled, a dark shadow suddenly swooped down from the sky and landed on her shoulder. It was her familiar, Ounce. Ounce, you've returned, Fiscal resumed her usual dramatic manner and asked, oh, my eyes and ears, did you spot any enemies nearby? Lucas frowned slightly. He had completely forgotten about Fiscal's ever-present familiar. If Ounce had been patrolling the area, there was a chance he had witnessed everything that happened between him and Ludmila. Ch 65. Ounce did not immediately answer Fiscal's question. His small beady eyes glanced at Lucas before responding respectfully, my lady, I did not see anything suspicious. So, it was just a dream after all, Fiscal yawned lazily. Ounce, this princess will retire for the night. Stay with Lucas and keep watch for a while longer. Yes, my lady. Ounce flew onto Lucas's shoulder, nodded towards Fiscal, and said, sweet dreams to you. Once Fiscal's figure had completely disappeared, Lucas whispered, why did you hide the truth from me? Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? I'm merely a familiar, human concepts of good and evil have nothing to do with me, Ounce responded calmly. I know that you protected my lady and treat her well. That's enough for me. You're quite smart, Lucas nodded. Smarter than many humans. No offense, but, could it be that some humans are just too foolish? Ounce remarked indifferently. This made Lucas chuckle. Though the comment was somewhat mocking, considering the fallen nobles, ignorant commoners, and reckless rebels he had seen in the simulator, it didn't seem wrong at all. Mondstadt, Goth Grand Hotel. The hotel's owner was Ludwig Goth. While the Goth name wasn't noble, it had quite a bit of history in Mondstadt. The Goth family had been in the inn and banquet business for generations, starting with the modest Morning Breeze Inn, which eventually grew into one of the largest establishments in Mondstadt, the Goth Grand Hotel. However, in recent years, business hadn't been great for the hotel, which catered mainly to nobles and the wealthy. The Gunhilder family promoted frugality, the Lawrence family, though still aristocratic, had long since declined and lacked the financial resources. As for the Renvinder family, Master Diluc was wealthy, owning many properties in Mondstadt, so he had no need for a hotel. Yet, recently, Goth Grand Hotel had struck a major deal. The entire hotel had been indefinitely booked by the fatui. The reason? They were apparently dissatisfied with the accommodations provided by the Knights of Favonius. Initially, the hotel's owner, Goth, refused the deal, since the hotel's mission was to serve the people of Mondstadt. But ultimately, he caved, because they were paying far too much. At that moment, in one of the VIP rooms, the third harbinger of the fatui, the doctor, had just finished receiving a mission report from her subordinates. That's right, she had arrived in Mondstadt along with La Signora and Scaramouche. Her reason? To conduct some necessary research. So, Ludmila. The doctor, sitting in her chair, stood up with a slight frown. You didn't manage to gather any information either. My deepest apologies, doctor, Ludmila replied with her head bowed. I used the electro-chichins to search the target area, but found nothing. She tried to remain calm, knowing the doctor was known for her ruthless methods. If her role as a double agent were exposed, her end would be equally brutal. Ludmila, you know I hold you in high regard and wish to promote you, the doctor said, walking up to her and placing a hand on her shoulder. Don't disappoint me again. I understand. Ludmila bowed her head even lower, struggling to hide her nervousness. Go rest now, the doctor waved dismissively. I'll summon you if needed. Yes. Ludmila sighed in relief and quickly turned to leave, but she overheard the doctor muttering to herself, time is running out. I must complete this before the Tsaritsa finds out. Ludmila felt a chill run through her. Could it really be true, as the 12th Harbinger, the villain, had said? That the doctor harbored treacherous thoughts against the Tsaritsa? This eased her guilt a little. After all, the fatui served the Tsaritsa, not the Harbingers. Distracted by her thoughts, Ludmila exited the room, not noticing where she was going until her head bumped into something soft. In front of her stood a tall, cold, and beautiful woman. What she had bumped into was self-evident. My deepest apologies, Lady La Signora. Ludmila quickly stepped back and bowed. I was careless. Ludmila wasn't too familiar with La Signora, who had only recently arrived in Mondstadt, but she had heard that the woman was quick-tempered and arrogant, a figure not to be trifled with. As Ludmila braced for a scolding, La Signora merely glanced at her and said indifferently, no matter. Just be careful next time. And while fatui doesn't prohibit members from having romantic relationships, do take care to straighten your clothes after getting intimate. Hey! Ludmila finally realized what had happened. Lucas had slipped his hand inside her collar earlier, leaving noticeable creases that she had forgotten to fix. She considered explaining but then realized that doing so might expose the villain's identity, so she blushed and said, I understand. Thank you for the reminder. La Signora paid her no further attention and entered the doctor's room. Ludmila, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why had La Signora noticed that someone had touched her collar, yet the doctor, also a woman, had completely missed it? Could it be that La Signora had once experienced a similar situation, where a lover had slipped a hand into her collar? Impossible. Ludmila shook her head, dismissing the thought. Such a perfect woman, no man could be worthy of her. Well, if it isn't Miss La Signora. As La Signora walked into the room, the doctor's beautiful yet unlikable face twisted into a malicious smile. Coming to see me so late, do you have something on your mind? La Signora frowned. She clearly disliked the doctor but restrained her disgust as she said, this is about Her Majesty's mission. The mission to collect Gnosis. The doctor rubbed her chin. Then you should be looking for the Enmo Archon, Barbatos. What use am I to you? If I could find him, I wouldn't need to come to you, La Signora shot her a glare. Unlike the gods of other nations, Barbatos hasn't appeared in ages. But since no new god has taken his place, that means he must still be in this world. I suspect he's hiding right here in Mondstadt. The doctor shook her head. Mondstadt has thousands of citizens. Finding a hidden god among them won't be easy. That's why I don't plan to search, La Signora sneered. I plan to lure him out. You must have some ideas. I do have a few toys that might work, but... The doctor's tone shifted. Helping you, what's in it for me? La Signora held up 2 fingers. You can take 20% of the credit for this mission. 30%, the doctor countered. TCH. La Signora clicked her tongue. Fine, 30%. After La Signora left, the doctor turned and carefully took a sealed box from her drawer, a twisted smile on her face. Don't disappoint me, my little darling. Dash. The next day. It seemed the events of the previous night had gone unnoticed by anyone. The convoy continued its journey, and by noon, they were passing by a large vineyard, surrounded by an endless expanse of orchards. The grapes looked bountiful, thick-skinned, and small, ideal for winemaking. Naturally, such orchards were located in well-lit areas, and by noon, the convoy members were parched under the sun. Lucas, leading the group, pulled his hood over his head to block the sunlight. At the entrance of the vineyard stood a young man with light hair, who appeared to have been waiting for them. As the convoy approached, he stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "Please stop for a moment. I am Ilzer, the steward of the Dawn Winery. May I ask, are you Mr. Lucas?" "That's me," Lucas nodded. "Is something the matter?" Dawn Winery? It was one of the most renowned wineries, not just in Mondstadt, but in all of Teyvat, and its owner was none other than Mondstadt's wealthiest man, Diluc Ranvinder. "Yes, the Yuhang of Liu, Master Keqing, has written a letter requesting that the Dawn Winery provide you with some rest and refreshment," Ilzer said politely. "A feast has already been prepared inside. Please, make yourselves at home." The group, having travelled for 2 days and even been kidnapped by hilly churls, was weary. Hearing Ilzer's words, their spirits lifted. "Brother Lucas, let's take a break," Zhang Luo chimed in. "This is indeed the Dawn Winery, and I've met Mr. Ilzer before. There's no problem." "Very well, then. We'll accept your hospitality," Lucas agreed, dismounting first. "Everyone, take some rest." Lucas walked up to Ilzer and removed his hood, revealing his face. "Lead the way." But the moment Ilzer saw Lucas's face, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. "Is something wrong?" Lucas asked, puzzled. "Is there something on my face?" "And no, not at all." Ilzer quickly composed himself and shook his head. "A maid will guide you to the dining room. I must take my leave for now." With that, Ilzer bowed slightly and hurried off. What an arrogant steward! Fiscal, who had just stepped out of the carriage, crossed her arms and huffed. "He acts so high and mighty." "Miss Fiscal, surely you know," Zhang Luo said seriously. "Mr. Ilzer is not just a steward. His other role is as the chairman of Mondstadt's wine guild." I don't even like wine," Fiscal's face flushed as she stammered. "Why would I need to know who he is?" "So, this is the winery owned by Master Diluc?" Lucas was curious. "I wonder if we'll have lunch with him." "That's unlikely," Zhang Luo replied regretfully. "Master Diluc hates socializing. Many officials and nobles have tried to dine with him, some even offering large sums just to share a meal and learn some business insights." "Wow, lunch with Diluc? This guy is practically the Warren Buffett of Teyvat." Dash. While Lucas and his group headed to the dining hall, Ilzer had already entered a study. Inside the study, a tall young man in a robe was reading at a desk. His handsome features and long, fiery red hair, tied in a ponytail, made him stand out. This man was none other than Diluc, the owner of Dawn Winery and the undisputed leader of Mondstadt's wine industry. "What is it?" Diluc asked without looking up. "Master Diluc." Ilzer spoke respectfully. "The people Master Keqing mentioned have arrived." "You don't need to report such things to me," Diluc said, still disinterested. "Just take good care of them. Don't forget to send them some fine wine as a gift." "No, there's something important I must tell you," Ilzer said urgently. "The leader of that convoy, Lucas, his appearance." After hearing Ilzer's words, Diluc, normally composed, showed a rare expression of surprise. He immediately stood up. "Are you sure? You didn't mistake him?" "Master Diluc, though my skills are limited, I'm rarely wrong when recognizing faces," Ilzer said confidently. "If not an exact match, then at least an 80 to 90% resemblance." This is interesting," Diluc said thoughtfully. "I understand. You may go. I'll prepare and meet this Lucas." At this moment, Lucas had no idea that he had caught the attention of a very important figure. In the dining room of Dawn Winery, a long table was filled with a variety of sumptuous dishes, but the guards and escorts, who were used to life on the road, were not eating with the most refined manners. The previously quiet and elegant dining room had now become a bit noisy. "So, this is Mondstadt's dandelion wine? It doesn't pack the same punch as Liu's old Beiju. This sweet madam is absolutely delicious. But I still prefer the flavors of Wanman restaurant." Seeing this, Lucas could only smile wryly. Luckily, Master Diluc hadn't shown up. Otherwise, this would have been quite embarrassing. "Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying your meal." Suddenly, a man with black clothes and red hair entered the room from outside and said, "I am the owner of this winery, Diluc Ranvinder." In an instant, the room fell silent. After all, Master Diluc's reputation wasn't just well known in Mondstadt, even many people from Liu had heard of him. In the minds of most Liu citizens, when they think of the richest person, their thoughts immediately go to the Tianquan star, Ning Guang, one of the Liu Keqing. But if they were to name the second richest, most would think of Diluc. However, Diluc only gave the group a quick glance before fixing his gaze on Lucas. Walking straight up to him, he politely asked, "You must be Mr. Lucas, correct? Might I have the honor of joining you for lunch?" Well then, the wealthiest man in Mondstadt inviting him to lunch, what an honor. Naturally, Lucas didn't dare be disrespectful. He quickly made space and said, "Please, take a seat." "My apologies," Diluc said as he sat next to Lucas, speaking in a calm tone, "I had some business to attend to, so I couldn't greet you earlier." "No need to apologize," Lucas replied, feeling a bit flustered by the attention. "Master Diluc is a busy man, it's completely understandable." "There's no need to call me master, it sounds too formal." Diluc gracefully sliced a piece of steak and casually asked, "May I ask, Mr. Lucas, are you a native of Liu?" Though it seemed like an ordinary conversation starter, Lucas found himself momentarily unsure of how to respond. He finally said, "I'm from a village near Liu Harbor." Diluc narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, "And your parents, are they in good health?" "They have both passed away." Lucas felt puzzled. Why did this conversation suddenly feel like he was being interrogated about his family background? Ch 66. "That's truly a pity," Diluc's crimson eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. "I can somewhat understand the pain of losing parents at a young age." Afterwards, the two chatted casually for a while, mostly about Lucas's family background and past. Of course, after going through several simulations, Lucas had developed some sophistication. He could answer Diluc's questions fluently without revealing any flaws. Finally, Diluc very elegantly wiped his lips with a napkin and smiled, "I think I've eaten a bit too much. Mr. Lucas, may I invite you to take a stroll around my estate?" "It would be my honor," Lucas didn't refuse. Although Diluc seemed to have been probing into his affairs, Lucas quite liked this man. Moreover, making such a powerful and influential friend wasn't a bad thing. The two left the dining room first, while Fiscal, who had been dining not far away, narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "It's really suspicious?" Fiscal asked in a low voice. "Ounce, did you hear what they were talking about earlier?" "My lady, it was too noisy in the room, I couldn't hear clearly," Ounce answered honestly. However, Master Diluc seemed to be constantly inquiring about Lucas's family situation. Why would he ask about that? Fiscal's suspicion grew even stronger. "I've heard that in Liu, there's a tradition of parents' command and matchmakers' words," Ounce said seriously. "Perhaps Master Diluc saw his talent and wants to introduce some female relative to him." "That won't do," Fiscal gripped her cup tightly, furrowing her brows. "Lucas is this princess's servant, no one can take him away." Meanwhile, Lucas was being led by Diluc to tour the scenery of Dawn Winery. Whether in the game or from the information Lucas had obtained so far, Diluc should be a cold and aloof young master towards others. But for some reason, he seemed quite friendly towards Lucas, whom he had just met, as if Lucas wasn't a stranger from a foreign land, but a long-lost brother. The two chatted as they walked, and soon they passed by a large open area surrounded by practice weapons and training equipment. Although Lucas wasn't a martial arts fanatic, he was a cultivator, and seeing such a scene, he couldn't help but feel excited. Is this your training ground? That's right. My ancestor was influenced by the rebels of that time and became a Dawn Knight, Diluc nodded. Although I've left the Knights of Favonius, I've never abandoned our family's sword techniques. Lucas then remembered that in the simulator, Ranvindra's ancestor was the one he had appointed as the Dawn Knight. However, that was just a plot in the simulator and had no connection to reality. By the way, Diluc continued, I wonder, who was Mr. Lucas's ancestor? Our family doesn't even have a family tree or genealogy, Lucas smiled bitterly. As for ancestors, I'm afraid they were just rural villagers. Diluc didn't continue this topic but walked to the training ground and casually picked up a training greatsword. Mr. Lucas, since you're trusted by the Yuheng, your martial skills must be quite good. Would you like to spar with me? Being able to cross swords with an expert like Diluc naturally excited Lucas, so he picked up a training longsword and smiled, then I'll humbly accept your challenge. Oh. However, Diluc frowned slightly and said, so you're skilled in sword techniques. Is there a problem? Lucas asked. Nothing, it's just that I've always heard that Lihu's spear techniques are unparalleled in the Seven Nations, and Mondstadt has very few spear experts, so I wanted to experience it. Diluc's face showed a somewhat disappointed expression. Since you don't know spear techniques, we'll use swords then. It was only then that Lucas realized. No wonder Diluc had seemed so concerned about him from the beginning. So he wanted to experience Lihu's spear techniques. However, speaking of spear techniques, Lucas had mastered some in the last simulator, but he had always been accustomed to using a sword, so he hadn't practiced them in reality. Since Diluc was being so considerate, it would be a shame to disappoint him. Thinking of this, Lucas instead pulled out a long spear and said, I'm not entirely unfamiliar with it. I've learned a few moves. If you don't mind, I can give it a try. Of course I don't mind. Diluc nodded eagerly. Please, go ahead. Although this was Lucas's first time using spear techniques in reality, holding the flexible spear shaft gave him a rather familiar feeling. When he looked up, Lucas was shocked to find that he could see the death line on Diluc's chest. He had almost forgotten that this seemed to be a passive skill, and in battle, his actions would also be influenced by it, instinctively attacking the opponent's death line. Although he was only holding a blunt-headed wooden training spear, spear techniques practiced to the extreme could kill even without a spearhead. If he didn't accidentally kill Diluc, even injuring him would be troublesome. Seemingly sensing Lucas's hesitation, the system promptly responded. You can choose to temporarily disable the talent effect in the system. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you hadn't asked. Lucas couldn't be bothered to argue with the system and quickly disabled the effect of Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. Seeing the death line on Diluc's body disappear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Here I come. Diluc seemed unable to contain his eagerness to experience Lucas's spear techniques. Gripping his two-handed greatsword, he charged forward. Lucas dared not be careless and immediately countered with his spear. Although Lucas's spear techniques had reached perfection in the simulator, with his current physical strength and combat experience, he couldn't use such powerful spear techniques. He could only fight using the duelist spear technique rewarded by the system. Fortunately, the special effect of duelist spear technique was when there's only one enemy, attack increases by 50%, which allowed him to cope with Diluc's overwhelming sword techniques. If this were a fight to the death, Lucas was confident he'd have a 70% chance of victory. Although Diluc's strength was formidable and he possessed a pyro vision, Lucas had a bunch of miscellaneous skills and items on him, like a small mobile arsenal. In a life-or-death battle with a high-level opponent, he basically wouldn't be at a disadvantage. However, this was just a sparring match, and Lucas couldn't use lethal abilities like the death line, so for the time being, it was difficult to gain any advantage. As for Diluc, he didn't seem to be using his full strength either. Instead, it was more like he was probing Lucas's moves. Perhaps because he felt Lucas's abilities hadn't met his expectations, a hint of disappointment flashed in Diluc's eyes. This feeling of being looked down upon made Lucas feel quite displeased. Well then, let's defeat you. Let you, the heaven-sent prodigy, also taste the flavor of defeat. Lucas didn't seem to realize the malicious thoughts surging from deep within his heart, and instantly reactivated the mystic eyes he had closed. The death line immediately appeared on Diluc's chest. Although very small, it was clearly visible. Everyone's death line is different. Generally speaking, the more one fears death, the more obvious the death line becomes, and the easier it is to hit. The more afraid of death a person is, the more likely they are to expose weaknesses. Obviously, Diluc wasn't someone who feared death, but Lucas's spear tip still moved towards Diluc's chest as if attracted by a magnet. This move seemed to be beyond Diluc's expectations. With his rich combat experience, he knew this strike couldn't be avoided, so he counterattacked instead of defending, swinging his sword towards Lucas's shoulder. If the opponent insisted on thrusting out this spear, he would definitely be hit by his sword blade. Lucas completely ignored Diluc's attack and insisted on thrusting out this spear. With a muffled thud, the great sword's blade had struck Lucas's shoulder, while Lucas's spear tip had touched Diluc's chest. However, at the last moment, Lucas still managed to withdraw his strength in time. Otherwise, this strike hitting near the death gap would inevitably cause fatal injury. Diluc naturally noticed that Lucas had withdrawn his strength midway. He quickly threw away his great sword and supported Lucas, his face full of concern. "Are you all right?" Although he had used a training wooden sword, Diluc's last move was not to be underestimated. An ordinary person would likely suffer a shattered shoulder blade if hit. However, Lucas moved his shoulder a bit and smiled. "It's nothing. It's just sparring, how could I get hurt?" The reason Lucas was completely unharmed was, of course, due to the effect of Diamond Body, which negated 90% of the damage. Otherwise, even if he wasn't injured, it would have been painful enough to make him grimace. Taking his full force blow without any injury? Diluc was quite surprised. But what puzzled him more was Lucas's strange spear technique just now. This spear move further confirmed the guess in Diluc's heart. "That's good. It's been a long time since I've had such an enjoyable fight." Diluc extended a hand to Lucas, showing a rare smile, and said, "Would you be willing to be my friend? Aren't we already friends?" Lucas grasped Diluc's hand without hesitation and said, "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Several hours later, after eating and resting, the convoy was about to set off again. According to the plan, they should be able to reach Mondstadt within the day. Diluc personally escorted Lucas to the road. "Lucas, these are some small gifts I've prepared." Diluc handed a rather exquisite box to Lucas and said, "If you encounter any trouble in Mondstadt, you can mention my name. I have some influence in Mondstadt." This statement was somewhat modest. "Then I'll accept them without ceremony." Lucas took the box and said, "Will we have a chance to meet again?" "Of course," Diluc nodded and said, "You are my important friend." After seeing off the convoy, Diluc turned and entered the winery. He went directly to his study and twisted the pen holder on the desk in a specific pattern. After a series of click-clack sounds, the adjacent bookshelf slowly parted, revealing a secret door. Diluc opened the secret door and entered a hidden chamber. The chamber was quite spacious, neatly arranged with valuable antiques and rarities, weapons and armor, as well as some ancient books, classics, and hidden wine brews. Of course, the most eye-catching were the portraits hanging on the wall. These were portraits of the Renvindr family's successive heads, starting from the previous generation's head, Diluc's father Kripus Renvindr, and going all the way back to the first head of the family after the Renvindr clan rose to prominence, the first Dawn Knight. Logically, this should have been the first portrait, but one step further forward, hidden in the shadows, was another portrait. The portrait showed a handsome man with a hint of mischief, somewhat out of place compared to the other portraits. If Lucas were to see this portrait, he would be shocked to the point of his eyeballs falling out. This portrait was actually the one of himself that was taken away by Renvindra's ancestor in the simulator. No wonder Diluc's attitude towards Lucas was strange. The man in the portrait looked very similar to him. No, they were virtually identical. None of the successive family heads knew who the man in the portrait was, only that he was the father of the first Dawn Knight and was skilled in spear techniques. As for his life story, name, or background, it remained a mystery. Lucas's appearance was not only very similar to this ancestor but he was also proficient in spear techniques, which made Diluc more convinced that they shared the same ancestor. Diluc was an only child, with only an adopted brother Keqing who had no blood relation, and now they were practically estranged. He had thought he had no relatives left in this world. Now, encountering someone who might share his bloodline naturally excited him. Although Diluc was Mondstadt's richest man, he actually had no interest in managing the family business. Rather than commerce, he was more passionate about playing the role of the righteous Dark Knight hero, protecting Mondstadt from the shadows. So, the vast family fortune was more of a burden to him. Therefore, he had been looking for a suitable heir. Having a child of his own to inherit was a good option, but Diluc currently had no interest in romance and didn't want to spend time raising a child. The butler Adalbert was like a brother to him and very capable, but he was still an outsider. Entrusting the family business to someone outside the family might not do justice to the ancestors on the wall. Thus, Lucas became the best target. As long as he could find a way to confirm their blood relation and have him inherit the Renvindra surname. At that time, he could entrust Dawn Winery to him and be free to do what he wanted. Thinking of this, a smile tugged at the corners of Diluc's mouth. "My dear little brother, are you ready to accept this great gift?" Achoo! Sitting in the carriage, Lucas couldn't help but shiver. "What's wrong?" Fiscal, sitting beside him, asked with concern. "Did you catch a cold?" "I don't think so," Lucas said instinctively. "It would be troublesome if I had a fever. I wonder if they'll check body temperature when entering the city." "Check body temperature?" Fiscal asked, puzzled. Why would they check body temperature? Oh no! He had accidentally brought in habits from before his transmigration. It's nothing," Lucas made up an excuse. "Just a custom from my hometown." By the way, Fiscal glanced at the box beside Lucas, curiously asking, "What good things did Master Diluc give you?" Author's note: Sigh, Diluc should entrust his burdens to me instead. Creator's thoughts. _Nia. Support me on Patreon and read up to 35 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/NiaXD. Comment. 14 Comment. Vote. Chapter 67, Villain Simulator, ch 67. I'd like to see it too, Zhongluo rubbed his hands and said, given Master Diluc's status, if he's going to give a gift, it's bound to be something impressive. It's probably just some specialty wines. Lucas casually opened the box. As expected, there were 2 bottles of red wine inside, but next to the wine, there was also a black card. It had no extra decoration, just the name Diluc Renvindra written in gold embossing. Strange, Lucas picked up the card, puzzled. What's this? A business card. However, upon seeing this card, Zhongluo's face immediately showed an extremely surprised expression. He murmured, "This is no small gift. With this card, you can withdraw cash from Master Diluc's account at various banks, with an annual limit of 1 billion mora." Although this was a huge sum, Lucas wasn't too excited. After all, in previous simulations, he had been a billionaire who spent money like water and a noble who lived extravagantly. Strange. Lucas played with the card and said, "Why would he give me such a valuable gift? I guess Master Diluc has an eye for talent. He knows you have a bright future ahead of you, brother Lucas, so he's using this method to win you over," Zhongluo analyzed earnestly. "You should use it without worry. This amount of money is nothing to him." Ding! A suitable rebirth target has been found. Do you want to proceed with the rebirth? Just then, the system voice suddenly sounded. Seeing that there was nothing else to do at the moment, and they were still some distance from Mondstadt, Lucas nodded and said, "Let's begin. Age 0, you are born into one of the 3 great families of Mondstadt, the Lawrence clan. Your father is named Schubert Lawrence, and your mother is from a branch family of the clan. Schubert? Why does this name sound familiar? Wait." Lucas suddenly remembered. Isn't this the guy who wanted to trade Mondstadt's defense plans to the fatui in Eula's story? How did I become this guy's son? Can I choose another one? How am I supposed to change it? Do you want me to stuff you back into your mother's womb? Although the words were a bit crude, they made sense. You've already been born, so thinking about changing now is somewhat unrealistic. Fine, Schubert it is then? After all, in the original storyline, Schubert only came up with the foolish idea of collaborating with the fatui because the Lawrence clan was in decline. In the simulator's storyline, things might turn out differently. Age 1, although your father Schubert is not the head of the family, his position in the clan is not low. Due to your affluent family background, your life is naturally carefree. Age 2, because of your adorable appearance, you become the darling of the clan. Your clan cousin, Eula Lawrence, is especially fond of you. This beautiful girl, 3 years older than you, often comes to play with you after her training and noble lessons are finished. Eula has become my cousin? But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, Schubert is Eula's uncle, so by generation, they are indeed peers. Of course, because the Lawrence clan in the simulator is different from reality and hasn't declined, Eula's personality might also be different from reality. At least, she probably won't hold grudges at the drop of a hat, right? Age 3, as you grow older, memories of your past life suddenly begin to surface in your mind. You start to gradually recall that in your previous life, you were actually the head of the Lawrence clan 1,000 years ago, Eberhard Lawrence. After regaining your memories, you begin to re-examine your life. In your past life, you were always restrained by your noble status, and even hurt many people close to you. Now that you are born as a true noble, you decide. This choice will determine the life goal for this simulation. If you complete the goal in the simulator, you will receive additional rewards. 1. Be a kind and elegant noble who loves the people. 2. Be a rich idler, living a life of luxury and debauchery. 3. Marry Eula, support her to become the clan head, and become the man behind Eula. 4. Become the Lawrence clan head by any means necessary, and restore autocratic rule. The first one is definitely a trap question, not even worth considering. Pass. If I choose that, I probably won't live past 10 years old. As for restoring autocratic rule, honestly, Lucas wasn't interested. After all, he had already done something similar in his past life. Although it's true that you can have absolute power, to be honest, it's quite tiring. A lifetime of scheming and plotting, only to end up dying in a foreign land. It seems that only the second and third options are better, but... Isn't Eula my cousin? Is it okay to marry her? It's fine. Although you're from the same clan, your blood relation is very distant. Besides, it's just a simulator, what are you afraid of? That's right. After all, it's just a simulator, just a game. Let alone cousins, even if it were siblings, ahem. Ether and Lumen, that's a no-no. Then I'll choose the third option. Not only can I be a hands-off boss, but I can also win the beauty. It's a win-win. I win twice, actually. Little you has already made up your mind to marry Eula in the future and make her the next head of the Lawrence clan. Age 4, you start to like sticking close to Eula, becoming her little shadow. She also enjoys being with you. You know very well how to win the favor of this 7-year-old girl with your cute face and occasional acts of coyness. Age 5, after all, you're siblings, and you're both children, so your intimate behaviors don't make the adults think there's anything wrong. Your father, Schubert, seems to be very supportive of you building a good relationship with Eula. You can guess his thoughts. Eula is the eldest daughter of the clan head, after all, and this helps solidify his position in the clan. Through the clan's history lessons, you begin to learn about Mondstadt's past. 1,000 years ago, the dragon Ursa the Drake suddenly attacked Mondstadt, viciously killing nearly 90% of Mondstadt's people, an event known as the Fall of Decarabian. At that time, it was Cruz of the Lawrence clan who stepped forward and, with the assistance of the Dawn Knight and others, successfully slew the dragon. Afterwards, Cruz led the remaining survivors in rebuilding Mondstadt. The brave and fearless Cruz worked tirelessly to develop Mondstadt, which had originally been in decline, once again. The Lawrence clan has continued to this day, becoming the representative of Mondstadt's new nobility. When you hear this, you can't help but laugh, which gets you sent to stand in the hallway as punishment by the history teacher for disrespecting your ancestors. It seems that the Lawrence clan has fabricated this false history to cover up the truth of that year and elevate the clan's status. The uprising of the resistance army and Vanessa's overthrow of the old nobility have all been erased. After all, if the people of Mondstadt today knew that it was the head of the Lawrence clan who cooperated with Ursa the Drake to destroy Mondstadt back then, it would likely cause quite a shock to the current Lawrence clan. And those who knew the truth of that year only Cruz the ancestors of the Renvindra family, and those survivors in the church have probably all forgotten this matter after 1,000 years. Age 6, you often spend the night in Eula's room. You cry and say you're afraid of the dark, asking your sister to tell you stories to help you fall asleep. Who could refuse such an adorable crybaby? Age 7, today's noble writing class has the theme Future Dreams. The students all talk about their future aspirations: becoming a scholar with profound knowledge, a peerless swordsman, a graceful musician. You've heard Eula's dream countless times to become the future head of the Lawrence clan and continue the glory of the Lawrence family. Her answer not only won the teacher's praise but also thunderous applause. When it's your turn, your answer is quite shocking: my dream is to marry Sister Eula when I grow up. Your answer immediately causes an uproar of laughter and boos. The 10-year-old Eula, blushing furiously from embarrassment, runs out of the classroom. At this moment, you decide to 1. Chase after her. 2. Stay put. Of course, chase after her. Lucas quickly replied. Damn, being precocious shouldn't be used in this way. Finding Eula isn't difficult for you. You know very well where she goes when she's in a bad mood. The abandoned stable in the manor is your secret base. Forcibly entering immersive mode. Lucas slowly opened his eyes, and what appeared before him was a dilapidated stable, but this place felt oddly familiar to him. That's right, this was the stable where he was born and spent part of his childhood in his past simulation life. He hadn't expected that after 1,000 years, this place would still leave traces. A blue-haired girl was sitting in the corner of the stable, hugging her knees, looking quite upset. Sister Eula. Lucas started running towards Eula, though the body of a 7-year-old child was still something he found hard to get used to. Stupid. Little Eula glared at Lucas lightly, biting her lip as she said, "Why did you make such a silly joke? I'll remember this grudge." Well, she's still kept that habit, hasn't she? It was only now that Lucas got a clear look at little Eula's appearance. Unlike her adult self, the 10-year-old girl had her hair in twin tails, and her cute, snow-white face was like that of a porcelain doll. But Lucas shook his head and said, "I wasn't joking." What? Little Eula's pale golden eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. I mean. Lucas reached out with his chubby little hand and pressed it on little Eula's shoulder, smiling as he said, "My dream really is to marry Sister Eula. I like Sister Eula the most." Hearing these words, little Eula's pupils slowly dilated, and the blush on her face deepened. She murmured, but we're siblings." "It's okay, my dad and mom are distant siblings too," Lucas shook his head and said, "besides, isn't it normal for nobles to marry within the family?" "I see." Little Eula seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She said somewhat shyly, "Actually, I also." "Does Sister Eula like me too?" Lucas asked shamelessly. Little Eula hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. The little girl's adorable appearance made Lucas's heart flutter with affection. Unable to resist, he leaned forward and gave her a quick peck. "Et. Little Eula quickly stepped back 2 paces, covering her mouth as she said, You kissed me. What's wrong?" Lucas tilted his little head, "Doesn't Sister Eula often kiss me?" Kissing on the mouth is different." Little Eula said nervously, it will make babies." Seeing her nervous appearance, Lucas couldn't help but want to laugh. It seems the sex education in noble schools needs some improvement. "Lucas," little Eula stared at Lucas seriously and said, Will you take responsibility for me?" "Of course." Lucas nodded and said, "I'll take responsibility even if we have several." "Then you just wait for me." A confident expression appeared on little Eula's face. "When I become the next head of the Lawrence clan, I'll marry you." Eula is a girl with a very serious personality, and once she decides on something, she absolutely won't give up. This point has never changed. Entering text mode. Age 8, your classroom incident with Eula becomes a joke among adults, but no one takes it seriously. Although you've lost the strength of your past life, you've retained your talents and spear skills. Of course, the first glass of red wine is still too early for you, but you often practice your past life spear skills in secret. Even after 1,000 years, Mondstadt's custom of revering the sword and despising the spear hasn't changed. Especially members of the Lawrence clan, who take their ancestor Cruz, who wielded a great sword, as their role model. His two-handed sword technique is famous throughout Mondstadt. Age 9, martial prowess is an important criterion for evaluating young members of the Lawrence clan. Almost all children begin learning swordsmanship from a young age. Because you have memories of your past life, your martial skills are on a completely different level from your peers. But to avoid drawing attention, especially to avoid overshadowing Eula, you've been hiding your true abilities. Eula, with her outstanding abilities, has become the focus of the clan's cultivation. The heavy courses and training have reduced the time you two can spend together. Age 10, today is Eula's birthday. You gave her a pendant as a gift, and she also got a rare day off. Because you haven't seen each other often, she decided to spend this day with you alone. Today happens to be the Windbloom festival. You two went to the bustling market in Mondstadt together. To avoid attracting attention, you changed into commoner's clothes, but even so, Eula's outstanding appearance still made her a bright spot on the street. The Windbloom festival of today has long abandoned the old customs of 1,000 years ago. Being chosen as the girl to throw the feather has become a symbol of honor. As you look at the familiar high platform, your memories suddenly drift back to 1,000 years ago. Those girls who threw down the feather, and the fate that intertwined between you and them, seem like they happened just yesterday. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, you see this year's Windbloom princess, a blonde girl about the same age as Eula. Although she's young, her beauty is on par with Eula's. A girl chosen as the festival princess naturally can't be ordinary. Everyone raises their hands, wanting to catch the feather and receive this blessing. Whether it's fate playing a little joke or not, that feather, after drawing an arc in the sky, lands perfectly in your hand. Looks like your luck is pretty good. Eula seems quite happy too, patting your shoulder as she smiles and says, "Go up to the platform to receive the blessing. I'll wait for you here." Although you cherish this hard-to-come-by time alone with Eula, you also don't want to ruin the festival atmosphere. So you carry the feather, climb up to the platform, and approach the blonde girl. Author's note: I know the progress in reality hasn't been much, but it'll be after this simulation. P.S. It's Eula. Also the first R18 on ch 69. It's quite a long chapter. Stones if you want me to release them ASAP. Creator's thoughts. _Nia. Support me on Patreon and read up to 35 advanced chapters. Patreon.com/NiaXD. Comment. 8 comment. Vote. Chapter 68, Villain Simulator, ch 68. Up close, the girl's delicate features make your eyes widen a bit. You unconsciously say, "Tonight, wait for me in my room." The girl seems not to have understood the meaning of your words for a moment. You also immediately realize that you are no longer the old noble who could do whatever he wanted in the past. Fortunately, you're just a cute little boy now, and the young lady doesn't seem to be angry about your nonsensical words. Instead, she smiles and says, "Hello, little brother. My name is Jean Gunhilder. What's yours?" "Oh my! It's actually Jean? How could such a noble become the princess of the Windbloom festival? You should know that many nobles wouldn't tolerate such public exposure." Although surprising, this isn't entirely strange. In reality, the Gunhilder clan gained their high status in Mondstadt for being major contributors in helping Vanessa overthrow tyranny. However, in the simulator, history has changed. Vanessa's existence was completely erased by the Lawrence clan, and consequently, the Gunhilder clan's merits no longer exist. So, in the simulator, the Gunhilder clan is just an ordinary minor noble family, incomparable to the powerful Lawrence clan. This is probably why Jean became the princess of the Windbloom festival. "My name is Lucas Lawrence," you give your name. However, upon hearing this name, a clearly complex expression flashes across Jean's eyes for an instant. Nevertheless, she quickly regains her smile, raises your hand, and announces to the crowd below that you have received the blessing of the Enmo Archon. Achievement unlocked, Enmo Archon's Blessing. Gain title, Enmo Archon's Blessing. You already have this talent, so an additional boost is applied to its effect. Effect: agility increased by 40%. Can title actually be stacked? However, the title Enmo Archon's Blessing seems somewhat ironic on Lucas, considering that Mondstadt, protected by the Barbatos, has been destroyed at least twice by him in the simulator. Of course, this should just be a talent obtained from receiving the feather. Unlike 1,000 years ago when Lucas stood on the high platform as Eberhard, only able to see fear and hatred in the eyes of the people. But now, their eyes show only celebration and joy. It seems that Cruz has indeed developed this city into what he envisioned. Part of this is also due to Eberhard's contribution. If it weren't for the great purge he carried out 1,000 years ago, reshuffling the nobles and commoners of Mondstadt, it would have been difficult for the entire country to be reborn from the ashes. "Goodbye, Sister Jean." You waved to Jean, preparing to go back to find Eula. "Goodbye, little cutie," Jean nodded and smiled, "perhaps we'll meet again in the future." Compared to the impressively valiant and capable Jean in your memory, the Jean before you seems more like an ordinary noble girl, delicate and endearing. No wonder, even the same person, growing up in different environments, can develop different personalities. However, when you return to look for Eula, she has disappeared, which puzzles you greatly. After all, you know her personality very well. If she said she would wait for you here, she absolutely wouldn't leave even if it rained knives. Soon, you find a ribbon on the ground nearby, which belongs to Eula. A sense of foreboding arises in your heart. You take out a pendant from your pocket, very similar to the one you gave to Eula. This pair of carefully chosen gifts is made of a very precious magnet, which will attract each other no matter how far apart they are. You find that the pendant is pointing in a direction that is not towards Lawrence's mansion, but towards outside the city. So, you decide to 1. Go home to report this matter to a trusted adult. 2. Immediately go to Eula following the pendant's guidance. The second one. Lucas blurted out almost immediately. Even in the honest and simple Mondstadt, there are bound to be thieves with ill intentions. A pretty and cute little girl like Eula could easily become a target for human traffickers. Although she is quite capable, she is still young and lacks social experience, which could put her at a disadvantage. Forcibly entering immersive mode. Target mission, find Eula. Mission reward, B-rank talent X1. At this moment, Lucas is in the busy marketplace, holding Eula's ribbon in his small hand. Recently, there have been frequent reports of missing girls in Mondstadt, which makes Lucas even more nervous. Due to the change in history, there is no Knights of Favonius established by Vanessa in Mondstadt now, and the process of registering missing person cases is quite cumbersome. More importantly, every minute wasted increases the danger for Eula. Now, he can only rely on himself. Of course, given Lucas's personality, he wouldn't just rush in recklessly to save someone. If his body were an adult, no, even if it were just in adolescent form, with a spear in hand, he could easily handle dozens of ordinary humans. But now, he's just a 9-year-old child, with greatly reduced strength and speed. In a blacksmith's shop, Wagner, with his full beard, is using a hammer to forge a long sword. He is one of the top blacksmiths in Mondstadt, but his shop doesn't do very good business. The reason is simple, this guy has a bad temper and a very arrogant personality. He doesn't show any friendliness towards customers, and if anyone dares to say there's a flaw in the weapons and equipment he forges, they're sure to get a scolding. Despite this, many adventurers still frequently visit this blacksmith shop. After all, although the service attitude is poor, his weapons and equipment are all good stuff that can save lives. Mr. Just then, a crisp voice came from beside Wagner. He looked around but didn't see anyone. Damn it! Wagner stroked his chin beard and frowned, is it haunted in broad daylight? Mister, I'm here. A small hand suddenly raised up from in front of the counter. Wagner stood up and finally saw a little boy, not even 10 years old, standing in front of the counter. Hey, kid, this isn't a place to play. Be careful not to get your head smashed by a hammer. Wagner waved his hand rather annoyed, go away quickly. I'm not here to play. The boy, who is naturally Lucas, shook his head and said, I'm here to buy a weapon. Buy a weapon? Wagner laughed, the shortest weapon here is taller than you. Can you even lift it? It's okay, Lucas said, I want to buy a dagger. You're not planning to use a dagger to scare other kids when you fight, are you? Wagner sneered, that won't do. My precious creations will cry if they don't taste blood. I want to buy a new dagger as a birthday gift for my dad. Lucas widened his bright, big eyes, launching a cuteness offensive. He's a hunter, and his old dagger has become so dull it can barely cut through rabbit skin. Hearing this, Wagner, who had been scowling all along, paused slightly. After pondering for a moment, he took out a rather exquisite dagger from the cabinet behind him and placed it in front of Lucas, saying, Take it, kid. I originally made this as a gift for my son, but that fool can't use it anymore. There seems to be some story hidden in these words. However, Lucas no longer has time to delve into it. He placed the bracelet he was wearing on the counter and said, Thank you, mister. I don't have money, so I'll trade this for it. I'll take a loss on this one. Deal. Wagner's eyes glanced over the bracelet. Although it looks like a gold bracelet, how could a child from a commoner's family afford such a thing? It's probably just a copper bracelet with gold plating. To be honest, Wagner's dagger is a fine piece that he put a lot of effort into crafting. It was originally intended as a gift for his son, but due to that incident, he probably won't have the chance to give it away anymore. The reason he's half selling, half giving it to that kid is probably because Wagner was moved by this act of filial piety. At least he's a filial little brat, Wagner chuckled self-deprecatingly. Much better than that fool. He sat down again at the anvil and began forging the unfinished longsword. Just then, a sturdy black-haired young man came in carrying a stack of iron ingots. He placed them nearby and said, "Master, the new iron ingots are ready. Do you think I could try making the next batch of weapons?" "Shuts, your skills aren't there yet," Wagner replied without looking up. "Blacksmithing is something you can't rush." "I see." The apprentice named Schutz sighed in disappointment. He casually picked up a bracelet from the counter. After a moment, he exclaimed in surprise, "Master? When did you save up money to buy this gold bracelet?" "It's just gold-plated," Wagner said offhandedly. "Some kid left it here." "Master, this isn't gold-plated at all," Schutz said, gently biting the bracelet. "I swear by Barbatos, this is pure gold." "What?" Wagner finally realized something was amiss. He stepped forward and picked up the bracelet to examine it, his expression turning to one of astonishment. He rushed out of the blacksmith shop in 2 quick strides, but Lucas was nowhere to be seen. "Master, this thing must be worth a fortune." Schutz grinned foolishly. "Maybe we could even use it to negotiate with those nobles and get Brother Raphael out of jail earlier." At the mention of Raphael, Wagner's face immediately darkened. He coldly said, "Don't touch this gold bracelet. Wait for that kid to come back and claim it. As for my foolish son, he's in there because of his own actions. We don't need to concern ourselves with him." "I don't understand." "He just said a few words, and he has to serve over 10 years in prison," Schutz grumbled indignantly. "All that talk about 1,000-year lies and Lawrence being the real culprit from 1,000 years ago, how could anyone take such nonsense seriously?" "Shut up!" Wagner glared at him furiously. "I've told you never to repeat those treasonous words. If such talk spreads, it will absolutely cause a huge uproar. What, do you find our current life too peaceful?" "I'm sorry." Schutz quickly shut his mouth. Although he still didn't understand how some bizarre rumors could possibly shake the Lawrence family's rule. Meanwhile, Lucas, guided by the pendant, casually drew out the dagger. The blade gleamed coldly, carrying a hint of frost. Lucas's face was faintly reflected in the sharp edge. He had initially thought trading a gold bracelet for a dagger might be wasteful, but seeing the quality of this dagger now, he realized it wasn't such a bad deal after all. Soon, he slipped out of the city and walked another 4 or 5 miles. The pendant's reaction grew stronger. Lucas continued searching and spotted an abandoned barn in a rather secluded location. At the entrance of the barn, a man was yawning, looking around with boredom, clearly not a very competent guard. Inside the barn. "Boss, we've got a good catch this time." A woman in her 30s pushed the tied-up Eula onto a pile of hay, laughing. This girl was so easy to trick, she took the bait without any effort. MMPH. Eula's mouth was gagged, but she still glared fiercely at the people around her, her face full of anger. "My, she really is quite pretty," a red-haired man approached, a malicious smile on his face. "Let me inspect the goods." Ouch! Suddenly, Eula raised her leg and kicked the red-haired man in the groin. The kick was powerful, instantly dropping him to the ground where he rolled in agony. "Damn this little wench!" The red-haired man struggled to his feet, raising his hand to strike Eula, but his arm was suddenly stopped. A man who appeared to be the leader grabbed his wrist, coldly saying, "Turner, can you afford to damage such valuable goods?" Turner reluctantly lowered his hand. "I got it, boss. Why hasn't there been any movement outside for so long?" The leader frowned. "Turner, go check the situation." Turner walked out reluctantly, still grumbling, "Damn it, I just wanted to cop a feel. It's not like I'd take a piece off her." Uncle." Just then, from behind a nearby tree trunk, a cute boy no older than 10 appeared. His face was tearful as he sobbed, I'm lost. Can you help me get home?" A smile immediately spread across Turner's face. To think a fat lamb would deliver itself to their doorstep, such a cute little boy would fetch a good price if sold to the priests at the Favonius Cathedral. He seemed completely oblivious to how suspicious it was for a little boy to suddenly appear in such a remote area. Come here, come here." Turner hurried over, putting on a gentle facade. "Don't be afraid. Tell Uncle, where's your home?" You need to bend down," Lucas said pitifully. Turner bent down with a grin. "Go ahead, tell me where your home is. Uncle will take you back." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a chill in his chest. A sharp dagger had been plunged into his chest, blood instantly gushing out. "Let me take you home instead." As Turner tried to cry out, Lucas swiftly pulled out the dagger and slashed it across his throat. "To your final home." This series of actions was smooth and fluid, completely unlike something a child could do. Turner stared at Lucas as if looking at a monster. He stepped back twice, clutching his throat, before collapsing to the ground. Ch-69. From between the gaps in the bushes, another doorman's lifeless eyes stared blankly at him. The blood on his neck had not yet fully drained, clearly indicating that his death had been similar to his own. Who would have thought that such a sweet, angelic boy could so easily take 2 lives? Lucas swiftly squeezed through the gap beside the barn. His small, childlike body now became a rare advantage. Hiding behind a pile of hay, he observed the situation inside. Fortunately, luck was on his side. There was only 1 man and 1 woman inside. The woman wouldn't be difficult to deal with, but the man looked sturdy and sharp, clearly not someone easy to handle. However, the most important thing was Eula. Seeing that she was unharmed, Lucas finally breathed a sigh of relief. A faint smile appeared on his face as he whispered to himself. "Now, who is the prey?" In the barn, Eula wasn't the only kidnapped child. In the corner, 7 or 8 other children were curled up. The oldest was only about 12 or 13 years old, while the youngest was just 4 or 5. Of course, here, they had already lost their identity as people. They had been categorized and marked with different prices. The younger children were to be sold as someone else's child, while the pretty girls would be sold as servants or sent to places of ill repute. As for those children who didn't look as appealing, they would still be put to good use. The woman who had kidnapped Eula was currently standing by a stove, brewing some kind of concoction. The cauldron emitted a pungent smell, and the dark purple liquid inside bubbled continuously. This potion could blind a child, making them more pitiable and thus better suited to beg. Blind children could earn more money on the streets. Blinding them had many benefits. It didn't cripple their mobility, and there was no need to worry about them escaping. Of course, they could only make more money while they were young. Once they grew older, their fully developed organs would bring in another source of income. "Let me see, which one should I choose?" The woman shook the potion in her hand, as if she were picking livestock at the market, scanning the line of children in front of her. "You'll do." Like lifting a chick, she grabbed a frail girl and pressed her to the ground, carefully preparing to pour the potion into the girl's eyes. The girl, sensing danger, struggled desperately, but her thin arms were no match for the woman's strength. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt much," the woman said with a twisted smile. "Such beautiful eyes, even blind, they'll surely be lovely." Just as the potion was about to drop, a hand suddenly patted the woman's back. "Can't you see I'm busy?" The woman instinctively turned her head, only to find a young boy standing behind her, holding a cup of the same dark purple potion. Before the woman could react, Lucas splashed the potion directly onto her face. The scalding liquid poured into her eyes, and the intense burning pain made her clutch her face and scream in agony. My eyes, ugh!" Just as she started to speak, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her tongue. Lucas had pried her mouth open with a dagger and poured the remaining potion from the cauldron into her mouth. The toxic liquid quickly burned her throat, and black, foul-smelling blood oozed from her mouth. The horrifying scene stunned the children. Lucas glanced at them and said calmly, "What are you standing there for? Run!" The children finally snapped out of their shock and scrambled to flee. At that moment, the leader of the kidnappers, drawn by the noise, rushed over. Seeing his subordinate writhing on the ground and the kidnapped children running everywhere, his heart sank. He shouted, "Stand still!" The children froze in fear. The leader pulled the woman up from the ground and frowned. "What the hell happened?" "Ah, there was a boy." The woman struggled to speak, her mouth full of the poisoned liquid. At that moment, Lucas, who had been lying in wait, leaped down from the rafters, aiming his dagger at the back of the leader's neck. This move should have been flawless, but the leader, who was quite strong, sensed the attack and quickly dodged to the side. The sharp blade missed its lethal target and only pierced the leader's shoulder. Shocked, the leader saw that his attacker was just a boy. The pain in his shoulder enraged him, and he grabbed Lucas, slamming him hard onto the ground. "Get lost!" Lucas was still just a child, and his strength was no match for the burly man. He gritted his teeth through the pain and rolled into a nearby haystack. Trying to escape. The leader wasn't about to let him go. He rushed to the haystack, intent on pulling Lucas out. But just as he reached into the hay, there was a sudden swish, and a pitchfork shot out from the haystack. The pitchfork moved too quickly for the leader to react, and his hand was impaled by its sharp prongs, leaving several gaping holes. "Looks like my luck's pretty good." "Sorry, uncle." Lucas stepped out from the haystack, holding the pitchfork and smiling. "You're already dead." He hadn't expected to find a pitchfork in the hay at the last second. The reason he hadn't bought a spear at the blacksmith earlier was because carrying such a large weapon would have slowed him down. A pitchfork wasn't a proper weapon, but it was more than enough to deal with this enemy. "You little brat." The leader looked at the wound on his hand, his fury growing. "I'm going to break your arms and legs and throw you out to beg." "Just a kid with a pitchfork." "A kid with a pitchfork? Wait, what?" The leader looked down in confusion. At some point, the boy's pitchfork had already pierced his chest. Even in his final moments, the leader never realized when the pitchfork had entered his body. On the other side, Eula, who had been in despair, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope due to the commotion. Could it be, someone came to save us? But who could it be? "Eula, sis." Lucas, bruised and battered, stood in front of Eula, forcing a big smile. "I've come to save you." The girl had always thought that the classic hero saving the damsel scenario only happened in forbidden romance novels. But now, it had become a reality. Even if it meant risking his life, he had come to save her. He really was the man she could entrust her life to, well, boy for now. "You must have been so scared." Lucas hurriedly cut the ropes binding Eula and comforted her. "It's all over now." I wasn't scared at all." Eula retorted, still trying to act tough. "I knew you would come for me." "Why were you so sure?" Lucas asked, genuinely puzzled. After all, he was just a 9-year-old kid. "Didn't you say you will marry me in the future?" Eula raised an eyebrow and said, "If you don't even rescue your fiancée when she's kidnapped, you'd be a pretty pathetic excuse for a man." "Is that so?" Lucas smiled helplessly. "Good thing I came, then." "But..." Eula suddenly pulled Lucas into her arms and softly said, "Even if you didn't come to save me, I wouldn't have blamed you. If something happened to you, what would I do?" During the time she was kidnapped, Eula had indeed fantasized that Lucas would come to save her. But she quickly dismissed the thought. She'd rather endure harm herself than see him in danger. Yet, here he was. He had really come. From this moment, 12-year-old Eula made up her mind. No matter what, she would become the next head of the Lawrence family. That way, no one could stop her from being with her brother. "Let's go." Lucas grabbed Eula's hand. "We need to bring the other children back to the city as well." "Yes." Eula glanced back at the barn and frowned slightly. "Is there some kind of noise inside?" "It's probably..." Lucas smiled faintly, "just some rats." In the depths of the barn, the woman whose eyes and throat had been poisoned writhed on the ground like a maggot, her hands and feet severed by a dagger. In the darkness, faint glimmers appeared. The hungry rats in the barn wouldn't pass up such a feast. Mission complete, retrieve Eula. Reward, talent cloak and dagger, blue. Effect, reduces the chance of being detected during stealth by 50%. Launching a sneak attack on an unaware enemy deals double damage. Bonus reward, dagger of the unfilial. Grade, C. Effect, maintains sharpness and doesn't dull easily. Was this reward given because the mission mostly involved sneak attacks? But what's with dagger of the unfilial? Well, since it's a weapon from the simulator, Lucas didn't complain too much. Anyway, he wasn't that skilled with short weapons, so he'd probably only use it during sneak attacks. Entering text mode. After you and Eula returned home, you were scolded for getting injured. To avoid exposing your abilities, you didn't mention what happened today. Some time later, Mondstadt soldiers discovered 4 decomposing bodies near the barn outside the city. One of the female bodies had been gnawed down to the bone. According to initial assessments, they were involved in the recent child abduction cases. The cause of death is still under investigation. Age 10, perhaps due to the trauma of the kidnapping, Eula began practicing swordsmanship even more diligently. You knew she was working hard to fulfill your promise. However, it still wouldn't be easy for Eula to succeed as the head of the Lawrence family. In 1,000 years, there had only been 2 female heads. For a woman to become the head of the Lawrence family, she would have to work much harder. Of course, you didn't plan to let Eula struggle on her own. Even if you couldn't help her directly, you could help clear away the obstacles in her way. If the next generation didn't have any strong competitors, it would be much easier for Eula to become the successor. As a reincarnator, aside from retaining combat skills and spear techniques, you also possessed extensive experience as a playboy. You knew exactly how to lead people astray. Age 11, by intentionally hiding your talents, you didn't stand out among the younger generation in your family. But thanks to your charming personality, you thrived socially, making many friends and becoming adept at identifying their preferences and weaknesses. Lutheran Erfurt Lawrence, 13 years old. Although his martial arts skills were average, his academic performance was exceptional, making him a formidable rival for Eula. After you casually gifted him a few books about rogue heroes, he became obsessed and lost all interest in his studies, even declaring that he wanted to become a novelist. How hilarious, a novelist! Not even a dog would choose that career. Lucas rolled his eyes. Was the simulator version of him trying to bring down all the promising young talents by leading them astray? Age 12, you met Gray Lawrence, whose talent in economics was excellent. If he became the future head of the family, the Lawrence family's financial reports would likely look much better every year. But that was only if. After you took him to a few gambling houses, his interest in numbers and business shifted entirely to dice and cards. Age 13, Monat Lawrence, only 1 year older than you. His talent in swordsmanship rivaled Eula's, and he never neglected his physical training. Every time you saw his 6 feet 2 inches frame and bulging muscles, you wondered if he was really only 14. You quickly became close with Monat and secretly told him about a good place that would allow him to work out to his heart's content. When he came out of that place glowing with pink lights and with a look of pure satisfaction, you knew this one was done for two. Half a year later, Monat had withered away to a skinny reed and had picked up some shameful afflictions. Age 14, just like in your past life, you once again became a playboy. Although you couldn't wield the same influence as Eberhard did in Mondstadt, thanks to your noble birth, good looks, and honeyed words, you still became quite popular with the ladies. Even after 1,000 years, it seemed that wealth and appearance were still the ultimate weapons in attracting women. Of course, this wasn't because you were heartless. Right now, Eula was the only one in your heart. You were merely using the first glass of red wine talent to absorb strength from your admirers. If Eula was destined to become the light of the Lawrence family, then you would become the shadow protecting that light. Even if you couldn't regain the overwhelming power of your previous life, you couldn't allow Eula to leave you too far behind. Through both your efforts, Eula had already become a key figure for the family's future. As for you, you were seen as nothing more than a useless playboy. Naturally, Eula couldn't understand your good intentions, and the two of you drifted further and further apart. Every time she saw you, she would avoid you, her gaze tinged with complexity. Even so, you still believe that Eula hasn't forgotten the promise she made. It's just that she can't understand you right now. One day, she will realize your good intentions. For now, the most important thing is to clear obstacles and accumulate strength. Age 15, your decadent behavior had long caused much gossip in the Lawrence family, and those inexplicably fallen prodigies seemed to have mysterious ties to you. Finally, one day, the scandal of you toying with a noble family's daughter was exposed. That noble actually brought his daughter to the Lawrence family estate to confront you. Your father, Schubert, was furious. He even demanded that you marry the girl as an apology, or else you would face severe punishment. In response, you decided. 1. Agree to marry her. 2. Accept punishment. Of course I'll choose the second option. Lucas quickly said, I'm going to marry Eula. How thick-skinned of you to say that, the system retorted. You refused to marry the girl, insisting that everything had been consensual. This only further enraged your father, who immediately decided to enforce family law and exile you from Mondstadt for 3 years as punishment. In front of the noble father and daughter, Schubert used the family law to beat you 6 or 7 dozen times. It was only when the nobleman could no longer bear to watch that he agreed to settle the matter with compensation. Your strength far exceeded your father's, but you knew you couldn't fight back. He always upheld the grace and discipline of nobility, and he couldn't tolerate your decadence. As a result of the punishment, you were left with serious injuries and had to recuperate in your room. That night, your father came to your room. You were sulking and ignored him, but he quietly applied medicine to your wounds. His touch was far gentler than the strikes he delivered earlier. Son, I know you must hate me, Schubert said as he tended to you. But I've had to punish you harshly because over the years, you've caused too much trouble. I've covered for you many times, but this time you went too far. You realized then that it had been a long time since you'd had such a conversation with your father. You couldn't help but think of your father from your previous life, Ingobert, the former head of the Lawrence family, who had only spoken to you like this once on his deathbed. Once you've recovered from your injuries, I'll send you to study at a military academy in Snezhnia for 3 years, Schubert continued. When you return, there will be even greater responsibilities waiting for you. You didn't resist. Given the current situation, laying low and using the time to further your education seemed like the best option. At this point, there were no competitors around Eula who posed a significant threat. Although the family law punishment was painful, it had actually helped you. Those in the family who had intended to use this opportunity to hold you accountable were forced to back off due to your severe injuries. Perhaps this was also part of your father's plan. For someone used to a life of indulgence, being bedridden was incredibly boring. But what bothered you most was that Eula hadn't visited you at all. Could it be that she had truly given up on you? You found yourself occasionally wondering. 100 days to recover from broken bones. After about 3 months of recuperation, you were mostly healed. Tonight, you packed your belongings, as tomorrow was the day you would leave for Snezhnia. During this time, you had thought about going to see Eula, but you knew that given your current circumstances, it was impossible to meet her. You lay by the window, gazing at the full moon in the sky. The next time you would see a full moon in your homeland might be 3 years from now. By then, the distance between you and Eula might grow even further. For the first time, you began to doubt your plan. Had you made a mistake? Just as you were about to go to sleep, a hand suddenly grabbed the windowsill. Before you could react, a slim figure had already climbed in through the window, forcing entry into the immersive mode. Along with the figure entering the room, a faint chill also swept in. Standing before Lucas was a tall, striking blue-haired girl, a blend of beauty and elegance. Eula Lawrence, the very person Lucas had been striving for all this time. By now, Eula was over 18, and compared to the last time they met, she had shed all traces of her youthful naivety. Of course, the most obvious change was her nearly perfect figure, shaped by rigorous training and a diet rich in nutritious food. 18 years old, growing more impressive by the year. Eula. Was she here to see me off because I'm leaving tomorrow? Lucas's heart swelled with emotion. He spread his arms, eager to experience the warmth of his sister's embrace. However, all he heard was a sharp smack. Lucas felt a stinging sensation on his cheek as Eula, without saying a word, delivered a hard slap to his face. Do you realize how much emotional damage a slap from your sister can cause? What was that sound? From downstairs, his mother's voice called out, Lucas, are you okay? No, nothing. Lucas quickly replied. I just slapped a mosquito. Strange. His mother muttered, it's autumn already. Why are there still mosquitoes? Eula. Lucas rubbed his burning cheek and said helplessly, did you come all the way here in the middle of the night just to hit me? I've been wanting to slap you like this for the past 3 months. Eula bit her lip, her pale cheeks tinged with a hint of red. You dared to do something like this, saying you'd marry me once I became the head of the family, but then, you spend your days flirting with other girls. Have you forgotten the promise we made all those years ago? I haven't forgotten for a single day. Lucas quickly explained, there's a reason why I've been doing all this. You don't need to explain. I know what you've been doing behind the scenes. Eula sighed and said, Lutheran Erfurt, Grey, Mullet. They were all once promising young talents of the family. But for various reasons, they fell into bad habits and are now ruined. These things are all connected to you, aren't they? Caught off guard by her directness, Lucas fell silent for a moment before nodding. You're right, I was behind all of that. But they couldn't resist temptation, and sooner or later, they would have failed on their own. With or without me, the result wouldn't have changed. It sounded a bit like sophistry, but there was some truth to it. This approach is pointless, Eula frowned deeply. I've never slacked off even for a single day. I'm confident I'm better than all of them. I know that, of course, Lucas said earnestly, to me, Eula is the most perfect existence. His words struck a chord in Eula's heart. The young man before her, with his gentle smile, overlapped in her mind with the boy who had rescued her from the barn 6 years ago. The difference was that he was no longer a child. He had grown into a tall and handsome man. Then why do you keep doing these things? Eula lowered her head, her voice soft with frustration. Is it because I'm a woman? Yes. Lucas placed his hand on his chest. More than anyone, I want you to become the next head of the Lawrence family. Only with the highest authority can no one stop us from being together. Although the Lawrence family didn't forbid marriage between distant relatives, over time, the conditions for intermarriage within the family had become stricter. Especially for relatives like Eula and Lucas, who weren't very distantly related, they would inevitably face many obstacles if they wanted to be together. Only by having one of them become the family head, wielding the highest authority, could they overcome these challenges. Lucas had considered becoming the family head himself. In fact, with his abilities, if he truly wanted to inherit the position, it would be as easy as dreaming of meeting Aragaki Ui. It would be a piece of cake. However, becoming the family head had always been Eula's dream, and it was also the main task of the simulator. So Lucas decided to support her instead. I promise you, I will definitely become the head of the Lawrence family. Eula grasped Lucas's hand firmly, her expression serious. So you must promise me, stop causing trouble and be a good little brother, okay? Hearing this, Lucas couldn't help but laugh. Do you still see me as that little brother from back then? As he spoke, Lucas stepped closer, and Eula suddenly realized that the boy who had once been half a head shorter than her was now taller than she was. I don't care. You're still my little brother. For the first time in many years, being this close to Lucas made Eula's heart flutter. She murmured, you annoying little brother. Annoying? How am I annoying? Lucas took the opportunity to pull Eula into his arms, grinning mischievously. Come closer and smell. Do I really smell bad? You do smell bad. Eula felt her cheeks grow hot, and her head spun a little as she mumbled, but I like it. Hearing the strange noises coming from upstairs, Lucas's mother frowned and muttered, what on earth is going on? It's late in the season. How many mosquitoes could there possibly be in that kid's room? Maybe I should go check on him. Schubert set down the poetry book he had been reading. His usually stern face softened with a rare smile. There's no need. The boy's grown up now. He's leaving for the military academy in Snezhnaya tomorrow, and for the next 3 years, he probably won't have many opportunities. What opportunities? His wife, a lady of noble upbringing, clearly didn't understand the implication in her husband's words. Don't worry about it, Schubert chuckled. Just send up some tissues later. The strict father, thinking his son was simply entertaining himself, had no idea that his son was actually doing something far more significant. The talent first glass of red wine has been activated. Attribute enhancement, able to control ice elemental power. The enhancement effect has changed. Based on Lucas's past life experience, this talent could only absorb and control one elemental power. In his previous life, Lucas had obtained the fire element. But after his reincarnation, it had now changed to ice. This was probably due to differences in his current physique. Even though he had inherited Eberhardt's memories, Lucas and Eberhardt were now two completely different people. Eula, still a bit dazed, seemed unable to process what had just happened. She had actually gone along with something that violated noble etiquette. Sorry. Lucas awkwardly scratched his cheek. I couldn't help myself. Sister Eula, are you mad? I am indeed very angry, Eula said coldly, her back turned to Lucas. Do you know why? Killing intent. There was definitely killing intent. Lucas couldn't help but swallow nervously. No idea. You already have a sister, yet you still go out and flirt with other girls. Eula turned slightly, glancing at him from the corner of her eye. Shouldn't I be angry? Ch 70. So that's the reason. Lucas said with mixed emotions. I thought it was. I know what you're thinking. We haven't officially married yet, but we've already consummated our relationship. Eula seemed to have prepared herself mentally long ago. She looked directly at Lucas and said seriously. In this life, I may not become the head of the Lawrence family, but besides you, I, Eula Lawrence, will not marry anyone else. Giving myself to you sooner or later doesn't really matter. Sister Eula. Lucas felt deeply moved. To have such a sister, what more could one ask for? But Eula's tone changed, and she said coldly, if you dare to betray me, humph. I swear, I will never betray you in this life, otherwise. Lucas's eyes rolled, and he said, "Let me be eaten by an evil dragon." Lucas found a loophole in his own oath. After all, this life was only in the simulator. TCH. Eula gave Lucas a sidelong glance and smiled, "There are no evil dragons in this world, stop trying to be clever. If you dare to betray me, my revenge will be more terrifying than any dragon." Indeed, due to the changes in the world line, the simulated world of Mondstadt had not been invaded by the wind dragon Dvalin, and Mondstadt had long forgotten the fear of being ruled by dragon disasters. Eula's personality wasn't much different from reality, but because the Lawrence family hadn't fallen, she hadn't experienced neglect and hostility, so she was naturally more cheerful. To make an imperfect comparison, Eula might be the Jean of another world. The same noble birth, the same favored daughter of heaven, the same focus of attention. Knock. 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 Just as Lucas and Eula were about to continue their intimate moment, a knocking sound suddenly came from outside. "Lucas, open the door." "Oh no, it's Mom." Lucas and Eula both looked surprised. This feeling was just like young lovers caught in a midnight tryst when a parent suddenly knocks on the door. I'm coming." Lucas hurriedly said, "Mom, don't open the door yet. I'll leave first." Eula quickly reacted, nimbly climbing over the window. Holding onto the windowsill with both hands, she said to Lucas reluctantly, Goodbye." No wonder she was so reluctant to leave, as their next meeting would probably be 3 years later. "We'll definitely meet again." Lucas leaned out and gave his future wife a passionate farewell kiss. "This child, why is he so slow?" With a creaking sound, the door was pushed open by Mrs. Schubert, who saw her son leaning on the windowsill, not knowing what he was doing. At this moment, Lucas was stretching his head out, watching Eula leave with lingering affection, while Eula also seemed unwilling to leave, looking back at her dear brother every few steps. Seeing this scene, Mrs. Schubert immediately became alarmed. She stepped forward and hugged Lucas, crying out, "My son! It's just a few years of military school, you don't need to end your life over it." Lucas felt speechless and had to say helplessly, "Mom, I'm not trying to end my life. I'm just looking at the scenery. Besides, this is only the second floor, falling from here would at most break a leg, right?" Mrs. Schubert calmed down a bit. She suspiciously stuck her head out and immediately saw Eula, who hadn't had time to walk far. "Oh, isn't this Eula?" Mrs. Schubert was slightly stunned and asked, "What are you doing here so late?" Because Lucas had been inseparable from Eula since childhood, Mrs. Schubert was naturally quite familiar with Eula. Of course, precisely because of this, Mrs. Schubert didn't have any unusual thoughts. Hello. Eula's little face turned red as she stammered, I'm night jogging." "Ah, you child, you're working too hard," Mrs. Schubert showed a somewhat distressed expression. "Why don't you rest for a while, and I'll make you a cup of tea." "No need." Eula hurriedly pretended to be jogging and said, "I have other training to do, so I'll be going now." With that, she ran away stiffly. If Mrs. Schubert had been more observant, she might have noticed that Eula's running motion was awkward due to her nervousness. Watching Eula's retreating figure, Mrs. Schubert sighed and said, "What a wonderful child. Look at you, you grew up together, why can't you learn from her?" Indeed, parents are all the same, other people's children always seem the best. Yes. Lucas seemed to be still savoring what had just happened, murmuring, "Sister Eula is really great. Ah, such a good girl." Mrs. Schubert said with regret, "I wonder which lucky man she'll marry one day." To this, Lucas just smiled without saying anything. He wondered what expression his mother would make when she eventually learned that Eula had chosen him. Entering text mode. Age 16, you left for Snezhnaya with only a small amount of luggage and a letter of introduction. Your father, Schubert, had coordinated with Mondstadt's Snezhnaya envoy to get you enrolled in the Snezhnaya Military Academy. It wasn't your first time in Snezhnaya. In your previous life, you had traveled across the 7 nations with the dragon Ursa, who had a particular fondness for a local brew called firewater. Whenever she drank too much, she would perform fire-breathing tricks in the taverns. Of course, that wasn't alcohol-fueled fire, but Ursa's own dragon breath. You couldn't help but think of that fierce yet adorable dragon. After 1,000 years, she had probably returned to the dust by now, right? But your feet unconsciously led you back to the small tavern you used to frequent with her. Surprisingly, it was still there, though it had changed its appearance. You couldn't help but chuckle at yourself. Of course, a little tavern couldn't possibly last 1,000 years. Still, you went inside to have a drink or two to remember the past. Among the 7 nations, Mondstadt is undoubtedly the one that loves alcoholic beverages the most. Otherwise, the Renvindra family wouldn't have been able to amass such wealth through the wine industry. However, when it came to alcohol tolerance, Snezhnia far surpassed Mondstadt. For Mondstadters, drinking was like drinking water. For Snezhnians, alcohol was as vital as blood. It's said that each year, some Snezhnians drink themselves to death by passing out drunk on the roadside and freezing to death. At one point, the government even issued a prohibition, but public outcry forced them to repeal it. Perhaps due to their rugged nature, Snezhnia didn't prohibit minors from drinking. You easily ordered a strong drink. However, you were surprised to see an old, prominent oil painting hanging on the tavern wall. In the painting, a delicate girl was shown breathing fire, while next to her sat a smiling middle-aged man, casually sipping his drink. For some reason, you felt your eyes moisten. What's the story behind this painting? You casually asked the bartender. It's said that 1,000 years ago, there was a foreign girl who drank 178 cups of fire water in a row, the bartender says with a smile while wiping a glass. The bar owner at the time painted this scene of her drinking fierce liquor. You continue to ask, but why is a 1,000-year-old painting hung here? This legend is quite famous in Snezhnia, so a tradition was established here. No matter what kind of shop opens in this place, they always pass this painting on to the next shop. You ponder for a moment and express your desire to buy the painting. However, the bartender shakes his head and says, this painting is not for sale, but if someone can surpass the record of 178 cups, they can win this painting. Almost every day, people come to take on the challenge, but no one has ever surpassed the record. Some even believe it's just a gimmick used by the bar to attract customers. Only you know, that it all really happened, as vivid as if it were yesterday. Whether it's because you miss your homeland or you miss Ursa who accompanied you in your previous life, you unknowingly drink a lot. In your haze, you seem to see Ursa pushing your shoulder, opening her mouth saying, I'm hungry, go get me something to eat. Ursa. You hug the girl in front of you, but what follows is a heavy slap. You realize that you are not hugging Ursa, but a waitress who had come to collect the empty glasses. However, this waitress is quite pretty. Although she seems even younger than you, she's quite tall, and more importantly, the girls of Snezhnia have a wild beauty different from the women of Mondstadt. Those waitresses in Mondstadt bars would never slap a drunk customer. Just as you were about to speak, you suddenly felt a chill on your face. The waitress had splashed the remaining drink in her cup onto your face, waking you up even more. The surrounding patrons burst into boos and laughter. Clearly, this wasn't the first time this wildflower had done such a thing. Faced with their jeers, you decided to 1. Apologize. 2. Threaten her. 3. Start a fight. Apologizing is impossible, it will never happen in this life. Hitting a woman would be undignified, and besides, you're a foreigner in this land. The bar is filled with rowdy drunks who'd love to see a fight break out, and you'd likely gain nothing from it. Moreover, getting violent with a woman after failing to flirt with her would make you no better than a beast. Even if you're playing the villain, Lucas still has his limits. I choose the second option. Entering immersive mode. Mission objective, take revenge on the waitress. The more hatred she feels toward you, the greater the reward. Interesting? When Lucas opened his eyes again, what appeared before him was a noisy, bustling bar. The drunk customers around seemed to be watching the show, all looking at him. Standing in front of him was a beautiful young girl, but she was fuming with anger. It had to be said, perhaps due to the cold climate of Snezhnia and the nutritious food they consumed, the girl in front of him, though around the same age as Lucas, had quite the impressive figure. Almost as impressive as Eula's. What are you looking at? The waitress glared at Lucas and said, consider yourself lucky to get off with just a slap. I was drunk and acted on impulse. I deserved that slap, Lucas smiled slightly and said, but that drink you threw at me, I'm not letting that slide. Humph. The waitress seemed completely unafraid of the drunk customer in front of her and said, my hand slipped, at most I'll clean it up for you. Tisk tisk tisk, this is a suit made by Mondstadt's top tailor, using the finest silk. Lucas held up 5 fingers and said, it's worth at least this much, and now you've ruined it all. Asking you to compensate me isn't too much, is it? The waitress knew that throwing that glass of wine was a bit excessive, but she still stubbornly said, "It's just 50,000 mora, right? I'll compensate you, even if it means I work this week for free." 50,000 mora? That'll only cover one sleeve. Listen carefully, it's 500,000 mora. Lucas casually took out his letter of recommendation stamped with Mondstadt's seal and added. Imagine the headline, Mondstadt exchange student discriminated against, brutally splashed with wine by waitress. I bet the newspapers would love that. The waitress's expression darkened even more. To be honest, she wasn't afraid of this man's threats, but she didn't want to make a big deal out of this incident. Tanya. The bartender nearby said with some helplessness, why don't you just apologize? Tanya? That name sounds quite nice. Lucas pondered silently, feeling like he had seen it somewhere before. However, even in the game, Snezhnaya was still an unopened map, and there wasn't much information about it. He didn't have any real impression of the name, so it likely wasn't a major character. I understand, Tanya gritted her teeth and bowed her head slightly toward Lucas. It was my fault. Just admitting fault isn't enough, Lucas reached out his hand to Tanya and said, pay up, 500,000 mora, not a single coin less. I don't have that much money. Tanya bit her lip tightly, I'll pay you back slowly. Pay back slowly. Lucas tilted his head and smiled, how do I know you won't just run away? How could I'm. Tanya stopped halfway through her sentence, frowned and said, forget it, what do you suggest then? Actually, I don't care about a mere 500,000. Young master just wants to seek justice. Lucas looked Tanya up and down with ill intent and said, if you help me clean the wine off my body, I'll let it go. Really? Tanya was a bit surprised in her heart. She had thought this bad guy had some evil intentions, but unexpectedly, his request was so simple. So she nodded and said, I'll go get some paper towels right away. Who said anything about using paper towels? Lucas stuck out his tongue and pointed at it. Use this. Clean it with your tongue. You. Tanya's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. How could you ask such a thing? Hurry up, Lucas said impatiently, if it dries on its own in a while, I'll have to make you pay. Tanya hesitated for a moment, then nodded very reluctantly and said, I agree, but can we do this in the break room? The bar was filled with drunken patrons eagerly watching the spectacle. After all, it wasn't often they got to see the usually arrogant waitress being humiliated. Everyone was curious to see how she'd be punished. Of course, Lucas nodded and said, after all, I'm not some kind of demon. Still, watching Lucas and Tanya walk into the break room together left the patrons feeling somewhat disappointed. It wasn't every day they got the chance to witness such an amusing scene. 20 minutes later, Lucas and Tanya finally walked out of the break room. Lucas's face showed a relaxed and contented expression, and the wine on his face had long been cleaned up. As for how they were cleaned, there was no need for further explanation. Ch71. Tanya lowered her head, her face flushed red, and her expression was complicated. So, does this mean our debt is settled? Tanya stammered. Of course. Thanks for the special service, Lucas waved his hand as he walked toward the tavern's exit, smiling. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this outfit. It's not some fancy high-end Mondstadt piece. I bought it at a discount in a Snezhnaya department store. It cost me a whopping 500 mora. You. Tanya felt her mind buzz with rage. Had she just done something so humiliating for a mere 500 mora? Enraged, Tanya grabbed a bottle of beer from a nearby table and hurled it at Lucas's head, cursing, you bastard. However, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Lucas casually caught the incoming beer bottle, popped off the cap with his fingers, and took a sip as he left the tavern. Goodbye, little wildflower. You awful man. I'm going to have my brother kill you. Tanya muttered angrily as she stomped her feet. No, I can't rely on my brother for everything. It's fine, that guy is just a military school student. One day, I'll take my own revenge. By the way, Tanya. The bartender nearby sighed, that bottle of beer you threw will be deducted from your wages. Mission complete. Mission rating, B. Really? After pissing her off this much, it's still only a B rating? To reach an A rating, I'd probably have to push Tanya even further, maybe even force her to pay her debt with her body. Of course, Lucas had briefly entertained such thoughts, but being new to Snezhnia and unfamiliar with the area, it was probably best not to cause too much trouble right off the bat. You have obtained the talent, Never Drunk, B grade. Effect, your alcohol tolerance is superb, no matter how much you drink, you will not get drunk. Entering text mode. The small episode at the tavern didn't affect your journey in Snezhnia. 3 days later, you officially enrolled in Snezhnia's military academy, becoming a first-year student. The atmosphere at the military academy was as fierce as the culture in Snezhnia. The first challenge new students faced was the special care from upperclassmen. Hierarchy in the military academy was rigid. Even a student just 1 year above you held absolute authority over the freshmen. Bullying new students was one of the upperclassmen's favorite pastimes. Every year, the academy witnessed numerous bullying incidents. However, the Snezhnian elite believed that soldiers needed to have toughness, and a harsh environment helped forge a resilient character. As a result, they often turned a blind eye to the violence within the academy. As soon as you entered the dormitory, some upperclassmen who enjoyed picking on newcomers targeted you. Establishing dominance over freshmen had become a tradition in the academy. Moreover, to them, you were just a soft-faced foreigner with no connections. Although it was a military academy, it wasn't much different from actual military service. Depending on their performance, students were ranked as private second class, private first class with honors, or squad leader. This academy didn't accept female students. In such a repressive environment, some twisted upperclassmen would choose to vent their frustrations on certain freshmen they found pleasing to the eye. One of the squad leaders noticed your clean-cut and handsome appearance. He threatened you, saying, "If you want to graduate alive from this school, make sure you brush your teeth every day and wait for me in the showers." Facing the squad leader's threat, you decided to 1. Submit and comply. 2. Offer a bribe. 3. Fight violence with violence. If Snezhnia respects strength, Lucas said calmly, then I'll fight violence with violence. You pretended to be afraid and nodded. The squad leader was thrilled and immediately dragged you into the showers. The other students watched eagerly, anticipating the show. Living in such an environment for too long can corrupt even the kindest of people. Going against this system rarely ends well. Soon, a scream echoed from the showers, and the students in the dorm exchanged knowing smiles. Someone even sneered, "Looks like this new kid will be sleeping on his stomach for half a month." But to everyone's surprise, the sound of the squad leader begging for mercy soon followed. As they stared in confusion, you opened the door and stepped out, tossing a bloody lump of flesh onto the floor. Your expression was cold as you said, "Take your squad leader to the infirmary. He doesn't seem to be feeling too well." The students rushed into the shower, only to find the squad leader lying in a pool of blood. A large wound ran across his groin, but it had been packed with ice to temporarily stop the bleeding. His face was full of terror, as if he had just experienced something excruciating. The students quickly carried the squad leader to the infirmary. Although his life wasn't in danger, he had been left a one-testicle warrior. No matter how many times he was questioned, the squad leader insisted it was just an accident. Because of this incident, you were quickly recognized as someone not to be messed with, and the other upperclassmen didn't dare to bully you. Half a month later, the squad leader returned to the dormitory. While others thought he would seek revenge on you, he instead showed you respect and fear. Clearly, your actions had left a deep psychological scar on him. Although the atmosphere in the academy was harsh, one benefit was that these Snezhnian students weren't particularly cunning. They respected those with the biggest fists. Soon, your reputation spread throughout the entire academy, and everyone knew that among this year's freshmen, there was a fearsome figure nicknamed the Cracker. Achievement unlocked, the Cracker. Reward, talent, the Cracker. Effect, increases damage to male targets by 10%, with a 100% increase in critical damage to vital areas. What kind of strange talent is this? Although, to be honest, it's quite a useful bonus. It's just that the name doesn't sound very flattering. Of course, you weren't ostracized because of this. In fact, while you were tough with your fists, you were also quite generous, embodying the behavior of a typical rich playboy. You soon established your own faction within the school, using your dorm as the base. You bullied freshmen, but only those who were timid and submissive. For the talented and strong-willed ones, you recruited them under your wing and offered them protection. This wasn't the Lawrence family in Mondstadt, so there was no need for you to keep a low profile. Your memories from your past life allowed you to excel with ease. Especially in combat classes, which were the most valued in the military academy. Not only were you better than your peers, but even most of the instructors found it hard to defeat you. Your spear had swept through countless challengers. In fact, many people grew instinctively fearful at the sight of your spear tip. Despite having many nicknames, your most infamous title was still the Cracker. Aside from studying at the academy, you would occasionally take advantage of your duties to leave campus for a drink or two. Your favorite spot was still that same tavern, where you'd sit and gaze at the painting of Ursa on the wall, drinking until late at night. Unfortunately, due to your never-drunk talent, it was almost impossible for you to get intoxicated. Even more disappointing was that the cute waitress named Tanya had long since quit her job. Age 17, due to your excellent performance, not only did you smoothly advance to the second year, but you were also promoted to squad leader, a rare achievement. Several higher UPS even hinted that they hoped you would stay in Snezhnaya to serve the Tsaritsa. Serve the Tsaritsa? What, do you guys want to turn her death anniversary into Arbor Day or something? An holiday in which individuals and groups are encouraged to plant and care for trees. This year, the Academy welcomed many new students. You, who had already established yourself as a tyrant in your first year, became even more arrogant in your second year. You came up with many methods to torment the freshmen. While some thought it was mere bullying, and even some senior students found your tactics excessive, you were actually testing the capabilities of these students. You were picking out those you saw as promising recruits for your faction. This military academy was destined to produce many of Snezhnaya's future military elites and fatui members. Building connections with them now could only be beneficial. What surprised you even more was that among the new students, you spotted a familiar face. Despite the crisp military uniform she wore, you immediately recognized her. Tanya. The former tavern waitress had disguised herself as a man to join the all-male military academy. If this was exposed, she would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Now, you had to decide. 1. Report her immediately. 2. Observe and wait. 3. Seek revenge. Obviously, it's the third option. Lucas couldn't help but smile mischievously. Since she's on my turf now, I have to make her suffer a bit. You didn't report her. Instead, you used your connections to assign Tanya to your dormitory. To the others, she was just a pretty-faced rookie, but to you. Entering immersive mode. Before Lucas stood a young man standing at attention, but of course, he had already seen through the disguise. It was Tanya. Lucas didn't know why she was doing this, but it wasn't a bad thing for him. First, he could have some fun tormenting this little girl. Second, it would add a bit of excitement to his otherwise dull life at the military academy. She had clearly recognized you as well, and her expression showed hints of nervousness. Tanya's only hope now was that you hadn't discovered her true identity. A girl disguised as a man, sneaking into the army? What is this, Mulan? Lucas found the situation amusing but remained serious as he said, I'm a second-year squad leader, Lawrence. Upperclassmen like us are your best mentors. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me, and I'll kindly explain. Now, introduce yourself. Anthony. Tanya blurted out the fake name she had prepared in advance. Not loud enough, Lucas said coldly. I couldn't hear you at all. The other students began to chime in. Can't hear you. Say it again. How can you serve the Tsaritsa with such a weak voice? Yes, sir. Tanya's face turned bright red as she shouted, Anthony. Good. That's more like it. Lucas, grinning, deliberately patted Tanya's chest. Nice chest muscles, kid. Tanya felt a wave of embarrassment and shame, but to avoid exposing her identity, she forced herself to reply, I did a lot of heavy lifting back in my hometown. Oh. Lucas narrowed his eyes, leaning close to her ear and whispering, does waiting tables at a tavern count as heavy lifting? Hearing those words, Tanya's face turned ashen. Lucas patted her shoulder and said, come with me to the showers, freshman. I'll teach you how to properly respect your seniors. Though Tanya didn't want to go, she knew that if she resisted, Lucas could expose her, and her plan would be ruined. Reluctantly, she lowered her head and let him lead her to the showers. The other dorm mates exchanged knowing smiles. Too bad that one testicle squad leader had already graduated. If he were still here, his reaction to this scene would have been priceless. The boy who once fought dragons had finally become a dragon himself. As soon as they entered the shower, Lucas shoved Tanya against the wall, grinning mischievously. "You've got guts, don't you? Sneaking into the military academy disguised as a man. Are you tired of living? How did you figure it out?" Tanya asked, her face full of tension. "What do you think?" Lucas glanced at his hand. "Whose chest muscles are that big?" Tanya was both embarrassed and angry, but she had no choice. She pitifully asked, "I know I was wrong the last time. What will it take for you to let me go?" Tanya had initially thought that after sneaking into the military academy, she could rely on her own abilities to achieve success, and perhaps even exact revenge on this foreign scoundrel. But what she hadn't expected was that this guy was thriving at the academy, and even more coincidentally, he had become the head of her dormitory. Of course, she had no idea that the reason she ended up in this situation was all part of Lucas's plan. "I liked your defiant attitude back then," Lucas teased. "Did you really think you could hide your secret for 3 years? As long as you stay in this dorm, your secret will be exposed within 3 months. So what?" Tanya stubbornly replied. "I'll just accept whatever punishment comes." "Punishment? That would be the best possible outcome. You need to understand, this school is filled with nothing but men. After spending a year or 2 in this closed-off environment, even the ugliest sow would start looking pretty to them." Lucas lifted Tanya's chin playfully and smiled. "If these starving beasts find out there's a beautiful girl like you among them, even if it meant risking court-martial, I'm sure they'd do some very unpleasant things to you." He wasn't joking. Every year, the Academy's proctology department dealt with serious incidents. If even good-looking men couldn't escape attention, Tanya's fate would be much worse if her secret were revealed. "Miss Tanya," Lucas said with a wicked grin, sensing her fear, "I'm sure you don't want your secret exposed, do you? You're blackmailing me." Tanya wasn't stupid, despite her impulsive nature. Clenching her fists, she demanded, "What do you want from me?" "You have 2 choices," Lucas said, raising one finger. "First, I can expose your secret right now. Whether or not you make it out of this dorm with your clothes on, well, that's up in the air. Don't try to scare me." Tanya's tough facade was already crumbling inside. "What's the second option?" "Second, for the next 2 years, I'll protect you," Lucas said lazily. "And I guarantee no one will discover your secret." "Are you really that kind-hearted?" Tanya frowned. "Tell me, what's the catch?" "The condition is simple," Lucas said, pointing his thumb toward himself. "Become my personal maid and take care of me for the next 2 years. Just take care of you." Tanya's face flushed red. "You won't make any excessive demands?" "I can't guarantee that," Lucas replied honestly. After all, living day and night with such a cute girl, who can promise to stay perfectly rational? Tanya pondered for a moment before finally nodding. I accept your terms." "Good," Lucas said, satisfied. "Now, I have one last question. Why did you take such a big risk to sneak into the academy disguised as a man?" "Because my brother works for the fatui, and he holds an important position," Tanya replied calmly. "I want to get into the fatui through the academy and support him." Lucas couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Ch 72. If Tanya's brother truly held a high position in the fatui, why would she endure such humiliation? It was likely just a lie, meant to warn Lucas not to go too far with her. However, Lucas didn't expose her lie. He simply whispered, "Now, try screaming a few times. The louder, the better." "Why?" Tanya looked puzzled. "Otherwise, those guys outside will get suspicious," Lucas smirked. "You don't think they'll believe I brought you in here just to have a chat, do you?" Only then did Tanya realize what he meant. Although she felt embarrassed, she let out a few loud screams. Fortunately, her personality was rather bold, so she wasn't overly shy about it. When the 2 of them left the shower room, the dorm mates outside all had knowing expressions on their faces. "Listen up, and spread the word," Lucas said as he wrapped his arm around Tanya's shoulders, grinning. "From now on, this kid is my exclusive property. Tell the others to stay away." Hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, such a good-looking freshman was rare, and now he had quickly become the personal plaything of the campus tyrant. Entering text mode. To maintain appearances, you applied for a double dorm room. Given your outstanding performance, securing this special privilege wasn't difficult. Before long, you and Tanya moved into a double dorm. Of course, to the outside world, your relationship was already quite clear. Especially with Tanya's pretty face, even while disguised as a man, she attracted a lot of attention. Many students even thought he was cuter than actual girls. However, you didn't just treat Tanya like a maid. With your increasingly bold demands and threats, Tanya had no choice but to slowly compromise. In less than 3 months, except for the final step, you had already made Tanya try almost everything. You had to admit that the dull and monotonous life at the military academy was starting to get to you. For many students, the first thing they did after receiving a rare break wasn't to go home, but to use their meager stipend to blow off steam. Having Tanya around made things much easier for you. At least, as a young man full of energy, you didn't end up bottling up your frustrations. As for why you hadn't taken that final step, maybe it was because, in your mind, as long as you held back, you wouldn't feel like you had betrayed your fiancé back in Mondstadt Eula. Of course, you kept your promise. Under your protection, Tanya wasn't troubled by anyone. At worst, she endured the occasional whistle or catcall from a few ill-intentioned students. However, you couldn't protect her every second. One day, when you were assigned to instruct freshmen in combat techniques as part of your duties, you returned to find Tanya missing. One of your underlings informed you that 10 minutes ago, Tanya had been shoved around and dragged to the gym by senior Gambay and a group of students. Gambay was a third-year student, notorious for bullying others, and he had considerable influence within the academy. Your groups had clashed several times before. If you provoke him now, it could be the spark that ignites a full-blown conflict between your factions. Though you had established your own faction at the academy, you were still an outsider. If you got into a dispute with someone like Gambay, it might not turn out in your favor. As for Tanya, in the end, she was just a tool for your amusement. Whether it was worth getting into trouble for her was debatable. So you decided. 1. Swallow your pride. 2. Go save her. Swallow my pride. How could I let that slide? Lucas said quickly. I choose the second option. After all, I haven't even had my first glass of wine yet. Entering immersive mode. Mission objective, rescue Tanya. Mission reward, B-tier talent. Snezhnia Military Academy, Gymnasium. Normally, the gym was only open during class hours, but Gambay had a lot of connections at the academy, so getting access to it wasn't hard for him. In fact, this wasn't the first time he had brought a good-looking male student here. At this moment, Gambay and his gang of 7 or 8 students had already cornered Tanya. Gambay came from a military family. Though he was only 19, his face was already covered in stubble, and his nearly 2-meter-tall, burly frame gave off an imposing aura. What do you want? Tanya asked nervously, her back against the wall. Don't you know I'm under the protection of the Lawrence gang? The Lawrence gang was, of course, the name of Lucas's faction. While it didn't mean she could walk around the school unchallenged, it was enough to offer some level of safety. I couldn't care less about that Mondstadt pig. Gambay sneered, revealing his yellowed teeth from years of smoking. I've been keeping my eye on you, little pup. Such a fine piece of meat, wasted on that pretty boy. What a shame. Seeing that even invoking the Lawrence name wasn't helping, Tanya's nervousness grew stronger. She knew exactly what these guys wanted. If they succeeded, her secret would certainly be exposed. And as Lucas had warned her before, she might even face a lot more than just exposure. She could be cruelly tormented. Humph! You bunch of idiots! Tanya decided to play her trump card, shouting, Do you know who my brother is? He's an officer in the fatui. Upon hearing this, the group showed a brief moment of surprise. Did it work? But their surprise was quickly replaced by mocking laughter. The brother of a fatui officer would need to attend this academy. You think we're idiots? If you're an officer's brother, then the tsaritsa's my wife. Before the younger lackey could finish his sentence, Gambay slapped him hard across the face. Are you out of your mind? You dare say something like that? Unlike in Mondstadt, where poking fun at Barbatos was no big deal, showing disrespect to the tsaritsa in Snezhnia was an unforgivable offense. Damn it! I've had enough. Gambay stepped forward and reached out to grab Tanya. Just as his hairy hand was about to touch her shoulder, a basketball suddenly fell from above, hitting the back of his head squarely. Perfect shot! From behind the group came a teasing voice. The Lawrence team scores. Gambay, now resembling an enraged bear, turned around furiously to see Lucas standing behind them, smiling. Gambay, I heard you took my toy. That's not okay. Without it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Senior. For some reason, the sight of Lucas, the same guy who was always plotting to bully her, suddenly filled Tanya with a sense of relief. What are you waiting for? Lucas beckoned with his finger. Come on, let's go home. Tanya quickly stood up, about to make her way over to him, but Gambay's large arm blocked her path. Mondstadt boy, you just said it yourself, he's just a toy, Gambay sneered. What's wrong with sharing him with your seniors for a bit? Don't worry, we'll return him to you in 3 days. 3 days? Even if Tanya were truly a boy, after 3 days with these guys, she'd likely be reduced to a wreck. That won't work, senior, Lucas said with a faint smile. Such a delicate toy. It'd be a shame if you broke it with a toothpick. The double meaning in his words only enraged Gambay further. Already seething, his fury reached a boiling point. Fine. You've successfully pissed me off. Today, neither you nor him will leave here. Coming to face me alone, you'll regret it. Wait a minute, who said I came alone? Lucas clapped his hands. All right, boys, come on out. As soon as he finished speaking, the gymnasium doors swung open. A group of students, armed with training weapons, flooded in and quickly shut the door behind them. Even in the face of this, Gambay didn't show any fear. Instead, he laughed coldly. Hey, you guys are all from Snezhnaya, right? Are you really willing to offend me just to help this Mondstadt pig? You're the one who should take a closer look, Lucas said casually. These guys, all of them are people you've bullied before. Gambay finally realized that the students now glaring at him with hatred were all people he had humiliated in the past. When they were alone, they may not have dared to resist. But now, with the chance for revenge, they weren't about to let it slip by. And as for the consequences? Do you expect a group of angry Snezhnayan youths to care about consequences? That's laughable. Everyone knows that teenage hooligans are the most dangerous. They're immature and reckless, and they just might stab you a few times if you say the wrong thing. You can all exact whatever revenge you want today, Lucas said, waving his hand dismissively. I'll take full responsibility for the actions. Aren't you afraid of getting expelled for this? Gambay's face finally showed a hint of nervousness. Expelled? Lucas chuckled. I'd welcome it. I never wanted to come here in the first place. Wait. Realizing the situation had turned bad, Gambay quickly said, ganging up on me, what kind of honor is that? If you've got any guts, let's settle this one-on-one. One-on-one? Lucas couldn't help but laugh. Do you really think being good at fighting matters? In this world, it's all about power and connections. As soon as he finished speaking, the students behind Lucas, already brimming with anger, stepped forward, surrounding Gambay and his group, brandishing their weapons. White Emperor's sacred sword. Sword, follow my lead. Ure! Shouting and cursing, the gymnasium had now turned into a battleground. Although most Snezhnyans despised ganging up on others, their long-held grudges against Gambay overrode their usual principles. Revenge was far more important. Hey, don't go too hard, Lucas said, watching the scene with amusement. That guy over there, you're hitting way too hard. Do you also want to become the cracker? Ahem. Just then, a hesitant voice came from behind Lucas. He turned to see Tanya standing there, her eyes filled with a mixture of emotions. Thanks for saving me. Don't get the wrong idea, Lucas casually wrapped his arm around Tanya's shoulders and whispered, I just don't want anyone dirtying my toy. Don't do that, Tanya shrank back slightly, stammering, there are people watching. It's fine. Everyone in school already knows about our special relationship, Lucas said, unconcerned, with a smirk. But you sure are bold, pretending to be the relative of a fatui harbinger. Tanya opened her mouth to explain, but before she could say anything, there was a loud thud as Gambay collapsed to the ground. He and his lackeys had been beaten black and blue. Gambay, who normally relied on his size and menacing appearance to bully others, was not much of a fighter. Combined with the overwhelming numbers against him, he had no chance and was swiftly defeated. Stop, please stop. The arrogant Gambay was now kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. His pride was shattered as he begged, if this continues, someone's going to die. You've got a point. If someone dies, it won't just be a matter of expulsion, Lucas said, having already accepted the possibility of being expelled and deciding to go all out. But I think my friends, the ones you bullied, still haven't had enough fun. The members of the Lawrence gang had all been tormented by Gambay at some point. There was no way they'd let him off so easily now, and they began shouting for more. I've got an idea. Lucas grabbed a training spear nearby, examined it, and muttered, this size should do. What are you planning to do? Gambay seemed to realize something terrible and began to sweat profusely. Turn him around, Lucas ordered casually. Quickly. And no. You can't do this. It'll kill me. Gambay's face turned pale, and he cried out desperately, please, don't. You guys love doing this sort of thing, don't you? Lucas smirked, and with a signal, 2 students pinned Gambay down. Since you enjoy it so much, let's see how you like it. No please, no. Tears welled up in Gambay's eyes, and soon after, the gymnasium was filled with his blood-curdling screams. This time, Gambay really lived up to his new nickname, Torn Apart. Mission complete, rescue Tanya. You have received a talent reward, Ruthless Striker, B grade. Effect, increases damage by 20% when attacking a target from behind. Another strange talent added to the mix. There was no way such a serious incident could be swept under the rug. Later that day, Lucas was summoned to the office. Outrageous. This is simply outrageous. The disciplinarian slammed his hand on the desk, furious. You started a brawl in the gym, leaving 8 students severely injured, and even used a wooden stick. Lawrence, do you realize what you've done? Bullying happens every day in this school, and Gambay has done far worse things in the past. Lucas showed no fear, calmly replying, the only reason this is such a big deal now is, because I'm from Mondstadt, isn't it? Ch 73. So what? The dean seemed quite displeased with this defiant student. Let me make one thing clear, the law of the jungle in this school is what makes real men out of the students. But letting a foreigner trample on Snezhnyan pride? That will never be allowed. Forgive me, but this isn't survival of the fittest. It's just the weak bullying those who are weaker, Lucas scoffed. If that's the case, go ahead and announce my expulsion. The dean snapped, expulsion is just the beginning. I'll make sure you're publicly humiliated in front of the entire school. Expelling such an excellent student would be a great loss for the academy. A lazy voice interrupted from behind them. A young man with short orange hair strolled casually into the office, smiling. Couldn't you let him off the hook for my sake? Both Lucas and the dean froze in shock upon seeing him. It was Tartaglia. Having once impersonated the doctor, Lucas immediately recognized him. He couldn't believe it, Tartaglia really was Tanya's brother. Realizing this, a cold chill swept over Lucas. For him, expulsion wasn't much of a punishment. At worst, he'd return to Mondstadt and get a scolding from his father. But if Tartaglia ever found out what Lucas had done to his sister, given Tartaglia's ruthless nature, there was no way he'd let Lucas off lightly. Lord Tartaglia. The dean, suddenly losing his previous arrogance, stood up, visibly anxious. This student has committed numerous offenses. A severe punishment is necessary to set an example. It seems you're mistaken about something, Tartaglia said, grabbing the dean by the collar. His smile vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you. If I had been the one who caught the guy who bullied my brother, it wouldn't have ended with just his pants down. I understand. The dean was now trembling with fear, stammering, I'll do exactly as you say. Smart decision. Tartaglia's smile returned as he patted the dean on the shoulder. Then, turning to Lucas, he gave a smile full of hidden meaning. I hear you're my brother's roommate. Why don't you show me around your dorm? The way Tartaglia's character is set up gives off the vibe that no matter what he does, it never feels out of character. So, Lucas couldn't quite figure out what was going on in Tartaglia's mind. After all, even though nothing official had happened between him and Tanya, they had already gone through first, second, and third base. Considering how much Tartaglia dotes on his sister, Lucas had no doubt that he could be dragged back to the dorm and tortured in front of Tanya if Tartaglia found out. Even though Lucas was a foreign exchange student, in front of a fatui harbinger, his status didn't amount to much. Sigh, Lucas thought back to the days when Tartaglia had been just a lackey under his command. Now, the tables had turned, and he was at Tartaglia's mercy. Of course, no problem, Lucas maintained his calm as much as possible and smiled, please follow me. However, much to Lucas's surprise, on the way back to the dorm, Tartaglia didn't bring up anything related to Tanya. Instead, he kept asking Lucas questions about himself. Finally, when they arrived at the dorm, Tanya was already waiting in the room. As soon as she saw Lucas and her brother walk in together, a flash of nervousness crossed her face. Brother Ajax. Tanya forced an awkward smile, is everything resolved? With me on the case, it was a breeze. But... Tartaglia suddenly grabbed Tanya's cheek with a smile. You said you wanted to attend art school, so I wrote you a recommendation letter. And what did you do? You used that letter to disguise yourself and enroll in military school. Who gave you the guts to do that, hey? Though Tartaglia was still smiling, Tanya knew that her brother was most terrifying when he smiled. She almost wished he would just scold her harshly instead. I want to become as strong as you, brother, Tanya summoned the courage to say. But you've always treated me like a fragile flower in a greenhouse, so I had no choice but to prove myself this way. Is that what you think? Tartaglia's expression shifted slightly, and he sighed. You truly are my sister. But you should know how dangerous it is for a girl in a place like this. Even I can't always protect you. He can. Tanya suddenly grabbed Lucas's wrist and said firmly, this man said he would protect me forever. When did I say something like that? Lucas's face flushed with embarrassment. Tanya leaned closer and whispered, you don't want my brother to find out about the things you made me do you? Was he being blackmailed? Why yeah, that's right. Lucas had no choice but to comply. Don't worry, I'll protect Tanya. Oh. Tartaglia's expression shifted to one of amusement as he gave Lucas a knowing smile. Could it be that you like Tanya? Absolutely not. Lucas immediately denied it. Protecting a lady is simply a gentleman's duty. You're quite interesting, Tartaglia said, staring into Lucas's eyes. I like your methods for dealing with Gambay and his gang. Plus, your academic performance is impressive. How about it, are you interested in joining the fatui after graduation? I appreciate the offer, but... Lucas trailed off. I have reasons that compel me to return to Mondstadt. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Tanya's face. Lucas Lawrence, I've looked into your background, Tartaglia continued, as if seeing through everything. You're a Mondstadt noble, but you've always been seen as an idle, incompetent good-for-nothing, even being punished by your family to attend military school for 3 years. But ever since you entered the academy, you've excelled. I don't know why you've hidden your talents within your family, but here in Snezhnia, things are different. Here, as long as you have strength and merit, even a slave can rise to the top. If the opportunity arises, I'll give it some thought, Lucas replied nonchalantly. Unfortunately, I have a family waiting for me back in Mondstadt. Well, I won't push you then, Tartaglia said with a smile, not one to press the issue. But remember, the fatui's doors are always open to you. All right, all right. Tanya interrupted, gently pushing her brother toward the door. Brother, don't you have a lot of work to do? Sigh, Tartaglia sighed, a hint of melancholy on his face. Tanya, you've really grown up. You're not the little girl who used to chase after me anymore. With that, he waved his hand and left the dorm with a casual flair. But after Tartaglia's departure, an awkward silence filled the room. Finally, Lucas broke the silence. Why, didn't you tell him what I've done to you? Tanya blushed slightly, stammering, don't get the wrong idea. I'd never tell my brother something like that. Besides, nothing really happened. That's true for now, Lucas squinted slightly. But I can't guarantee I won't get any bad ideas with over a year left of us living together. Humph, now that you know my brother is a fatui harbinger, do you still dare to have those kinds of thoughts? Tanya tried to act tough. Go ahead, I dare you. Well, since you're asking. Without another word, Lucas pushed Tanya down on the bed. I've never heard such a strange request before. Inside the dorm, a playful mix of laughter and mock scolding could be heard. Entering text mode. After fooling around with Tanya, you discovered a note on your bed. It was from Tartaglia, and it read, "If you dare do anything inappropriate to my sister, I'll pay you back double." You immediately understood what this meant, and a sense of unease crept over you. Although the large-scale brawl caused a significant uproar, thanks to Tartaglia's intervention, the situation was quickly smoothed over. Your Lawrence gang also became well known after this incident, rising to become one of the most powerful factions in the academy. As for Gambay and his lackeys, they became the laughingstock of the school and didn't recover by the time the graduation ceremony came around. The relationship between you and Tanya also changed subtly after the incident. You continued to take care of each other in unspoken ways, though the two of you never crossed the final line. After all, Tartaglia's note was likely not a joke. If things really got out of hand, even returning to Mondstadt might not be enough to escape his retribution. Age 18, soon, you entered your third year, which would be your final year at the Snezhnia Military Academy. Over the past 2 years, you regularly exchanged letters with your family, including not just your parents but also Eula. You were thrilled to learn that Eula had passed the family trials and obtained the Lawrence family emblem, Crest of Frost. For thousands of years, only a handful of people had successfully passed the family trials. This emblem was entrusted to those who would carry the family's hopes, meaning that Eula becoming the next head of the Lawrence family was now just a matter of time. However, Mondstadt had not been entirely peaceful. Rumors damaging the Lawrence family's reputation occasionally circulated among the people. Though these rumors hadn't shaken the family's control over Mondstadt, they had caused a noticeable impact. In just half a year, the Lawrence family had arrested over a dozen individuals accused of spreading these rumors, yet the source of the gossip had not been found. This didn't concern you too much. After all, compared to the intense conflict between Mondstadt's nobles and commoners 1,000 years ago, the current situation was hardly alarming. Besides, the Lawrence family's reputation had improved significantly compared to centuries ago. The people had no real need to overthrow them, and certainly lacked the power to do so. Upon entering your third year, your position at the academy became even more secure, and Tanya had grown capable of handling herself. Even without your protection, no one dared to bother her anymore. You remained the school tyrant, but interestingly, the incidents of bullying within the academy had noticeably decreased over the past 2 years. This wasn't due to your intentional efforts, but rather because Gambay fate had served as a cautionary tale. No one could be sure if the person they bullied today might seek revenge tomorrow. Moreover, the majority of students were now part of the Lawrence gang, whose first rule was simple: settle conflicts with strength, and anyone using underhanded methods would face severe punishment. As a side note, though Gambay had regained the ability to walk, he would likely spend the rest of his life dependent on adult diapers. Although you were still a student, by your final year, your responsibilities resembled those of a staff member. As graduation approached, more voices urged you to stay. No one had anticipated that the once unremarkable exchange student from Mondstadt would have such a significant influence. However, you knew that staying was not an option. In the distant land of Mondstadt, there were people waiting for your return. Finally, the day of the graduation ceremony arrived. As you stepped onto the stage, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Without realizing it, you had become a role model for many students. Feeling a mix of emotions, you took the microphone and calmly said, "Goodbye, you bastards." One thing that caught your attention was that, 2 weeks before graduation, Tanya had moved out of the dormitory you shared. Whether it was your imagination or not, you felt as though she had been deliberately avoiding you. This meant you didn't even get the chance to say a proper goodbye. In truth, you weren't sure what kind of relationship the two of you had. Perhaps leaving quietly was the best ending for both of you. However, there was one last thing you needed to do before leaving the city. You returned to the tavern where you had first met Tanya 3 years ago, determined to break Ursa's drinking record and take that painting with you. The bartender had long since been replaced, and he seemed unimpressed by your challenge. After all, countless people over the years had tried to break the record, most failing miserably, some even ending up needing stomach pumps. Firewater, Snezhnia's most famous liquor, lived up to its name. It was so potent it could be set alight. Drinking it felt like swallowing flames, and even seasoned drinkers could hardly make it past 10 cups. However, thanks to your never-drunk talent, you took it in stride. As glass after glass of firewater went down, you soon attracted the attention of onlookers. Just as you were about to down your 63rd glass, a familiar figure suddenly sat down across from you. It was none other than Tanya. This time, she had shed her usual military academy uniform in favor of feminine attire, complete with a wig. You now realized just how much the tomboyish Tanya had grown into a woman. "Let me join you for a drink. Consider it a farewell toast," Tanya said as she downed a glass of fire water, though her brow furrowed slightly at its intensity. You exchanged smiles. After 2 years of living side by side, you had developed an extraordinary understanding of each other, so much so that no words were necessary to convey your thoughts. With your never-drunk talent, it should have been impossible for you to get intoxicated. Yet, looking at Tanya's flushed smile, you felt a wave of dizziness. It turned out that sometimes, a person could be more intoxicating than alcohol. You couldn't remember how you managed to win the painting that night, but you were sure you had tasted something even sweeter than Snezhnia's finest wine. In that familiar rest area, everything seemed just as it had 3 years ago, except that this time, the roles had reversed. Just like Snezhnia's firewater, rich, fiery, and intoxicating, every drop lingered with a taste that was impossible to forget. First glass of red wine, talent activated, reward obtained, ability to control fire element. What? You had unexpectedly gained another elemental mastery? Lucas was astonished. Even in his previous life, he had only mastered fire element control. Could it be that the first glass of red wine talent's attribute enhancement was not limited to the attributes of the absorbed individual? Could special characters trigger additional effects? Although he didn't fully understand it, this explanation seemed the most plausible for now. The next day, you woke up in the hotel room you had reserved. Your painting and luggage had already been packed, but Tanya was nowhere to be found. On the pillow, she had left a note, a simple message: everything that happened yesterday was voluntary. She wished you success upon your return to Mondstadt. Your emotions were mixed, but the room's clock had already struck the hour. It was time to leave. After one last look at the northern city where you had spent 3 years, you finally embarked on your journey home. Besides your parents, your return didn't garner much attention. The one you had longed for, Eula, only paid you a visit briefly, constrained by her status. After 3 years apart, Eula had shed more of her youthful naivety. Now 21, she had achieved many accomplishments that her predecessors never had. She earned the crest at the youngest age ever and secured her position as the Lawrence family's heir just after turning 20. Due to her status, Eula's demeanor was somewhat distant. After all, she was now the most celebrated figure in the family, the hope of the Lawrence legacy. Every word and action of hers was under the watchful eyes of many. Of course, this was just a facade. Despite being 3 years apart, the connection between you two was still as strong as ever. With just a glance, you could understand each other's thoughts. Author's note: I'll be traveling for a while, so I won't be able to post extra chapters daily. However, please keep voting. I'll upload all the chapters on weekends. Thanks for your support. On that note, get us to 1,600 today and I'll release the next chapter immediately. Ch 74. That evening, you returned to your long-missed bedroom. Although you had been away for a long time, the room remained spotless. Your mother regularly cleaned it, even though she knew your return wouldn't come any sooner because of it. The blanket carried the fresh scent of sunlight. Just as you were enjoying the moment, a sudden cold draft swept through the room. When you turned around, Eula had already appeared behind you. You embraced her tightly and a fiery passion ignited in your chest. In moments like this, words became unnecessary. Through action, you both expressed the intense longing you had for each other. Downstairs, Mrs. Schubert glanced up at the ceiling, puzzled, muttering, "That child's really attracting mosquitoes, he's been swatting non-stop since coming home." After an hour and a half, when things finally quieted down, you and Eula basked in the afterglow of your reunion. You took the opportunity to ask about your wedding. However, Eula showed a hint of hesitation. She told you that although she had earned the title of heir, she was still too young. She needed a few more years of experience before formally taking on the role of head of the family. She asked if you could continue waiting. Noticing your subtle change in expression, the usually frosty family heir showed a softer side, whispering, "It's okay, even if the wedding is delayed, I'll find other ways to make it up to you." You understood Eula's implication, and from that day on, your window was never locked again. Like the TVT version of Romeo and Juliet, you and Eula often met under the cover of night. Age 19, time passed quickly, and before long, you had been back in Mondstadt for some time. One day, your father, Schubert, approached you very seriously, telling you that it was time to demonstrate what you had learned and serve the family. In truth, you had been waiting for this day, already prepared to build your legacy in the Lawrence family. This wasn't just to support Eula by removing any obstacles, but also to increase your chances of marrying her. However, your father led you to a hidden underground chamber within the family estate, a place that, as someone who once ruled the Lawrence family 1,000 years ago, you were very familiar with, including this basement. This secret chamber was an interrogation room where the Lawrence family once tortured those who posed a threat to their power. You were surprised that even after a millennium, the chamber still existed. Of course, you couldn't reveal your knowledge of this due to your reincarnation, so you had to pretend as if it was all new to you. Inside the interrogation room, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses, was bound to a chair. He looked scholarly, not like a criminal at all. Your father, Schubert, informed you that this man's name was Hudson, and he had been secretly spreading rumors about the Millennium Lie, tarnishing the Lawrence family's reputation. He was, without a doubt, a heretic. You were already familiar with the Millennium Lie theory. Some Mondstadt scholars, based on leftover clues, believed that the current history of Mondstadt was fabricated by the Lawrence family to cover up their past sins. You knew that this wasn't exactly a lie, but to maintain the family's control, the Lawrence family had labeled such claims as dangerous heresy. Your father explained that the Lawrence family had always maintained a secret organization called the Enforcers. Their sole purpose was to eliminate, in the shadows, any threats to the family's dominance. Operating in darkness, the Enforcers often did things that couldn't be exposed to the light. They were the necessary evil to preserve the family's status. This revelation didn't surprise you, because the so-called Enforcers were an organization you, as Eberhard, had personally established. Your father, Schubert, was the current head of the Enforcers. He had brought you here because he wanted you to become one of them, and torturing Hudson was your first lesson. However, Hudson remained defiant, glaring at you and your father with hatred, shouting, "You liars! You thieves who stole the nation! I will never yield to you. The truth cannot be defeated." At first, their mouths are always tough, Schubert said expressionlessly, pointing at the surrounding torture devices. But no one ever lasts past the third one. Over the centuries, torture devices had evolved. Besides some familiar instruments, there were many new designs that even you hadn't seen before. Indeed, humans had a natural talent for inventing new ways to torment each other. Schubert expertly demonstrated the use of the tools. You found it hard to believe that the refined and courteous man who cherished etiquette was now like a cold-blooded butcher, torturing the heretic in front of him without hesitation. Blood splattered onto the protective coat he had prepared in advance. His face was calm, as though he was merely teaching you how to prepare a chicken for slaughter. You finally understood why Schubert had sent you to the military academy to harden your will. He had planned all along to shape you into an enforcer. "Leave the rest to me," you said, taking your father's wrist. "Within the hour, I'll make him submit." Schubert seemed surprised but nodded in satisfaction. He left the interrogation room, and soon after, blood-curdling screams echoed from within. When Schubert returned to the interrogation room, Hudson, who had been so defiant earlier, had already pressed his blood-stained handprint onto a written confession. He had revealed all the information he knew. There were typically two ways to deal with these heretics. The first was to have them admit their crimes and repent, after which they would be imprisoned according to the severity of their offences. The second, for those who refused to yield even unto death, was a public execution by fire, meant to serve as a deterrent to others. This method might be cruel, but the Lawrence family had no other choice. Their only option was to uncover the source of the Millennium Lie and eradicate it completely. Over the years, the Enforcers had been searching for the origins of the Millennium Lie, but the leads they found were scant. Instead, the number of heretics who believed in the lie seemed to be growing. You knew the full truth, but to maintain the Lawrence family's rule, especially for Eula's sake, you had no choice but to bury the truth yourself. Age 20, you had only been part of the Enforcers for a year, but your accomplishments were already impressive. Your ruthlessness instilled fear even in your seniors. Though the Enforcers were a secret organization, rumors about them circulated among the populace. Your ruthless methods had earned you the nickname the Smiling Reaper. The reason was simple: it was said that every time you conducted an interrogation, you smiled, but your actions were as merciless and terrifying as death itself. In your previous life, your hands had long been stained with blood, so torturing prisoners carried no burden for you. However, you kept your role as an enforcer a secret from Eula. You knew her sense of justice was strong, and she likely wouldn't understand your choices. You told yourself that once all the heretics were eliminated, you could be with Eula without any worries. Age 21, you received a new mission. A heretic who had been imprisoned for over a decade had recently been released. It was said that he had been one of the first to propagate the heretical theories, and he might have ties to the source of the Millennium Lie. Your task was to observe him secretly and gather evidence. This wasn't your first mission of this kind. Generally, those who had been imprisoned and experienced such suffering wouldn't dare repeat their offenses. Still, as always, you reviewed the target's dossier. His name was Raffle. 13 years ago, he had been arrested and tortured for secretly spreading the Millennium Lie and was imprisoned thereafter. His father was none other than the famous blacksmith in Mondstadt, Wagner. Wagner? Lucas furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't that the same blacksmith shop where he bought a dagger in the simulator when he was a kid? Looks like things have come full circle. You disguised yourself as a common customer and entered Wagner's blacksmith shop, ready to investigate. Despite the shop's high-quality products, it hadn't expanded at all over the past decade. This likely had much to do with Wagner's temperament. Since his son was imprisoned, he had become reclusive and irritable, never showing his customers a kind face. Now entering immersive mode. Mission objective: gather useful information during immersive mode. The quality of your rewards will depend on the amount of information you collect. Welcome. As soon as Lucas stepped inside, he was greeted by a middle-aged man swinging a hammer. What can I get for you? The middle-aged man was none other than Wagner, the blacksmith. His hair had grayed over the past decade, but his body remained strong from years of forging. However, his unusually friendly attitude puzzled Lucas. Since when did this ill-tempered blacksmith start greeting customers so warmly? I'm just browsing, Lucas replied casually. Take your time. Everything's 20% off today. Wagner said with a grin as he hammered the red-hot iron before him. What's going on with your boss? Lucas asked the shop assistant, Schultz, who was busy with inventory. I remember he didn't used to be like this. According to the dossier, Schultz had been an apprentice at the shop for over a decade. Despite his hard work, he lacked the talent to learn Wagner's full craft. It's because Raffle, his son, has been released from prison, Schultz sighed. Even though the master doesn't say much, he's been overjoyed inside. Schultz, although honest, had worked for Wagner for many years, and in some ways, he was like a son to him. But Wagner rarely showed Schultz any kindness, often criticizing and belittling his work. Schultz sometimes wondered if Wagner was deliberately holding back, saving his true skills to teach Raffle once he was released from prison. Do you need any help with anything? At that moment, a polite voice came from behind Lucas. Turning around, he saw a man in his 30s, smiling warmly at him. Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly. This was Raffle, the target of his mission. Compared to the photo, Raffle appeared thinner, with sunken eyes and visible scars on his arms. Clearly, he had endured a lot during his years in prison. Raffle, you shouldn't be out here, Schultz quickly helped him to a seat. The doctor said you need to rest and recover. I just want to help out around the shop, Raffle replied with a weak smile. I can still manage sales. It seemed, nothing unusual was happening. Could he have been overthinking it? Has Raffle truly turned over a new leaf? But since the system assigned this mission, there had to be something suspicious about him. At that moment, Lucas's attention was drawn to a shiny golden bracelet on the counter. He picked it up curiously and asked, "Does your blacksmith shop sell gold jewelry too?" "Sorry, that one's not for sale," Wagner said with a wave. "A kid left it here over 10 years ago. I've been holding onto it, waiting for him to come back and claim it." Lucas suddenly realized. Wasn't this the bracelet he left behind years ago when he came here to buy a dagger? Who would have thought that after all these years, Wagner had never sold the bracelet and was still waiting to return it to its owner? For some reason, Lucas felt a sudden wave of emotion. For a brief moment, he truly wished that Raffle was innocent. If not, this father, who had waited over a decade for his son, would surely be heartbroken. "Master, it's been so many years. That kid's probably grown up by now. How could you possibly recognize him?" Schultz said helplessly. "Besides, the owner of this gold bracelet is probably some noble who doesn't even care about a little money. You'd be better off selling it and expanding the shop. You fool! The most important thing in business is honesty. Wagner snapped, clearly displeased. And my memory is sharp as ever. If I ever see that kid again, I'll recognize him for sure. Hey! Suddenly, Wagner's eyes landed on Lucas. He murmured, wait a minute, that face, there's no mistake. You're that little kid from all those years ago, aren't you? Seriously? This isn't just a good memory, this is insane. I've grown up over the past 10 years, and he can still recognize me? Lucas instinctively stepped back, and with a soft clink, the dagger he always carried with him, the dagger of the unfilial, slipped from his waist and fell to the ground. Isn't that the dagger I sold you back then? Wagner instantly recognized his handiwork, laughing. You've kept it in such good condition. I knew I didn't misjudge you. Ha ha ha. What a rookie mistake. I can't believe I slipped up like this. Realizing that his identity could no longer be hidden, Lucas picked up the dagger and, a bit awkwardly, said, I didn't expect you to remember me after all these years. As for the bracelet, I knew it was made of gold from the start, so you can keep it. It's fine. Well then, I won't be shy about it. You nobles really are generous. Wagner's personality was straightforward as always, and he nodded with a grin. This gold bracelet will come in handy when Raffle gets married. At those words, both Raffle and Schultz's expressions subtly shifted. The jealousy in Schultz's eyes was obvious, while Raffle's look of panic did not escape Lucas's keen observation. He was definitely hiding something. Ahem. Raffle coughed twice, his brow furrowed. Sorry, I'm not feeling well. I think I'll go rest. Uneven breathing, a change in expression, even his movements had become stiff. There was no doubt. It seems there's no point in hiding it any longer. Lucas suddenly spoke coldly. Mr. Raffle, in my capacity as a member of the Enforcers, I'm requesting to search your room. The moment he said this, the three people in front of him were all taken aback. Wagner, who had been all smiles just moments ago, was now beside himself with anxiety. There must be some mistake. My son has reformed, I swear. He would never have anything to do with those heretics again. I'm sorry, but I'm just doing my job, Lucas replied coolly. Mr. Raffle, please lead the way. Don't worry, if you're truly innocent, I won't trouble you. Though Raffle's expression was grim, he nodded and led Lucas to his room. The room's furnishings were simple. On the desk were several open books, and the fireplace crackled warmly. It all seemed like the typical home of a commoner. Lucas conducted a routine search but found nothing suspicious. The books on the shelves were merely popular novels and poetry collections. I told you. Wagner followed them into the room, clearly agitated. Raffle promised me he wouldn't get involved in that stuff again. Just as Lucas was about to give up, he noticed Raffle's gaze. It seemed to flicker toward the fireplace intentionally or not. Feeling a sudden surge of suspicion, Lucas extended his hand. A blast of icy air shot from his palm, instantly extinguishing the fire in the hearth. Kneeling down, he sifted through the ashes and found some partially burned papers, though the writing on them was no longer legible. Care to explain? Lucas held up the charred scraps. What were you burning? Trying to destroy evidence. It's nothing, Raffle said, his voice steady. I ran out of firewood, so I used some old books for fuel. Ch 75. The blacksmith shop doesn't have firewood. Lucas sneered, Mr. Raffle, do you think we're fools? You'll have to come with us. Wait. Wagner, usually arrogant, suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud and pleaded, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Please, spare him this time. I'll pay you whatever you want. You can even take over the shop if you wish. Just, please, let him go. It was no wonder Wagner was so desperate. His son, just recently released after being imprisoned for years, was about to be taken away again. I hope for your sake that your son is innocent, Lucas said, his face cold. But if you resist, my men are waiting outside. No need, Raffle responded calmly. I'll go with you. Outside the interrogation room, Lucas quietly smoked a cigarette. In real life, he didn't have a smoking habit, but after becoming a law enforcer in the simulation, he found he couldn't stop. The door creaked open, and two sweating enforcers stepped out. Boss, he still refuses to say anything. I'll handle it, Lucas said without scolding them. After putting out his cigarette, he entered the interrogation room. Inside, Raffle, once neatly dressed, now looked disheveled, his body covered in bloody wounds. Mr. Raffle, Lucas smiled, are you satisfied with our hospitality? You really are the smiling reaper. Raffle weakly muttered. All it took was some charred scraps of paper, and you could drag someone in here for torture. Is this how your enforcers operate? You seem to misunderstand us, Lucas said lightly, sitting across from Raffle. Since when do enforcers need evidence to arrest someone? You can torture me all you want, but it's useless, Raffle shook his head. I don't know anything. Even if you kill me, you won't get a word out of me. Everyone who comes in here says something similar. Lucas placed a pear-shaped metal instrument on the table, smiling. I heard that you are very intelligent, Raffle. Eager for knowledge, and became a scholar at a young age. You should know what this is, right? Raffle's expression darkened, and he murmured, pair of anguish. Exactly. It's one of my favorite tools. Lucas casually turned the handle at the end of the device. The pear-shaped tool slowly split into 4 segments, opening up like a blossoming flower. If you shove this into a liar's mouth and twist it slowly, their mouth will gradually be forced open, tearing the corners of their lips and fracturing the jawbone. Lucas explained the terrifying device with the same nonchalance as if introducing a toy. Raffle's face darkened more and more. Well, that's not its only use, Lucas chuckled. Don't worry, we use it separately, and it's always cleaned and sanitized after every use, completely hygienic. You can't scare me. Raffle's face was drained of color, but he tried to maintain his resolve. Torture me all you want. I won't say a word. You've misunderstood, Lucas shook his head. This isn't for you. Bring him in. As soon as he spoke, the door opened. 2 enforcers entered, escorting Wagner, Raffle's father. You. Raffle's eyes widened in realization. What are you going to do? Seeing his son covered in wounds, the usually tough Wagner couldn't hide his pain. Sir. My son is innocent. I'll take his place. Please, spare him. Touching. Such a display of fatherly love, Lucas patted Raffle's shoulder. Sometimes, watching someone else suffer is worse than enduring it yourself. You'll understand that soon enough. Prepare the device. At Lucas's command, Wagner was bound tightly, and the dreaded device was placed in position. As the ring was twisted, Wagner's face twisted with pain, though he couldn't utter a sound. Raffle, sitting right across from his father, was forced to watch the excruciating torture unfold. Even Lucas, who had arranged all this, felt a moment of complexity in his emotions. By now, he rarely comforted himself with thoughts like, it's just a simulation. During the earlier simulations, especially in immersive mode, Lucas still deliberately played the role of a villain. But now, he found himself slipping naturally into that persona, without any pretense. The only thing Lucas could do was make sure he kept the simulation separate from reality. As Wagner's mouth began to split from the strain, even the 2 new enforcers looked uneasy. Still won't speak. Lucas smiled. Watching your father suffer doesn't bother you. Monster. Demon. Raffle cursed. I swear the Enmo god will punish you. If he finds me, I'll give him a nice spot, Lucas yawned. Take a break. I'm going out for a smoke. Keep an eye on them, especially the old man, don't let him choke on his own blood. Lucas lazily walked out, but as soon as the door closed, his face changed. Leaning against the wall, he vomited. It wasn't a habit of Lucas's, nor was it because of the bloodshed. It was because the protagonist of this simulation vomited after every interrogation, as if by instinct. Damn it, why do they resist so much? Lucas muttered, wiping his mouth. It's just a matter of saying a few words. At that moment, an enforcer appeared behind him. Schultz has been brought in. I see. Take me to him. In truth, Lucas didn't expect the blacksmith apprentice to know anything useful, but as an enforcer, he couldn't overlook any potential details. Don't be afraid, Lucas said gently to the trembling Schultz. I know you're innocent. We just need to ask a few questions. Are really? Schultz sighed in relief but still asked nervously, will Master Wagner and Raffle be okay? Lucas didn't answer, instead changing the subject, how long have you worked at Wagner's smithy? 18 years, this year will be my 19th, Schultz answered honestly. I really feel sorry for you, Lucas feigned sympathy. Raffle was arrested at 18, and you've stayed by Wagner's side even longer than him. But Wagner always cared more for Raffle, didn't he? I imagine the smithy will be passed down to him. That's how it should be, right? Schultz replied, though a hint of dissatisfaction showed on his face. After all, he is the master's real son. Nothing in life is a given, Lucas sighed. If Raffle is found guilty, he'll face punishment, and when that happens, you'd be the only one left to inherit the shop. Having experienced life as an illegitimate child in his past life, Lucas was familiar with the envy and resentment toward a rightful heir. For a moment, Lucas saw the same look in Schultz's eyes that he had once seen in Eberhardt's. Too bad, Lucas shook his head. Without evidence, Raffle will be released. If I provide evidence, Schultz muttered, as if possessed, would he never come back? Of course, Lucas's heart leaped with excitement, though his face remained calm. And not just that, you'll also receive a handsome reward. One night, I got up to use the bathroom and saw Raffle sneaking out with a box, Schultz said, trembling with excitement. Out of curiosity, I followed him and saw, he buried the box under an oak tree. Excellent. Lucas's face twisted into a sly smile. This piece of information is a great contribution. There's one more thing. Schultz's expression became increasingly complicated as he mumbled, please, don't tell Master Wagner that it was me who informed on them. Don't worry, Lucas patted Schultz on the shoulder, smiling. We enforcers are professionals. Not wasting any time, Lucas immediately sent 2 men to the location Schultz mentioned. As expected, they dug up a box beneath a large oak tree. It wasn't a wooden or metal box, but a heavy stone chest, likely designed that way to protect the contents inside. Lucas brought the box back. Inside were some documents, books, and letters, not much in quantity, but their content was astonishing. The materials were research collected by Raffle, all related to the so-called Millennium Lie. The accuracy of the information matched up with historical events from 1,000 years ago by over 80%. Most strikingly, the names Eberhard and Vanessa appeared in the documents. The records detailed the atrocities committed by the Lawrence family, the secrets behind the Windbloom festival, and even the incident where Eberhard and the demonic dragon Ursa slaughtered a city together. If this information were exposed, it would be catastrophic for the Lawrence family. This was far more than just a matter of damaged reputation. As for the letters, they were purely academic in nature, discussing the authenticity of documents and speculating on historical events. What puzzled Lucas was that there was no mention of political discussions or any desire to threaten the Lawrence family's rule. All the letters were addressed to someone referred to simply as G. Inside the interrogation room, the father and son continued to suffer. One endured physical pain, while the other endured psychological torment. Wagner had passed out several times from the torture, and Raffle seemed numb to it all. Still won't confess. Lucas entered the room with a smile, addressing Raffle. Your father's body can't hold on much longer. Torturing a prisoner's family required delicate control. If the relative died, it could easily backfire. I've told you, I don't know anything, Raffle responded coldly, his face dark. We're just innocent citizens, with no thoughts of heresy. Bang! Lucas threw the stone chest onto the floor, sneering. This box should look familiar, don't you think? At the sight of the chest, Raffle's eyes widened, and for the first time, a look of despair appeared on his face. The evidence was undeniable. If I confess, Raffle said quietly, will you spare my father's life? Of course. In fact, I respect him. He's a good citizen, a good blacksmith. Lucas nodded. And a good father. Yes, Raffle began to speak, his voice calm, as he delved into long-buried memories. Over a decade ago, I indeed came across the research of the Millennium Lie. Back then, I dreamt of becoming a scholar. I had an insatiable curiosity for knowledge, especially history. As I studied historical records, I realized that nearly all of the past 1,000 years of history had been written by the Lawrence family. However, I noticed discrepancies between their version and the local folklore I had collected. Ahem. Lucas cleared his throat and signaled the 2 enforcers to take the unconscious Wagner out of the room. After all, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Once they left, Raffle continued, these discoveries excited me. I began to collect more lost books and records. Along the way, I met others who shared my interests. Oh. Lucas interjected, aren't you afraid I'll ask for information about these friends? They've gone to a better place, Raffles sneered. A place where they can pursue knowledge without persecution. Lucas pretended not to catch the sarcasm and smiled. Go on. We compiled everything we found, held study sessions, and engaged in academic discussions. We wanted to uncover what really happened 1,000 years ago. Raffles' eyes glowed with a hint of passion as he spoke. We uncovered truths that completely contradicted the official history. For instance, a slave named Vanessa may have led a rebellion against the old aristocracy. For instance, the demonic dragon Ursa may not have been killed, but instead left Mondstadt for unknown reasons. And, do you know the name Eberhard? He might actually be the true founder of the Lawrence family. Not only that, but it was he who led the demonic dragon Ursa in the attack on Mondstadt. Enough! Lucas interrupted sharply. Nonsense! These are just wild speculations. Haven't you considered that these truths could be completely wrong? Of course, we knew it was possible that everything we believed was false. Raffle looked Lucas in the eye, his expression calm. But even if it's wrong, does that make it meaningless? Raffle's words sent a shock through Lucas. His voice turned cold. What is the point of studying this history? Are you planning to use it to overthrow the Lawrence family? As I said, we have no interest in politics. We are only driven by humanity's greatest desire. Raffle smiled faintly. The desire for knowledge. I've had enough of your kind. For some reason, a wave of disgust surged in Lucas's chest. He grabbed Raffle by the collar, snarling, "Freedom, knowledge, what will it take for you people to just live quietly without causing trouble? Why can't you just live peacefully? Why do you have to seek destruction?" Raffle didn't resist, his face expressionless as he said, "So, even the smiling Reaper gets angry." Lucas let go of Raffle and frowned. "Fine. Tell me, who is G?" If this G was still alive, he was likely the mastermind behind everything. Ch-76. You'll never know who he is. A trickle of black blood suddenly slid from the corner of Raffle's mouth. It seems, the poison is finally taking effect. Suicide by poison? For Lucas, a seasoned enforcer, such situations were nothing new. Faced with terrifying torture, death often seemed like a form of release. However, enforcers rarely allowed their prisoners the opportunity to take poison. Even if they managed to ingest it, there were 100 ways to force them to vomit it back up. Just as Lucas was about to make Raffle expel the poison, Raffle said calmly, "No need to bother. I took slow-acting poison long before I arrived. By now, it's spread throughout my body. Even the Enmo god himself can't save me." From the beginning, Raffle had known there was no chance of survival, so he had long prepared himself for death. "You sacrificed so much just to uncover a piece of history that can no longer be changed," Lucas sighed. "Was it really worth it?" "I have no regrets," Raffle said with a peaceful smile. "I only feel sorry for my father. I apologize, for being such a foolish son." Cough. As he spoke, Raffle spat out another mouthful of black blood. "Since you're about to die, I might as well tell you the truth," Lucas said indifferently. "Your theories are all correct. I could tell you even more, but you don't have enough time left." Upon hearing these words, Raffle's pupils dilated, his body racked with agony as the poison coursed through him, twisting his facial muscles into an uncontrolled grimace. Yet, amid the pain, a smile spread across his face. Raffle took his last breath, his expression frozen in a strange mix, one half contorted in suffering, the other half in bliss. Is this what they meant by to know the truth in the morning, and to die content by evening? Unlike the people of Mondstadt 1,000 years ago, who blindly sought freedom, Raffle and those like him merely sought truth. They had no intentions of rebellion, yet they still became casualties in the pursuit of it. However, just because they didn't seek to overthrow the Lawrence family didn't mean others wouldn't. If an ambitious individual used this information as leverage, the Lawrence family would face severe consequences. And that individual could very well be G. To Raffle, perhaps G was a fellow seeker of truth. But Lucas had a feeling that G merely wanted to use this group's thirst for knowledge to achieve his own ends. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room opened. The two enforcers entered, visibly nervous. One of them avoided eye contact as he reported, "Sir, the old blacksmith, he took his own life by smashing his head against the wall while we weren't looking." "I understand," Lucas said, his face expressionless. Give them both a proper burial. However, as Lucas prepared to leave the interrogation room, something caught his eye. On the floor near the chair where Wagner had been tortured were a few twisted, bloody words, seemingly written with a toe. A secret message? Lucas rushed over, and after carefully examining the writing, he recognized Wagner's final message to his son. I don't blame you. Hours later, Lucas was riding in a carriage, leaving Mondstadt with Schultz. Here's the reward I promised, Lucas tossed a pouch to Schultz with a smile. Thanks for your cooperation. But to avoid any trouble, I suggest you leave Mondstadt for a while. Thank you. Schultz opened the pouch and, after seeing its contents, finally relaxed. I was worried, you'd kill me to keep me quiet. We work with principles, Lucas replied coolly. It's unfortunate your master died, though. I don't care anymore. That old man never even looked at me properly anyway, Schultz said bitterly, as if this entire ordeal had unleashed the darkness lurking inside him. Let them reunite in the afterlife, this money is rightfully mine. Shing! The sharp blade of a knife suddenly pierced Schultz's chest. You! Schultz gasped, unable to believe his eyes. You tricked me. The one who spared you was the smiling Reaper, Lucas said, his face emotionless. Not me. It wasn't vengeance for Wagner and his son. After all, Lucas was the real executioner. It was just, for amusement. After all, the principles of villains are laughable at best. Mission complete. Based on the amount of information obtained, your rating is B level. Reward skill, interrogation technique, B level. Effect, after using this skill, you can force a target to answer one question. The weaker the target's mental strength, the higher the success rate. Usable once per day. Only B level? Well, it made sense. Although he had gathered a lot of information, the most crucial detail, the identity of G, remained a mystery. Entering text mode. The contents of Raffles' stone chest provided important clues. You handed them over to your father, Schubert, hoping to work together to uncover the identity of G. According to Schubert's analysis, you need to use reverse reasoning. Who stands to benefit the most from overthrowing the Lawrence family? That would likely be the mastermind. Suddenly, inspiration strikes. You blurt out a surname, Gunhilder. The letter G corresponds to this family's initial. 1,000 years ago, the Gunhilder family assisted the rebel Vanessa. However, after the true history was erased, this fact was buried along with it. As a result, although the Gunhilder family still holds a noble title, they've never risen to prominence. Nevertheless, over the past millennium, the Gunhilder family has maintained close ties with the common people and enjoys a great reputation in Mondstadt. If the Gunhilder family were to lead the charge, combined with the truths revealed in the Millennium Lie, it could spark a massive rebellion. Though the enforcers are granted immense power by the Lawrence family, without concrete evidence, they cannot act against the Gunhilder family. At last, your father lets out a long sigh. He looks into your eyes and asks, the enforcers exist to serve the Lawrence family, sacrificing everything for them. I've thought of a solution, but it may cost you the happiness of the rest of your life. That is, to marry into the Gunhilder family, infiltrate them, and gather intelligence. You have to admit, this is indeed a viable solution. If the Gunhilder family truly harbors rebellious intentions, your presence within them would prevent them from making any reckless moves. However, you've already secretly pledged your heart to Eula. Faced with your father's request, your decision is 1. Agree. 2. Refuse. Ah! Why must there be such a painful choice? Isn't this a bit too melodramatic? Lucas felt a deep sense of internal conflict. If it were simply a matter of choosing between good and evil, it would be a lot easier. But decisions like this where emotions are at stake are far more complicated. If he refused, the Gunhilder family might truly use the Millennium Lie as a pretext to rally support and overthrow the Lawrence family. If that happened, it wouldn't just be Eula's position as head of the family in jeopardy, but the entire existence of the Lawrence family would be at risk. At this point, Lucas was strong, but compared to Eberhard from his past life, who had absorbed over 1,000 sources of power, including the evil dragon Ursa, he was still far behind. Solving this crisis through sheer force was not an option. But if he agreed, even if he succeeded in disrupting the Gunhilder family's plans, before that could happen, he'd be labeled a traitor and likely be struck down by Eula herself. After much inner turmoil, Lucas sighed in defeat. I'll agree. If he could solve the problem with the Gunhilder family, there might still be a chance to salvage things between him and Eula. You fall silent for a moment before finally agreeing to Schubert's request. For the first time, your father shows a hint of guilt as he pats your shoulder, saying, to ensure the secrecy of this plan, you cannot reveal the truth to anyone. You know full well that anyone includes Eula. With her personality, if she learned the real reason, she would never agree to this plan and might even leak the secret. A few nights later, on the evening of your next rendezvous with Eula, you decide that tonight you will tell her about your impending engagement to the Gunhilder family. Forcing entry into immersion mode. Hey. Are you serious? Can't we just skip this awkward conversation in text mode? Why must it be in full immersion mode? Is there some kind of mission tied to it? No mission, just a little system wanting to enjoy the drama. Pio. You're a system. Stop using weird sound effects to act cute. Before Lucas could finish complaining, he was once again in that familiar room. For some reason, even though he had always looked forward to Eula's arrival, tonight he felt nervousness. The clock hands pointed to 10 p.m., and a familiar cool breeze blew in through the window. Before Lucas could speak, Eula threw open her arms and rushed into his embrace. Just let me lean on you for a bit, Eula said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Having to deal with all those old guys in meetings is so tiring. Though she was only 24, as the next in line to become head of the family, Eula had already earned the right to attend important family meetings. It was all preparation for her future leadership. Who could have imagined that the stern and stoic Eula, the one who rarely spoke in front of others, could show such a lazy side? It seemed she only allowed herself to be like this around Lucas. Hey, if you're really that tired, how about you take a little rest? Lucas gently patted her back. No, this is fine, Eula said softly, holding Lucas tightly. Just hugging you like this recharges my energy. Hearing this made Lucas's heart twist in even more guilt. Crap, there's no way I can say it now. Sensing something off, Eula smiled slightly and whispered in his ear, little brother, you seem down today. It's okay. I'll make you happy. Sister Eula. Lucas finally steeled himself, pushing gently against her shoulders. There's something very important I need to tell you. It was rare for Eula to see Lucas act so serious. Her heart skipped a beat with excitement. Could he be proposing? Although she hadn't officially become head of the family yet, today's meeting had confirmed the date for her succession. If he proposed now, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Really? Eula asked, barely able to contain her excitement. Actually, I have something important to tell you too. Let's count to 3 and say it together, okay? Before Lucas could respond, Eula had already started counting. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to become head of the family next year. I'm going to marry into the Gunhilder family next year. As soon as the words left their mouths, the temperature in the room plummeted to freezing levels. And it wasn't just the atmosphere, there was an actual drop in temperature. Eula, overwhelmed by her emotions, had subconsciously activated the power of her vision. A layer of frost even began forming on the floor by her feet. This has to be a joke, right? Eula's face darkened. Tell me, this isn't true. This is all my father's decision, Lucas said, forcing himself to act cold. I'm sorry. No, I know you. You wouldn't do something like this. Eula's voice trembled with conviction. There must be some reason behind this, right? Tell me. Looking into Eula's tear-filled eyes, Lucas sighed inwardly. Though he couldn't reveal the truth, he also couldn't let her believe he had truly betrayed her. Eula, listen to me, Lucas said, grasping her shoulders firmly. There's indeed a reason, but I can't tell you right now. Just know one thing, I haven't forgotten the promise we made. What's the reason? Eula asked, her emotions calming slightly. Why can't you tell me, even now? Author's note, drama alert, just kidding. No drama here. Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes. Everyone's favorite dragon waifu will be back soon. Eyes. CH77. Lucas was just about to speak when the door suddenly flew open with a loud bang. A middle-aged man walked in, his face expressionless. Father. Lucas was slightly startled. The man who entered was none other than his father, Schubert. Uncle, Eula began to explain, but Schubert shook his head and said, there's no need to say anything. Schubert placed the key he was holding back into his pocket and said calmly, this decision is mine. Eula, this farce between you two has gone on long enough. About this farce between you two, Schubert said coolly, I've always known. Young people tend to do reckless things, and I've tolerated it for long enough. But now, it's time for it to end. This isn't a farce, Eula said firmly, her gaze unwavering. Lucas and I love each other deeply. No matter what, I won't give him up. Sigh. Schubert let out a soft sigh, but a wry smile appeared on his face. I never liked playing the villain who breaks up lovebirds. Then why are you opposing us? Eula asked, clearly puzzled. Because, for him, there are more important things to focus on right now, Schubert replied. I'll make a deal with you. 5 years. No matter what happens, in 5 years, Lucas will end this marriage. Whatever happens between the two of you after that is your own business. Lucas was unexpectedly moved by his father's words. He had never imagined his normally stern father could show such a gentle side. Eula, please believe me, Lucas nodded. I swear on the 5-year promise, I will not fail you. At this point, if I keep pushing, it would only make me seem immature. Despite her words, Eula shot Lucas a disapproving look. I just hope whatever you're doing is worth the 5-year wait. Entering text mode. Age 22, your political marriage to the Gunhilder family proceeded smoothly, which only deepened your suspicions. It seemed as if the Gunhilders were trying to avoid suspicion by agreeing so easily. You had no expectations for this marriage. Whether your bride was plain or beautiful, you knew you had no choice but to accept. The wedding wasn't particularly grand, though both families invited a fair number of prominent figures. You were certain that Eula would never attend such an event. But to your surprise, you spotted her at the wedding. She didn't seem affected at all. Moving gracefully between guests of both families, she looked like just another attendee. The only explanation you could think of was that she had come to witness your humiliation. After all, Eula's beauty was renowned throughout Mondstadt. No matter how attractive your bride might be, she would surely pale in comparison to Eula. Finally, as the wedding music began, you laid eyes on your bride for the first time. To your shock, it was none other than Jean Gunhilder. Yes, the very same Jean who had been the Windbloom Festival princess you met as a child. Her beauty rivaled Eula's, though she lacked the same level of fame due to her family's position. You had never expected the Gunhilder family would offer their eldest daughter to you. Dressed in her wedding gown, Jean naturally took your arm and, gazing into your eyes, whispered, I told you we'd meet again, little one. Compared to your childhood encounter, Jean had matured both in appearance and figure. The wedding gown accentuated her perfectly, and not even Eula's presence overshadowed her. Jean seemed completely at ease. As the main figures of the wedding, you both had to make the rounds. You thought Eula would seek you out, but before that could happen, Jean led you right to her. You must be Eula, Jean said, raising her glass with sincerity. My husband has told me how much you've taken care of him. Let me offer this toast to you. May you bless our marriage. Offering a toast to your ex at your wedding. Could there be anything more awkward? Even though it was text mode, Lucas felt an intense second-hand embarrassment, like he could dig a hole with his toes and crawl into it. Of course, Eula replied gracefully, taking a sip of her wine with a smile. I wish you both a long and happy life together. May you have many children. Though Eula smiled, you clearly saw small cracks forming in the glass she was holding. As you and Jean prepared to move on, Eula suddenly called out to you, Brother Lucas, we were so close as kids. Don't you want to share a few more drinks with your sister? Without waiting for a response, Eula poured 3 more glasses of wine and downed them in one go. Though conflicted, you stayed and shared 3 drinks with her. Thanks to your never-drunk skill, even 300 drinks wouldn't affect you. But watching Eula force a smile as she drank tore at your heart. Perhaps trying to drown her sorrows, Eula drank a lot that night. Though you stayed close to Jean, your gaze never strayed far from Eula. As the wedding was winding down, a tipsy Eula staggered over to you and Jean once more, slurring slightly. Brother, can you help me to the restroom? Faced with her request, your options are 1. Agree. 2. Refuse. 3. Ask Jean to take Eula instead. In this situation, refusing would be the polite choice. After all, it was his wedding, and walking off with another woman might look strange. But Eula was like a sister. Refusing her might raise suspicion instead. I'll agree. As soon as Lucas made his choice, a system notification popped up, forcing entry into immersive mode. Again. How much do you enjoy watching these awkward scenes play out? Looking at Eula's drunken, hazy eyes, Lucas could only sigh inwardly. Sister Eula, I'll help you. Lucas gently supported her, turning to Jean. I'll be right back. All right, Jean said with a kind smile. Take good care of our sister. For some reason, Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that this version of Jean, in the simulation, had a slightly mischievous undertone. Of course, it might just be his imagination. After all, her upbringing in the simulation differed from the real Jean, so her personality was bound to have some differences. Lucas quickly brought Eula to the restroom. But as they approached, Eula leaned weakly against him, her voice soft. I can't walk anymore, help me inside. Luckily, the restrooms were unisex single stalls. Though exasperated, Lucas still dragged Eula's limp body to the door. Just as he was about to close it behind her, Eula grabbed his wrist and pulled him into the stall with her. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. By the time Lucas realized what was happening, he found himself pinned tightly against the stall wall by Eula's hands. Hey! Lucas was stunned, mumbling, Sister Eula, what are you doing? What do you think? Eula looked down at him, her cheeks flushed with a rosy tint. I had to watch my dear little brother become someone else's dear little brother. You're drunk, Lucas said helplessly. I should leave. If anyone discovered the groom locked in a bathroom with another woman on his wedding night, rumors would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Are you kidding? To Lucas's surprise, the drunken haze on Eula's face disappeared in an instant, the flush retreating as well. You think I'd get drunk so easily? After years of family events, my tolerance is as strong as steel. She was, pretending to be drunk? Lucas felt a jolt of nervousness. Eula, you know this was all just an act. It wasn't real. Even if I know that, watching you get cozy with her makes me angry, Eula pressed a finger to Lucas's lips, pouting. Just the thought of you two doing this and that tonight makes me feel terrible. Indeed, the most awkward thing about a wedding is that every guest knows what happens on the wedding night. Damn, if only your bride were ugly or fat, Eula said with annoyance. At least then, I'd feel a bit better about it. It doesn't matter, Lucas shook his head. In my eyes, Sister Eula is always the most beautiful woman. Save that sweet talk for your new bride. Eula finally calmed down a bit, though she was still irritated. I'm not that petty. Even if this marriage is a sham, the duties that come with it still need to be done. Lucas understood Eula's feelings all too well. After all, watching the man she loved for years be sent into another woman's arms would make any woman feel emotional. But Eula's tone suddenly shifted, her eyes locking onto Lucas with intensity. If you dare put more effort into being with her than you ever did with me, you're dead. Why is this such a strange competition? Lucas groaned, feeling a headache coming on. Do you realize I almost blew my cover earlier? You're upset over something like that? Eula let out a laugh, her anger starting to fade. Well then, as your sister, I should make it up to you. Wait a second. Lucas's face flushed. What are you planning, sister? What do you think? Eula adjusted her position, a mischievous smile on her face. That Gunhilder woman has been provoking me all night. So, I'll give her a groom who's too exhausted to do anything on his wedding night. No way, not here. Just as Lucas reached for the door handle, he suddenly heard footsteps outside. Crap, I can't leave now. Panicking, Lucas lifted his feet off the ground, hoping the person outside wouldn't notice the shadow of two pairs of shoes in the stall. Looks like I have no choice. Lucas felt his mind starting to melt. Looks like he'll just have to follow Eula's lead. Meanwhile, outside the restroom, a strange-looking girl with a purple pointed hat stood by the door, her face grim as she clutched her stomach. Damn it! I barely managed to sneak into this wedding under the pretense of being an astrologist, and now I've got a stomachache from overeating. The girl muttered, biting her lip. I can't help it. I was starving for days, and the food here is just so good. Gurgle gurgle. Her stomach let out a cute but urgent rumble. It's been 20 minutes already. Is the person inside constipated or something? Growing impatient, the girl raised her hand. A circular water mirror formed on the door, slowly revealing the inside of the stall. It wasn't that she had any strange hobbies, she simply wanted to see what was taking so long. However, as the image inside the mirror became clear, the pale-skinned astrologist's face turned beet red. This is Mondstadt. The girl mumbled. I guess it really is a city that values freedom, but this is a bit too free, isn't it? Mona. A soft voice suddenly sounded from behind her. The girl named Mona quickly dispelled the water mirror and turned around, trying to hide her nervousness with a smile. Jean? I was just waiting for the restroom. Yes, the woman who had appeared behind Mona was none other than the bride of this wedding. What should I do? Mona felt a wave of panic. Should she tell Jean that her new husband was in the bathroom with another woman? Wait. Mona hesitated. Maybe Jean already knew. After all, noble families have complicated relationships. Maybe they liked spicing things up with these kinds of activities? Either way, getting involved wouldn't benefit her. Better to mind her own business. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. As the hostess, it's my responsibility, Jean said, bowing slightly. If you don't mind, please feel free to use the restroom in my room. Thank you. Mona quickly nodded. What a saint this woman is. 10 minutes later. Phew. Mona sighed with relief as she stepped out of the restroom in Jean's room. I feel like I lost 2 kilograms. Mona, Jean, who had been waiting outside, spoke with a subtle expression. I heard you're quite a skilled astrologist. Would you mind performing a reading for me? I'm curious about how my marriage will turn out. At this, a cold sweat formed on Mona's forehead. Ch 78. This kind of situation hardly needed divination to foresee the outcome. After all, it was only the first day of marriage, and her husband was already with another woman. My divination is quite accurate, Mona said seriously, but I'm not the type of astrologist who would distort the results just to please others. Even if the outcome isn't what you expect, I will tell you the truth as it is. She paused, looking directly at Jean. Are you sure you want to proceed with the reading? Jean hesitated for a moment but then solemnly nodded and said, I've made up my mind. Please, proceed with the divination. Though she could be unreliable in her daily life, when it came to fortune-telling, Mona was always serious. She quickly performed her divination, and before long, she had the results. So, this is our fate. After hearing Mona's reading, Jean gave a faint, sad smile. Thank you. You're the first person who's ever thanked me after hearing the truth, Mona said, clearly moved by the result. Most people get angry when the reading isn't what they wanted to hear. Some even call me a witch. Let's go, Jean said softly. After all, I'm the bride. I can't disappear for too long. Watching the expression on Jean's face, Mona thought about the secret she had seen earlier through the water mirror at the restroom. For a moment, she considered telling Jean the truth but ultimately held back. After all, the old woman who trained her had taught her one useful lesson outside of astrology: never meddle in other people's business. On the other side, after an intense battle, Lucas finally left the cramped restroom. Clearly, Eula had made sure Lucas wouldn't have a shred of strength left for Jean, which left him feeling slightly helpless. Where have you been, Lucas? A hand clapped down on Lucas's shoulder. My foolish daughter has been looking for you everywhere. The man standing behind Lucas was a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. His golden hair was tied into a long braid behind his head, and he wore glasses that gave him a refined appearance. This man was none other than Jean's father, Seamus Gunhilder. According to Lucas's intel, his real name was Seamus Peg, who had married into the Gunhilder family. His wife had been the head of the Gunhilder family, but she had suffered complications during the birth of their second daughter. The baby had died young, and the trauma from that event had left her bedridden ever since. For the past 20 years, Seamus had been acting head of the family, and it was he who had arranged Jean's marriage to Lucas. Father-in-law, Lucas felt a bit nervous but quickly composed himself. Sorry, I drank too much earlier and had to go to the restroom for a while. It's normal to be nervous on your wedding day, Seamus said with a gentle smile. Seeing you reminds me of myself on my own wedding day. It was the happiest day of my life. I hope you will love Jean as much as I loved her mother. Of course. Marrying someone like Jean is an honor, Lucas said, forcing himself to say the right words. If the Gunhilder family was indeed the mastermind behind the Millennium Lie, then Seamus would certainly be involved. However, Lucas found it hard to imagine that this soft-spoken man could be behind such a devious plot. Soon, the wedding concluded, and the guests gradually began to leave. Lucas was now faced with what was probably the most challenging part of this immersion mode. He looked at Jean, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, her cheeks flushed from the wine she had drunk. Lucas couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. "Why are you just standing there like a piece of wood?" Jean patted the space next to her on the bed, her tone gentle. "Come, sit closer to me." For some reason, despite being known as the Smiling Reaper who had interrogated countless heretics, Lucas found himself feeling a little nervous. Jean tilted her head slightly and asked, "You don't look well." No wonder. After all, Lucas had just been thoroughly dealt with by Eula not long ago, and not just once. Given her vengeful nature, Eula hadn't left even a trace of energy in him for Jean. "Jean," Lucas said as he sat beside her, his tone calm. "We both know this is just a political marriage. If you don't want to go through with anything tonight, I won't force you." It wasn't that Lucas was particularly noble, it was just that, thanks to Eula, he was currently in sage mode. No worldly desires at the moment. "Are you planning to make me a widow on my wedding night?" Jean leaned against Lucas's shoulder and whispered softly, "Don't blame yourself. I've already accepted my fate. At least you're not some balding old man or a bloated lord. I consider myself lucky." Lucas began, but Jean's tenderness overwhelmed him before he could finish. "Don't ruin the mood, okay?" Jean said gently. "Just like when we first met, leave everything to me, little brother." Jean. At that moment, Lucas felt as if he had gone back to the day when he had first caught the feather as a young boy. Talent: first glass of red wine activated, agility increased by 75%. Switching to text mode. Age 23, a year has passed since you moved into the Gunhilder family estate. During this time, you've been searching for any connections between the Gunhilder family and the Millennium Lie, but no solid evidence has surfaced. To avoid suspicion, you've had to maintain the appearance of a loving couple with Jean. Of course, this hasn't been difficult for you. Jean seems to genuinely like you. You must admit, she's an ideal wife, gentle, kind, and highly capable. In public, she's a perfect representative of the Gunhilder family. In private, she's a wife who fulfills your every need. There have been times, even once or twice, where you've thought to yourself that if not for the weight of your responsibilities, spending your life with Jean wouldn't be so bad after all. Age 24, however, as an enforcer, you can't forget the reality. Raffles' information provides a key breakthrough. You discover that many others like him have risked their lives in pursuit of knowledge. Handling them proves to be much more difficult than dealing with simple rebels. After all, their research into history doesn't technically break Mondstadt's laws. Public opinion continues to swell, and enforcer operations increasingly face resistance. In one instance, during an arrest, a citizen resisting capture was accidentally killed, further inflaming anti-Lawrence sentiments. This event triggers a surge of unrest against the Lawrence family. Around this time, an underground book titled The Millennium Lie begins circulating among the people. The book Millennium Lie recounts a history vastly different from the accepted one. Its contents are even more exaggerated than the real history. In this version, the Lawrence family's ancestor, instead of being the hero Cruz lied who resisted the dragon and saved Mondstadt, is depicted as a tyrant Eberhard who oppressed the people. His crimes are countless, including implementing the shameful first glass of wine decree and colluding with the evil dragon Ursa to brutally kill Mondstadt's hero, Vanessa, who led the rebellion against the nobles. This book not only claims to present the true history but also cites numerous sources, making it appear even more credible. The publication of Millennium Lie dealt a massive blow to the Lawrence family. The current family head was so outraged by its contents that he fell gravely ill, forcing Eula Lawrence to take over in this time of crisis. Many believed that this young woman wouldn't be able to handle the situation, but Eula quickly proved them wrong with her decisive actions. First, she declared Millennium Lie a banned book, ordering all copies to be confiscated and burned, and made the possession of the book a criminal offense. Although these actions did not resolve the underlying tensions, they temporarily stabilized the Lawrence family's rule. Due to secrecy, only the heads of the Lawrence family had access to the full list of enforcers. After becoming head, Eula discovered your name on the list. Upon learning this, Eula immediately sought you out, asking whether your marriage to the Gunhilder family was part of an investigation into them. After 2 years of being undercover in the Gunhilder family and earning their complete trust, there was no longer any need to hide the truth from Eula. You revealed everything to her. You expected Eula to be thrilled by the truth, but she remained calm. It seems that her sharp mind had already suspected something. Thus, the two of you agreed to continue your investigation, with one of you operating openly and the other in secret, to uncover the mastermind behind Millennium Lie. Don't think that using your mission as an excuse will let you do whatever you want, Eula said, unable to resist adding a final remark before parting. I'll remember this grudge, and when this is all over, you'll spend the rest of your life making up for everything you owe me. By this time, Eula was 27 years old. Her dream of becoming the family head had never been about power or status, it was so she could be with you openly. She had devoted her life to this cause, and you knew you had no right to disappoint her. Age 25, outwardly, you maintained the appearance of a loving husband with Jean, but in secret, you continued to gather information, especially concerning her father, Seamus Gunhilder. There were many suspicious things about Seamus. For instance, he disappeared for a period every week, and for the past 3 years, he had been the only one taking care of his bedridden wife. Even Jean herself hadn't been allowed to see her mother. Meanwhile, Eula had made a risky decision to preserve the Lawrence family's rule. She formed a secret alliance with the fatui, who were stationed in Mondstadt's embassy. Their methods were far more effective at rooting out heresy, though certainly not legal. Eula's hardline policies sparked considerable dissent within the Lawrence family. Many believed that she was betraying the family's traditions, especially by collaborating with outsiders. But Eula stood firm, knowing that soft measures wouldn't pacify the people of Mondstadt. No matter the cost, this farce had to end. At the same time, you noticed that Jean's condition was deteriorating. One day, she confided in you, saying she missed her mother terribly and asked if you could help her sneak into her mother's room just to see her, even for a moment. In the 3 years of your marriage, Jean had never asked you for anything. Faced with this request, you decided. 1. Agree. 2. Refuse. Agree. Lucas's intuition told him that this could be a turning point. Taking advantage of Seamus's absence, you and Jean sneaked into her mother's room. As expected, the door was locked, but Jean had prepared for this. She pulled out a key she had made in advance and opened the lock. The room was simple and cozy, and at first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But what puzzled you was that there was no sign of Jean's mother. However, as an enforcer, you quickly discovered a hidden mechanism in the room. After all, you had encountered many secret rooms used to hide illegal things during your investigations. Feigning casualness, you triggered the mechanism, and with the sound of gears turning, a section of the wall flipped open. What you and Jean saw behind it shocked you both. Inside a large glass container was the corpse of a woman. She had been dead for quite some time, but the preservatives in the fluid had kept her body from decomposing. Jean broke down immediately. The body in the container was her mother, who she had believed had been bedridden for years. In reality, she had been dead all along. Her father hadn't told anyone about her death, not even Jean. Worse, he had preserved her corpse in this grotesque manner. Just then, you heard footsteps approaching the room. You quickly reset the mechanism and pulled the dazed Jean into a closet to hide. Judging by the sound of the footsteps, you instantly recognized them as Seamus. He didn't seem to notice anything amiss, and soon, you heard the mechanism activate again. Then, you and Jean overheard a bizarre conversation. "Dear, how are you feeling today?" "Much better. The doctor says I might be able to get out of bed soon." "That's wonderful. I have good news, our plan is progressing smoothly." "Really?" "Yes, Lawrence won't last much longer. Soon, I'll restore the Gunhilder family to its former glory. When that time comes, you'll be the true queen of Mondstadt. You're amazing, my love. I'm so happy. Can you kiss me?" Then you heard the sound of a kiss, though it was clearly just the sound of lips pressing against glass. What made this conversation truly creepy was that Seamus was speaking both parts, as if playing both roles in the conversation himself. You never imagined that the normally gentle and refined Seamus had such a dark side. Of course, the person more shocked than you was his own daughter. You had to cover her mouth tightly to prevent her from crying out. After Seamus left the room, you and Jean cautiously sneaked out. You brought Jean back to your room, and it took her a long time to calm down. You wanted to say something to comfort her, but she spoke first. "You're an enforcer, aren't you? The reason you married me was to investigate the Gunhilder family and its connection to Millennium Lie, right?" Faced with Jean's question, your choices are 1. Deny everything. 2. Silently confirm. Lucas hesitated for a moment before replying calmly, confirm. You silently nodded, and Jean didn't seem surprised by your admission. Father once told me to play the role of a good wife. I always knew he wanted to restore the Gunhilder family's former glory, but I never thought he had become so twisted. Jean hoped you could stop Seamus's plan and told you that he regularly held secret gatherings to recruit followers. She gave you the time and location of the next meeting, asking you to put an end to it all. It seemed that Seamus had likely been suspicious of Lucas's true motives from the start, which was why he was willing to marry his daughter off to keep Lucas in check. But he probably never imagined that even his own daughter would betray him. Although you weren't certain if Jean's information was reliable, trusting her posed no real risk to you. You promised her that you would do everything in your power to spare Seamus' life. For this mission, you planned carefully. First, you arranged for enforcers to lay in ambush around the meeting site. Then, you disguised yourself as a follower to infiltrate the gathering and gather evidence. That way, even if your cover was blown, you could still escape unharmed. Just as Jean said, you noticed people slowly arriving at the meeting location along abandoned church. It wasn't difficult for you to knock out one of the followers and take their place, slipping into the group unnoticed. The leader of the gathering was, as expected, Seamus Gunhilder. He stood on a raised platform like a pope, passionately speaking about the contributions the Gunhilder family had made 1,000 years ago to overthrow tyranny. The Lawrences are deceivers. They've deceived Mondstadt for a millennium, stealing the fruits of justice. Seamus spoke like a born orator, his voice full of fervor. Do they think we'll remain fools forever? No. We will fight for the truth. Long live the truth. The crowd erupted in a chant of Long live the truth. You couldn't help but think of Raffle, who had spent his entire life chasing the truth, only to have it become a tool for others to exploit. So they're wrapping their own selfish interests in the guise of truth? What a twisted argument. But, Seamus's tone suddenly changed, turning cold, there's a heretic among us tonight. He paused for dramatic effect. My dear son-in-law, don't you think it's time to reveal yourself? Ch 79. Entering immersive mode. Before Lucas could react, Seamus suddenly raised his arm. What had been a thin, frail limb rapidly expanded into a monstrous black claw, resembling that of a beast, which he swung at Lucas with terrifying force. A powerful gust of wind sliced through the air, instantly shredding the cloak Lucas had used for his disguise into pieces. I never imagined that even my dearest daughter would betray me, Seamus said with a calm smile. But no matter, she will understand my intentions eventually. Everything I've done has been to fulfill her mother's wish. Her mother is dead, Lucas said coldly. You talk to a corpse every day, have you really convinced yourself otherwise? Shut up. Seamus, who had maintained a smile all along, suddenly flew into a rage upon hearing Lucas's words. My wife is still alive. Her greatest wish was to see the Gunhilder family restored. Once I fulfill her wish, she'll recover from her illness. But then, Seamus's expression shifted abruptly, and he spoke in a different voice, mimicking his wife's tone, Darling, don't be angry. I see everything you've done for me. Just as he had in the room before, Seamus started playing both parts of the conversation, impersonating his wife and speaking to himself. The scene was eerily unsettling. It's all over, Lucas said flatly. My men have surrounded this place. Once you admit your guilt, this farce will come to an end. You mean these men? Seamus clapped his hands softly, and the church doors suddenly swung open. A group of followers entered, each carrying a severed head in their arms. The heads belonged to Lucas's enforcers, the very ones he had carefully stationed around the church beforehand. But those enforcers had been hand-picked elite troops. There was no way ordinary followers could have overpowered them. Even if they were somehow outmatched, it should have been easy for them to retreat and report back. How could they have all been killed here? Did you really think I'd rely solely on truth to overthrow your family? Seamus sneered, his face now showing a faint pattern of scales, and his vertical pupils glowed with murderous intent. I and my followers have already been infused with the dragon's scales. Now, witness our power. The dragon's scales? Lucas froze for a moment. In this simulator world, dragons were supposed to be extinct. There shouldn't be any trace of them left. As Seamus finished speaking, the followers removed their hoods, revealing grotesque transformations on their faces and bodies. They had all undergone mutations, and they now surrounded Lucas, their eyes filled with predatory intent. Although Lucas was strong, he didn't have the overwhelming power he once wielded in his past life. The mutated followers possessed inhuman strength, and after a grueling battle, Lucas eventually succumbed to his injuries, collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded. Was this how this simulation would end? Truthfully, I don't want to kill you, Seamus said, standing over Lucas. After all, Jean loves you so dearly. But your existence is a hindrance to me. Don't worry, though I'll give you a glorious death, as a sacrifice to our great dragon god. Dragon god? Upon hearing these words, Lucas felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and his consciousness faded. Ugh! Lucas slowly regained consciousness, unsure how much time had passed. He hadn't returned to the real world, nor had the system finalized his death. So, I'm not dead yet? Lucas glanced around and was shocked to find himself inside a vast temple. The dim glow from candles lit the walls, which were inscribed with ancient symbols resembling some sort of incantation. A faint, metallic smell of blood hung in the air. In a corner not far away, the remains of various creatures were scattered about, livestock like cattle and sheep, as well as human bones. Offerings to the dragon god. Lucas muttered to himself, recalling Seamus's words. Are they planning to feed me to something? But what exactly is this dragon god, and where does their strange power come from? Just then, a deep growl echoed from the depths of the temple. A dark shadow darted toward Lucas, knocking him to the ground before he could react. Pinning him down was a massive black-purple dragon-like creature, and it seemed oddly familiar. Roar! The black dragon roared and opened its jaws wide, seemingly about to bite Lucas's head off. But just as its teeth were mere inches from him, it stopped abruptly. Sniff sniff! The dragon, which had been ferocious a moment ago, suddenly started sniffing Lucas's face like a curious puppy. Then, it extended its tongue and gave him a gentle lick. At that moment, Lucas's memories clicked into place, and he recognized the dragon from his past life. You're Ursa. Yes. It was the fearsome dragon Ursa. Even though Lucas had reincarnated, he remembered this creature clearly. However, Ursa seemed smaller than before, which was probably why Lucas hadn't recognized it at first. Upon hearing its name, the dragon's eyes filled with tears. Then, Ursa's body began to emit a faint glow. When the light faded, standing before Lucas was the familiar figure of a black and purple-haired dragon girl. Since Ursa had knocked Lucas down earlier, she was still sitting on top of him. "I've finally found you." Ursa's thick tail wagged energetically like a long-lost pet reunited with its owner. "That green guy didn't lie to me after all." The green guy? Lucas was still bewildered by the situation. What's going on? And why are you here? Even though Lucas had reincarnated, his appearance and scent remained quite similar to his previous life, so it wasn't surprising that Ursa had recognized him. "Well, using human terms, it's a long story," Ursa said, preparing to launch into a lengthy explanation. "1,000 years ago." Could you get off me first?" Lucas interrupted, his face turning a bit pale. "I'm having trouble breathing." Although Ursa had taken on human form, her tail alone weighed as much as her entire body, making it hard for Lucas to breathe. "How is that possible?" Ursa tilted her head. "I used to sit on you like this all the time, and you were fine." That was true. Back then, it wasn't just sitting, there were plenty of times when they would ride together, so to speak. But in his past life, Lucas had been far stronger, capable of handling Ursa's playful roughhousing. Could it be? Ursa blushed, looking a bit embarrassed. "Have I gained weight?" That wasn't the issue at all. From Lucas's perspective, her slender waist and defined abs showed no sign of excess weight. "No, it's me," Lucas admitted with a sigh. "I've been reincarnated as a human. All my previous powers are gone." "It doesn't matter," Ursa chirped, unfazed. "I'll protect you, just like I always did." "Anyway," Lucas said, still trying to make sense of things, "tell me what happened." "Around 1,000 years ago, after you died, I wandered aimlessly around Teyvat. I didn't know what to do," Ursa began, helping Lucas to his feet. "But to keep the Mondstadt people in check, I would still fly back occasionally. Even though I stopped eating people, they were still terrified of me." "Who wouldn't be?" Lucas said with a wry smile. Ursa continued, "Then, that green guy. Barbatos, he found me and offered me a deal." He told me that if I agreed to be sealed in this temple for 1,000 years, I'd get to see you again. Wait. Lucas suddenly realized something was off. You're telling me that wasn't just his way of tricking you into being sealed? After all, Barbatos had been known for pulling tricks. He'd even faked contracts in the name of the Geo Archon. It wasn't far-fetched that he'd trick Ursa into a seal to prevent her from causing trouble. Of course I had my doubts. Ursa's face turned red, her eyes shifting nervously. I'm not that stupid. But, since you're here now, Lucas's gaze softened, I guess you agreed to the deal, didn't you? Being sealed here for 1,000 years was boring, but I wanted to see you, so it was worth it. Not being able to fly across the skies was frustrating, but I wanted to see you, so it was worth it. Not getting to taste all the delicious food of the world was painful, but I wanted to see you, so it was worth it. Ursa's excitement poured out as she spoke rapidly. Didn't you tell me that all trades need to be fair exchanges? For me, even if there was only a tiny chance of seeing you again, 1,000 years of waiting was truly worth it. Hearing this, even Lucas, whose heart had grown cold and calculating over the years, felt his eyes sting with emotion. Are you crying? Ursa asked cautiously. Lucas shook his head. It's just the rain. Liar. Ursa, showing no concern for sparing Lucas's dignity, shot back, there's no rain inside this temple. So, you've been here for 1,000 years. Lucas glanced around, confused. But there's no food or water here. How have you survived? Barbatos cast some forbidden spells on this temple, Ursa pointed at the inscriptions on the walls. While I'm in this space, my metabolism slows down significantly. And besides, I'm a dragon. Even if I didn't eat for hundreds of years, I wouldn't starve. What about those remains? Lucas suddenly recalled something important. And why are you being referred to as the dragon god by Seamus? Because of the contract I made with Barbatos, I can't leave this temple. But humans can come and go freely, Ursa explained as she stroked her chin, recalling. About 20 years ago, a human couple accidentally stumbled in here. While I don't need to eat, I did feel like indulging myself. I was about to devour them, she shrugged, but the man begged for mercy and promised to bring me food regularly if I spared them. So, I held his partner hostage until he brought me something to eat. Wait. Lucas's eyes narrowed. That man, was Seamus, wasn't he? Yeah, I think that's his name, Ursa nodded. He kept his word and brought me some cows and sheep. I had a feast. You told me before that in human society, people pay for meals, but I didn't have any money. So, I gave him a little gift. A gift? Lucas quickly asked. A scale, of course, Ursa said casually. You know how valuable dragon scales are. They're rare enchantment materials. Even regular armor and weapons, once embedded with a dragon scale, become priceless equipment. And Lucas muttered, his thoughts racing, what if those scales were embedded, inside a person? Hey! Ursa blinked, caught off guard. I never thought about that. It'd probably hurt a lot, I guess. I think I understand now. Lucas nodded thoughtfully. Keep going. After I ate, I let them go. I figured that would be the end of it. But a few months later, that man came back with more livestock, chickens, ducks, cows, you name it, Ursa licked her lips as she remembered. He said he'd continue bringing food if I gave him more scales from time to time. Since dragon scales are like human nails and grow back, I agreed. Even though I don't need to eat, I still enjoy it. It seemed Seamus had lucked out by stumbling upon Ursa's weakness, her love for food. As long as she was fed, she was willing to part with dragon scales, even if they were immensely valuable. Not only that, he seemed to respect me greatly, Ursa added, clearly pleased with herself. Sometimes he'd ask me questions. If I knew the answers, I'd tell him. If not, I'd just make something up. Wait. Lucas's heart sank. You told him about the events that happened in Mondstadt 1,000 years ago, didn't you? Of course. Especially the time we attacked the city together. Ursa said excitedly. I told him that story so many times. Great. Mystery solved. No wonder the content in the Millennium Live felt so authentic. It came directly from the source, or rather, from the dragon's mouth. Lucas quickly pieced everything together. 20 years ago, Seamus, after marrying into the Gunhilder family, stumbled upon Ursa's temple by accident. He struck a deal with the dragon, trading food for her scales. Later, Seamus learned the truth about what happened 1,000 years ago from Ursa herself. He realized that this information could be used to overthrow the Lawrence family and restore the Gunhilder family to power. With the added strength granted by Ursa's dragon scales, Seamus began to prepare. For the past 2 decades, Seamus had been carefully setting his plan into motion. Now, public opinion in Mondstadt had reached a boiling point, and his dragon scale army was likely ready. At any moment, Seamus could launch a rebellion to overthrow the Lawrences, putting Eula, Lucas's family, and everything he held dear in grave danger. Ursa. Lucas suddenly snapped to attention. We need to get out of here immediately. Can you take me out? I told you, I'm bound by my contract with Barbatos. Ursa shook her head. I still have 3 more years before the contract ends. 3 years. Lucas rubbed his temples in frustration. Seamus could have taken over Mondstadt by then. I can't wait that long. Lucas rushed to the temple's grand entrance, attempting to force the doors open. But without his former strength and lacking any weapons, he couldn't budge the massive doors. Ursa, bound by the temple's enchantment, couldn't help either. She was forbidden from damaging anything within the temple. What should he do? Ch80. What should he do? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Lucas. He grabbed Ursa's shoulders excitedly and asked, Ursa, in the past 1,000 years, have you shed your skin? It was said that dragons would molt when they reached a certain stage of growth or suffered severe damage, allowing their bodies to regenerate and gain a new life. If shedding her skin could repair all the damages to her body, then it might be able to fix what was broken too. That would mean Lucas's special talent, first glass of red wine, could take effect on Ursa once again. I have, yeah, Ursa nodded, tilting her head slightly. Sometimes, when I get bored, I molt for fun. Perfect. Without hesitation, Lucas began undoing his collar. Let's get started then. Started. Ursa seemed to catch on to what Lucas was suggesting, and her face flushed a bright red. Wait, is this really the time for something like that? We don't have time to explain. Lucas, now taking the initiative, gently but firmly pushed Ursa down onto the ground. His expression was dead serious as he declared, this is to protect Mondstadt's future. If Barbatos knew that Mondstadt's future would be protected in such a way, who knows what expression he would have. Even though I don't fully understand, Ursa murmured while gazing up at the temple ceiling decorations with a slight blush on her face, it sounds really important. Protecting Mondstadt's future feels so good. Talent, first glass of red wine activated. Reward, all attributes increased by 200%. Lucas's gamble had paid off. Ursa's molting not only gave him a second chance to absorb her power but also provided a strength far surpassing the first time. The process of absorbing immense power and refreshing abilities through molting made Ursa a true exploit of the first glass of red wine ability. Fire and Ice Dance. Lucas unleashed both fire and ice simultaneously, blasting them against the massive iron doors. The rapid alternation between extreme heat and cold weakened the metal significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lucas leapt forward and struck the weakened door with all his might. With a resounding crash, the door shattered, and the path to freedom was opened. You're leaving. Ursa's voice held a trace of reluctance as she watched Lucas's figure. Because of her contract with Barbatos, she was bound to remain in the temple for another 3 years. Still, she felt that it was all worth it. If she had survived 1,000 years of waiting, what was 3 more? I might know how to free you from this place, Lucas murmured. If Barbatos set the seal, I could use his gnosis to break it. Ursa, where is my old body buried? Didn't you tell me to eat your body? Ursa replied earnestly. After 1,000 years, whatever I digested is probably fossilized by now. Hey! Lucas's mouth fell open in shock. You actually ate it. In reality, the gnosis of Barbatos, one of the game's system rewards, was already in Lucas's inventory in the real world. But in the simulation, the gnosis was still housed within Eberhardt's former body. Seeing Lucas's horrified expression, Ursa couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, clutching her sides. Of course not, dummy. How could I even eat it? Your body, along with that chess piece-looking thing, is buried in the nest where we first met. You nearly scared me to death. Lucas said, patting his chest with relief. If I can retrieve that, I might be able to get you out of here sooner. Really? Ursa's eyes lit up with excitement. Are we going to fight together in Mondstadt, like 1,000 years ago? For Ursa, the ruthless carnage of that battle had been one of the highlights of her dragon life. You will have a part to play, Lucas said with a mischievous grin, and it's going to be the main attraction of the finale. With the power of the evil dragon, Ursa, combined with Lucas's newly enhanced abilities, he could easily sweep away Seamus's forces. But revealing Ursa's involvement would lend too much credibility to the millennium-like claims about the Lawrence family. Instead, Lucas had other plans to not only win but also clear the Lawrence family's name once and for all. Father-in-law, you think your plan is flawless? Lucas stepped out of the temple, a cold smirk on his lips. Now it's my turn to strike back. As Lucas predicted, Seamus had taken advantage of his unconsciousness to launch an all-out rebellion against the Lawrence family. He grandly declared it a war to overthrow the lies and reveal the truth. Thanks to the widespread distribution of the Millennium Lie, the Lawrence family's reputation had hit rock bottom. The deceived followers of truth rallied behind Seamus in overwhelming numbers, catching the Lawrences off guard. Nobles across Mondstadt were forced to pick sides. Even some who had previously allied with the Lawrences switched sides, further weakening the family's power. Though Eula led a valiant resistance, the Lawrence family's forces were steadily losing ground. However, Lucas didn't immediately join the war. Instead, he sought out another group for help. At the Goth Grand Hotel. Even though the civil war raged across Mondstadt, this hotel, essentially the Snezhnian embassy, remained untouched. Neither the Lawrence nor Gunhilder family dared to provoke the fatui stationed there. Even a single arrow striking the hotel's window would be considered a declaration of war against Snezhnia. Fascinating, said a handsome, orange-haired man standing by the window, watching the battle unfold below. This so-called war in this country is less impressive than a military drill in my school days. This man was none other than Tartaglia, the 11th harbinger of the fatui. Are you talking about the second-year drill? A light, teasing voice came from behind him. I remember that ended with everyone brawling shirtless. Poor Tanya was scared out of her wits. Haha, good times. Tartaglia laughed, turning to face the man sitting behind him, Lucas. I've been in Mondstadt for over a month now, and you only just came to see me. That's not very friendly, now is it? Indeed, Tartaglia had arrived in Mondstadt over a month ago, even sending Lucas a letter to arrange a meeting. However, due to various circumstances, Lucas had avoided the meeting until now. You've seen the situation outside, Lucas said, shrugging. If you still consider me a friend, I hope you'll lend Lawrence some assistance by sending the fatui stationed here. This is your country's war, not ours. Snezhnia can't afford to intervene, Tartaglia replied with a serious tone. If Her Majesty the Tsaritsa found out I sent troops for personal reasons, I'd be severely punished. I don't expect you to help for free. Lucas smiled and handed Tartaglia a document. This is the defense layout for Mondstadt. With it, Mondstadt would be like an unguarded infant before Snezhnia. Mr. Lawrence. Tartaglia's expression suddenly became deadly serious. You realize that by doing this, you'll be branded a traitor to your nation. Though Tartaglia often appeared carefree and nonchalant, when it came to serious matters, he never wavered. This was no trivial affair. If word got out, Lucas would truly be branded a traitor for all eternity in Mondstadt. A traitor. Lucas murmured to himself as if unbothered. Of all the crimes I've committed, this might be the lightest. To be honest, handing over Mondstadt's defense plans to the fatui was something Lucas's father, Schubert, had done in the game's storyline. It seemed Lucas had inadvertently followed in his father's footsteps. This defense map is merely a bargaining chip for the Tsaritsa, Lucas said calmly. As long as it's not activated, no one will know what it contains. Tartaglia paused before bursting into laughter. Haha, that's just like you, Lucas. Very well, I'll take this defense map. If anything goes wrong, I'll report to Her Majesty that I was just a poor, deceived fool. The two men exchanged knowing smiles. You always make sure you get something out of a deal, Lucas sighed. Now that the deal's done, send me the troops. I've already arranged everything, Tartaglia said with a grin. In addition, I'll be sending an officer to assist with the reinforcements. Oh, come on, who do you think you're underestimating? Lucas chuckled. I graduated at the top of my class from Snezhnia's military academy. Leading a squad is no problem for me. I'll leave it to you two to discuss, Tartaglia said, snapping his fingers. Lieutenant Tanya, come in. As his words fell, the door to the room opened, and a tall, straight-backed female officer in Snezhneyan military uniform walked in, smiling. "Commander, what are your orders?" "Tanya." Lucas's face lit up with a grin. He stepped forward and threw his arms around her in an excited embrace. "Wow! You've moved up the ranks fast." "I could have climbed higher," Tanya said, returning the hug. "But to avoid suspicion, I had to take it slow." "Don't make it sound like I held you back," Tartaglia laughed. "You're already the youngest female lieutenant in Snezhneya's history. If you stood out any more, I'd have to give up my position as the last harbinger." Laughter filled the room, momentarily taking them back to their days at the Snezhneyan Military Academy. Though it hadn't been an easy time, it was one of the few carefree moments in Lucas's simulation. "Thank you, Tanya," Lucas said softly. "No need to thank me just yet," Tanya smiled slyly. "I never said I'd help you for free. Get out of the way." Mondstadt's once lively and bustling square had become a battlefield between the Lawrence and Gunhilder families. Eula, wielding a massive greatsword, fought like a valkyrie, fending off waves of enemies. However, the battle was far from fair. The Lawrence family wasn't just up against warriors from the Gunhilder family, but also the townspeople Seamus had swayed to his cause. Eula found herself holding back while fighting against the brainwashed civilians. But her enemies showed no such restraint. "Eula Lawrence, whose blood flows with the sins of her ancestors," a voice called out. Seamus Gunhilder, dressed in a white robe, emerged from the crowd, his face adorned with a smile of false compassion. "There's no point in resisting any longer. The truth is out for all to see. Your family's deception can no longer fool the righteous." "Seamus!" Eula's eyes burned with fury. "Where is Lucas? Your spy? He's already paid for his sins. You'll be reunited with him soon enough. Die!" Without hesitation, Eula gripped her great sword and leaped toward Seamus, ice gathering around the blade to form a massive sword of frozen energy. She held nothing back this time. However, Seamus simply raised his hands and caught the enormous ice blade with ease. 20 years ago, Seamus had already begun enhancing his body with Ursa's dragon scales. He'd used more than one, granting him strength on par with those who wielded visions. Meanwhile, Eula was exhausted from hours of continuous fighting, clearly no match for Seamus in her current state. With a loud snap, Seamus's dragon-scaled hand crushed Eula's ice blade into shards. Ha! The impact sent a shockwave through Eula's body, causing her to cough up blood. She planted her sword into the ground to steady herself. "Everyone, bear witness." Seamus stood over her, raising an arm. "The sins of the Lawrence family shall be ended here by the Gunhilders." Just as Seamus was about to strike, a bullet whizzed through the air, piercing his hand and leaving a gaping hole. Ugh! Seamus recoiled, but his inherited healing abilities from the dragon scales quickly began to regenerate his hand. From dozens of meters away, Tanya stood holding a musket, her voice loud and clear. "Seamus Gunhilder. I am Lieutenant Tanya of Snezhnaya. Your actions have jeopardized the safety of Mondstadt's people and its stability. You know what? Forget the speech. Surrender, or the next bullet goes straight through your skull." It seemed her years in Snezhneya's military had rubbed off on her, giving her a sharper edge. "Snezhnaya." Seamus's face darkened. "You have no right to interfere in our internal affairs." "Who said they don't have the right?" A figure suddenly dropped from the sky, landing beside Eula and gently helping her up. "They're my reinforcements. If you don't like it, Seamus, go find your own." The familiar voice made tears well up in Eula's eyes. "Sorry I'm late, Sister Eula," Lucas said with an awkward smile. "I wanted to come sooner, but I got held up." Lucas had expected a long-awaited embrace after their reunion. However, Eula, mustering all her remaining strength, simply gave Lucas a light punch.
Thanks for listening.